Thank you. Welcome to listening to Stories on Kevin.tv audiobook channel. Chapter 59, An Experiment 2. Where the fuck is this guy? Said Jack as he tentatively moved past a thicket of trees. It was dark. As dark as it got, his ski mask might have looked like a cheap Halloween dollar store piece of garbage, but it was not a shabby piece of tech. It had night vision, infrared, and some low-level AC scanning inlaid within its white, ballistic duraplastic surface. Thank you. A lower caliber bullet would bounce right off the thing. Meanwhile, when Jack glanced at the lasher and his normal leather gimp mask, he wondered if the guy could even see more than a few steps ahead. Jack's suspicions were confirmed when the lasher walked face first into a tree trunk. The lasher stepped back, utterly unfazed, his expression unchanging. "Your costume seriously has nothing special about it?" whispered Jack. "How the fuck are you not in a jail yet? Or better yet, a mental asylum?" "Thank you. Ark Asylum up in New York ought to have a nice spot for you. I do not need protection, for pain is a blessing. Pain is the only thing that is real in this world," said the lasher. "All right, whatever." Jack checked his iPhone, tracking his location via GPS mapping. "We've been walking for 10 minutes now. The guy should be here. Shit, I better get paid for this if he bails on us, or if we have shit luck, a variant attacks us."
"Thank you."
All of a sudden, Jack's phone screen crackled, the graphics distorting before shutting off. "Huh?" Jack smacked his phone to try and get it to work. "The hell? Your phone working, lasher? Wait, do you even have a phone?" The lasher took out an iPhone that looked entirely out of place with his getup. "My phone has lost its life. Something's wrong," began Jack before he saw a massive, bright green flash barrel towards him through his night vision. "Shit, get away!"
"Thank you."
Jack stepped back as a massive, muscled arm smashed into the lasher's side, launching him into a nearby tree with a solid, cracking impact. "Who are you?" said Jack as he manifested his power. His arms solidified into metal before shaping into two large serrated blades in a shower of sparks. The sparks lit up a huge, ugly brute of a man, or was it a man? The guy might have been 10 feet tall, 3 meters, with ugly tumors and growths all around his gray-skinned face and bare upper body.
"Thank you."
Large tusks jutted out from his jaw as he stared down at Jack with beady white eyes. Jack almost gagged as a disgusting, rotting stench wafted out from the guy. The fuck? Jack felt pricks of pain all around his body that grew numb. Was he getting poisoned? No, he looked down at the bare skin of his shoulders. There were black, rotting patches. The giant man growled like an animal and took a heavy step towards Jack. "You better not mess with me, fucker," said Jack. "You don't know who I am." "Thank you." "Who I'm associated with." The giant ignored Jack and charged forwards, raising both his arms up in the air to hammer down on Jack's head. Jack swerved to the side as the giant smashed dirt. He sliced his blade arms across the giant altar's stomach, aiming to gut him. He felt flesh yield and cut, and he smiled under his mask. His favorite feeling in the world was flesh slicing and tearing. However, the wide cut he made healed up in an instant. "Thank you." Before he could register surprise, Jack reacted to a punch from the giant by crossing his blade arms in front of him in a guard. Jack grunted as he was sent flying backwards, the punch cracking the dark gray metal of his knife arms. As soon as he hit the ground, he leaped back up, ready to fight. This fucker was strong, at the very least a D-ranked threat, same as Jack and Augmenter, probably, judging from his brawn and regenerative ability. Jack was also an Augmenter, and in an Augmenter versus... "Thank you." Augmenter fight, the better technical fighter tended to win. In this case, Jack was outmatched physically, but with his blade arms and skill, he could make up the deficit. Jack was not trained all fancy and intense like supers or some of the better mercenaries and villains, but he had gotten into plenty of street scraps. He had learned from bloody experience, and he could tell this altar was a total amateur. The giant growled and punched at Jack's head. "Thank you." Jack ducked and stabbed into the giant's throat and then circled around to try and decapitate the giant while he was disabled, trying to regenerate a throat torn to shreds. The giant, however, landed a solid punch on Jack's chest, launching him back into a tree. Jack braced for impact, but even then the giant altar's strength was just too much. He almost snapped the tree he hit in half as the wind knocked out of him.
Thank you.
He dropped to one knee and sucked in breath as he shakily looked up at the giant. How the hell did this guy not react at all to his throat getting shredded? Yeah, he could regenerate, but even regenerating altars got disabled until their vital organs healed up. But this thing treated the hole in its throat as if it was just a minor bug bite. Jack looked around to see where the lasher was, but the man was gone. Had his body been taken? That's enough, troll chieftain. Thank you. A voice came out of nowhere. Jack froze, trying to locate the voice. He did not have to try long. The source of the voice jumped down from a treetop and landed in front of Jack. Seemed to be some ordinary dude. Jack's mask scanner registered him at 0 AC count. Really pale skin and white hair with green glowing eyes. He was dressed in a black bodysuit with a strange purple orb embedded in his chest. Who the fuck are you? Wheezed out Jack. How rude. Is that how you talk to your clients? Thank you. You? Jack slumped back, sitting down and leaning against the tree he had hit. He breathed heavily, looking moments away from death. In reality, he was now nearly fully recovered. His knife arms might have only affected his arms, but his altar cell count was good enough that he had superhuman physicals. Thank you. Not enough to level a building with a single punch or anything like that, but still easily more than enough to rip a normal man. A normal man like this idiot with a 0 AC count according to his mask's scanner in half. Yes. I'll have you and your friend assist me in a few experiments, said the man as he walked over to Jack. Thank you. When the man got close enough, Jack lunged suddenly like a wild cat, thrusting forwards with his blade arm, aiming to carve straight through this idiot from the shoulders up. Whoa, now. The man casually spoke as he held Jack's blade down between his palms. It felt like Jack's blade was stuck between a hydraulic press, just completely and utterly stuck. What the fuck? Jack growled as he pushed forward, but this guy with a 0 AC count, was much, much stronger than him.
Thank you.
He noticed a strange green outline shining around the guy, forming into a hexagonal pattern around his limbs, chest, legs, everywhere he exerted muscular energy, as if the pattern was reinforcing his power. So negative surge lets me keep up quite easily with a D-rank villain. Good to know. Shut up, Jack used his other free arm to swipe at the cocky fucker's head. The man let go of Jack's blade arm and then rushed in close. Too close for Jack's long blades to reach properly.
Thank you.
Jack felt a sense of déjà vu. This exact sequence had happened before. The first time Jack had gone to jail, a super known by the name of Diamond Fist had outmaneuvered Jack's wild slashes with this very same counter. It showed Jack the massive difference between someone that knew how to use their powers with training and, well, someone like Jack who just used it wildly. This guy was trained properly, way beyond what a street thug like Jack could compete against. Thank you. In the next instant, Jack nearly vomited as the man launched a powerful elbow right into his gut, this time properly crushing the air out of him. Jack collapsed to his knees, spit drooling from his gaping mouth as he trembled in pain and shock. All he could do was look up at the man weakly with shaky vision as he waited for a death blow. No such execution came, however. Instead, the man looked off to the side. Flergan, I have your second sample here.
Thank you.
Jack felt slimy tendrils crawl up his neck and around his face, and in the next instant his world went black. Chapter 60, the final phase. Aldrich stood over the unconscious body of, what was his name again? He checked his iPhone at the villain profiles that Casimir had sent over. Ah, right, Slasher. An incredibly unoriginal name, especially considering his ski mask getup. Make this guy wake up, said Aldrich to Flergan.
Thank you.
The Mind-Eater was over one of his alchemical tables, specifically the dissection table, where the other villain known as the Lasher was tied down to. The Lasher's brain was thoroughly turned to mush from Flergan's brainwash racial skill. The Slasher, though, Aldrich had told Flergan to keep relatively sane. Still numb below the head, though, to make sure he did not try anything stupid like running. Flergan slithered over to Aldrich and waved his purple fingers over the Slasher's face. Thank you. A faint mauve light cast over the slasher, and he forcibly awakened. "Hello again," said Aldrich. "You can go now, Flaregan." Flaregan nodded and slithered away. You again," said Slasher. "How did you beat me without any powers? Did you use some kind of tech? Is that really the first thing that should be on your mind right now?" said Aldrich. He looked down at his phone and read out multiple accolades about the Slasher on his profile. The Slasher D-rank villain. "Thank you. 8 confirmed kills, mostly prostitutes that nobody would care if they went missing. 1 confirmed cop kill. Spent 10 years in Metro City Class 5 jail before escaping through a prison break. Now a low-ranking villain doing odd jobs," said Aldrich. "Yeah, that's me. The fuck you want, huh?" said Slasher. "You are a stain on society, but even you can be useful." "Useful to me," said Aldrich. He materialized the Death Lord's green signstone in his palm and held it towards Slasher's face. "Thank you." Slasher stared at the diadem-shaped green stone. "The hell is that?" said Slasher warily. "Nothing that will hurt you." Once Aldrich made sure the light from the stone cast over Slasher, he asked, "Do you want to join my party?" In response to Aldrich's words, he saw a screen manifest in his vision. Quest party count 0. "What the fuck do you mean?" said Slasher, thoroughly confused. Aldrich called out to Flaregan. "Make him say yes." "Thank you." Flaregan waved his hand, and Slasher's eyes glazed over as he fell under Flaregan's control. "I will join your party." Aldrich waited for the quest party counter to go up from 0 to 1. In the game, getting NPCs to join a quest to form a party involved talking with them, getting in their good graces through missions or favors, and then throwing out the question, "Do you want to join my party?" Aldrich assumed the same would hold here, but the party counter did not go up. "I see. Thank you. Looks like an answer made under mind control doesn't count," said Aldrich. "That'll be it, Flaregan. I won't bother your dissection any longer. I just want you to make sure this guy can still feel everything." "His sensations are untouched," said Flaregan as he deftly wielded a small, sharp blade and started to carefully dig it into the lasher's head, incising around his protruding head spikes. "Good, good." Aldrich saw Slasher's eyes regain color and control. "Now, I want you to say yes." "Thank you. Do you want to join my party?" "Fuck you," said Slasher. "Wrong answer." Aldrich clapped his hands, and Valera came to his side in her full black and gray armor. The spikes, bones, and skulls on her armor made it very obvious that she was no paladin of justice. "It looks like he needs some convincing done." Valera smiled under her helmet and licked her lips, hungering for pain. She stomped on Slasher's hand, grinding the bones and flesh under her greaves. "Thank you." Bones crunched and cracked as a bloody puddle of torn flesh, muscle, and bone shards formed under her foot. Slasher screamed, but the moment he did, Aldrich gagged him with a balled-up piece of ragtag cloth. Slasher's chest heaved up and down as he convulsed in pain. Once he settled down a little, Aldrich took the gag out. "Now, answer my question properly. Do you want to join my party?" Fuck," said Slasher. "Is that the only thing you know how to say?"
Thank you.
Aldrich shook his head and gagged Slasher again. "Valera, you said you knew how to make people hurt? Care to give me a demonstration?" "Of course, Master." Valera hovered her hand over Slasher's face. Her gauntlet glowed in an outline of red. Aldrich recognized this as the blood-hold skill that involved channeling a root against another unit by controlling their blood. In exchange, the caster was rooted too. "A root? I'm curious what this does for pain," said Aldrich. "Thank you." "Oh, on a moving, resisting target, it is merely a hold, yes," said Valera. "But on an unresisting piece of meat like this, I can control the flow of blood I'm holding." She hovered her glowing red hand over Slasher's face as his eyes grew wide in abject fear. "In humans, I remember there is a nerve behind their eyes and nose. It was right around here." "Thank you." Valera clenched her fist, and Slasher immediately started to convulse and scream against his gag, spittle foaming at his mouth as his eyes bulged in pain. His skin grew pale as sweat poured from his forehead, intense pain assaulting him. "Ah, I remember now," said Aldrich. "The trigeminal nerve. It's said that pressure against that nerve is known as one of the most painful sensations a human can ever experience. See?
Thank you.
Look how he flails, said Valera as she kept up pressure and pain against the nerve. Slasher started to choke against his gag as his eyes turned bloodshot, tears drooling from them. The smell of ammonia filled the air as he wet his pants. That's enough, Valera. We can't kill him yet. You did very well. Ihi, thank you, master. Valera bowed her head and withdrew. Now then, Aldrich ripped away the gag from Slasher's mouth. Will you join my party?
Yes.
Yes, I'll join your party.
Thank you, shouted Slasher, his voice utterly racked with desperation. Good, said Aldrich. He watched as the sign stone glowed brighter. A small green sigil in the shape of formed on Slasher's wrist. Quest party members, 0 to 1 party cap known. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? Aldrich noted that unlike in the game, there was no limit on the amount of party members he could add. The Death Lord had been very, very generous, or perhaps, come to think of it, maybe she had expected Aldrich to think of this. Thank you. In the end, it did not really matter. Aldrich spoke to Fisk, who gamed at the other edge of the clearing. Adam and Elaine looked at Fisk gaming. Fisk, tell Casimir I want to talk to him about setting up a closed invitation event this Saturday. Try to get him on call, if you can. See, Casimir? He set us up, said Slasher in utter shock. Oh, right, you're still alive, unfortunately. You're simply too weak to reanimate. About level 12, perhaps, said Aldrich. Thank you. At my current level, a simple created undead is probably about as strong as you are. Hey, huh, what are you talking about? Aldrich ignored the desperate man and called out to Flaregan. Flaregan, do you need him alive? Preferably, O Elder, said Flaregan. The Mind-Eater had carefully incised out several head spikes from the lasher, placing them in a metal vat, and now moved on to creating an incision down into his stomach. Do you need him conscious? I'd rather not hear screams and whimpers. Thank you. They annoy me, especially when they come from trash like him, the type who always enjoys the cries of others but end up crying the hardest when their turn comes around. No, I will heavily sedate him until he is fully dissected and analyzed, said Flaregan. Good. Aldrich nodded. Wait, dissection. What are you going to do to me? Began Slasher before his eyes became blank and lifeless as Flaregan put him under a brainwashed coma.
Thank you.
Aldrich heaved up Slasher's corpse and carried it over to Flaregan. Over there, O Elder. Flaregan pointed with a long, spindly finger to the side of the table. Prop that specimen against the dissection table. I can only fit one sample at a time. Aldrich did as the Mind-Eater asked, and then asked, So, what are you doing here? You have stated before that the base body of these alter-humans are indistinguishable from that of a normal human. Thank you. Yet, through alter organs and alter cells, they may manifest mutations by severing mutations such as these ossified head protrusions, analyzing them, and comparing them to knowledge I have of the base human body. I am better able to understand the method by which these mutations occur. This is also why I did not favor experimenting with variant subjects. I have no knowledge of a base creature that matches them as well as humans to alter humans. Thank you. In addition, I will attempt extraction of the alter organ to investigate it directly, though I have been made aware by you and Stella that alter organs, when excised from the body, suffer from rapid deterioration. Thus, I will do my utmost best to keep the subjects alive until then. And what would your final goals be? Said Aldrich. I cannot say for certain. I set my expectations accordingly with the results of my investigations. Thank you. But optimally, the replication and modification of alter organs, allowing for not only the introduction of magic in these specimens, but also the creation alchemical solutions that may freely suppress, change, or enhance powers, said Flaregan. That does sound incredibly useful. I will leave you to your work then, said Aldrich. Again, O Elder, these are optimal goals. It may be that I cannot reach them. I understand, and don't worry about any expectations on my end. Thank you. Anything you produce, even if it isn't useful per se, I'll appreciate and try to use to the best of my ability, said Aldrich. Work freely. Let your innovation and knowledge flow without restriction. Much appreciation, Elder, said Flaregan. Aldrich left Flaregan and went back to Fisk. It's time to finalize my plan, said Aldrich as he sat down by the fallen tree trunk that Fisk used to game on. Thank you. Fisk immediately tabbed out of an anime scene he was watching where a woman's clothes were torn by an attack. I swear, scenes like this are the only ones that pop up when other people come to watch, said Fisk. Would you believe me if I told you that was like a normal action show? Yeah, a lot of action, said Aldrich sarcastically. He noted that Adam and Elaine were behind Fisk, watching. Adam was nodding while Elaine shoved Adam lightly. He smiled. Thank you. They would have interacted just like that had they been alive. Aldrich closed his eyes, letting the dark calm him to take him away from how Adam and Elaine had been, and then geared back into business. In any case, I need you to get to work, said Aldrich. I'm on it, boss, said Fisk, as he jacked into the via cable to the side of his head. Is Casimir ready for the call? Yeah, he's up and ready and waiting. Thank you. It's going to take me a couple minutes to establish a secure line on the darknet, especially with a smaller rig like this, but I'm on it. Aldrich waited for a few minutes as Fisk worked his tech magic. Aldrich himself could actually navigate the darknet with a fairly strong level of tech savviness, but he fell far short of Elaine, and far, far shorter than technos like Fisk, who could literally navigate technology with their minds. Thank you. After 30 minutes, Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich as it connected to a video chat with Casimir. Mr. Vane, a pleasure to see you again so soon, said Casimir. It's 4 a.m, Casimir. I thought you'd be asleep by now, said Aldrich. Ah, my line of business operates most at night, so I'm quite used to this. Casimir seemed to be in his office, seated in a plush, luxurious velvet chair as he leaned forwards on his desk in welcoming poise. Thank you. How were the 2 villains I sent you? They are not the cream of the crop, certainly, but I hope they did not inconvenience you any. They're doing just fine, said Aldrich. Look, Casimir, sorry to do this on short notice, but I want you to set up a special event on Saturday. Could you rent out the entire first floor of the Red Circle for an invitation-only dance? Make it as appealing as you can with the finest alcohol, foods, and service you can muster up.
Thank you.
Casimir thought about his for a moment. That could be arranged. I only had a normal opening scheduled for that night, but I have all the supplies and logistics set to whip up quite the impressive dance in short order. I must say, Mr. Vane, that though setting up this dance is possible, establishing an extensive guest list with a mere 3 days of advance notice may be difficult, said Casimir. What kind of crowd do you think you can draw? Said Aldrich. Thank you. Provided the invites you sent out were primarily for villains. It will be difficult for the villains of the higher organizations to make time for this. Their schedules are often busy and inflexible. However, if I have my team focus on marketing and invitations on the lower and middle-tier organizations, I believe I could conjure up a solid crowd between 40 and 70, said Casimir. Thank you. Some of these lower-class villains would absolutely die for the chance to make themselves known in the Red Circle. Then let's go with that, said Aldrich. I want to emphasize, though, that I truly want to hold this event mostly for the Butcher and Seth Solar. Done and done, said Casimir. The Butcher has already agreed to meet you, and it will not be too difficult to have this meeting occur at this event. Thank you. As for Seth Solar, that fine, promising student, well, he has been a devout weekly regular, and he is due to urgently meet me that day for an early access sample of Boost. Knowing him, I doubt he and his friends will bypass a chance to join an exclusive event, especially when fine alcohol is involved. Good, good, said Aldrich. He took a deep breath, feeling excitement growing within his heart. He was now in the final phase of his quest for vengeance. Mr. Thank you, Vane. I do have to inquire, said Casimir. What is it? What is the ultimate goal of this dance? Is it a meet and greet among villains? Or perhaps a means to advertise your own name? Advertise my own name, you could say that? Aldrich smiled ever so slightly. Market it as a meet and greet, or whatever brings out the most numbers, and you don't have to worry about the purpose behind it. Thank you. Just set it up, and I can guarantee you, Casimir, that even if you lose your current connections, you will not regret having me backing you. Mystery, is it? I do like that. Well, Mr. Vane, it is not my style to pry into my client's intentions, especially with a high-profile one such as yourself. I will arrange this dance shortly and according to your specifications, said Casimir, and I will be in touch with your assistant about any further details. Wonderful. Thank you. I look forward to seeing your handiwork, Casimir, said Aldrich. It is always my pleasure. Casimir bowed in his seat before his video feed blinked off. Chapter 61. Disaster. Aldrich planned on lying low until Saturday night, staying in the forest while corresponding with Casimir via darknet texts about specifications on his event. He kept his undead from hunting further so as to absolutely minimize attention. Thank you. He did not want to compromise any chance of his plan working when he was so close now. Throughout the entire day of Thursday, Aldrich commanded his variants to lay low. The variants mostly rested or played or fought among themselves in the perimeter they patrolled. Valera, Stella, and the Geist trained together. More specifically, the Geist trained itself under Valera and Stella. The Geist had never actually trained before, so all of its powers were undeveloped. Thank you. Plus, it had no martial training to use its brawn. Valera taught the Geist hand-to-hand combat, while Stella taught it how to train its powers. Training alter powers was like training muscles. Just like how muscles grew stronger from wear and tear, alter powers grew from constant exertion and recovery. There was also training to increase fine control over one's power for innovative new attacks or to cover for weaknesses. The Geist was an exceptionally quick learner. Thank you. Within 12 hours, it mastered basic footwork and stance work. This gave Aldrich the idea to give the Geist the cursed rock axe that the Troll Chieftain once used. As for its powers, the Geist learned how to apply its super regeneration to temporarily increase its body mass like a balloon, giving it greater surface area to protect others as a living shield.
Thank you.
It learned how to use its incredibly powerful muscles to flex them in specific spots, creating durable body parts to guard against attacks with. It also learned greater control in emitting its neurotoxins, specifically in targeting the gas, so that it minimized collateral damage. Stella trained in her own way by rapidly flowing blood around her body. She would try to keep this accelerated flow up for as much as possible until she reached nearly to heart failure. Thank you. By doing this, she gained greater control and output on her explosions. Geist, level 1718. Dynamite Girl, level 1415. While everyone trained, Aldrich accompanied Flurgan in his experimentations, curious of the Mind-Eater's results. He watched as Flurgan went about performing ghastly experiments that most humans would be horrified at. He removed all of the Lasher's head spikes, leaving the top of the villain's skull completely flayed and raw. Thank you, the spikes. Flurgan put into a vat heated by magical blue flame. He poured in a dissolving solution that slowly turned the spikes into liquid mush. Then, Flurgan hooked up the Lasher to a series of large flasks, inserting barbed needles attached to transparent plastic-like cords that funneled blood into the flasks. Flurgan dissected the Lasher further, taking basically one of everything: one eye, one arm, one leg, one ear, and even parts of internal organs.
Thank you.
Flurgan incised into the Lasher's skull, taking out pieces of the brain that the villain did not need to stay alive. He also took out a kidney and scraped flesh samples off of other organs. All throughout, Flurgan kept the Lasher alive through pastes and sprays that prevented excessive bleeding. As for the Slasher, Flurgan severed one of his arms for testing purposes. Thank you. All the dismembered body parts were either broken down into liquid form or suspended off of spikes where Flurgan would do further delicate dissections, analyzing individual muscle fibers, vein structures, bone placement, and so on. It was interesting to see Flurgan work. Aldrich did not feel anything from seeing these men broken down into component pieces. He only admired Flurgan's swift, precise skill in disassembling the human body, like admiring an artist in their craft. Any results?
Thank you.
Aldrich said at the end of the day approaching midnight. Flurgan had worked constantly for nearly 20 hours now. Not as much as I would have hoped, said Flurgan. He used a self-cleaning magical rag to wipe large stains of blood off his body. By now, the two villains were nearly unrecognizable. They were reduced to flayed torsos with their internal organs exposed by a cut down their middle.
Thank you.
Not a single patch of skin remained on them, and indeed patches of muscle had been cut out too for analysis. Miraculously, they were still alive, their exposed lungs still drawing air. The tubes that Flergan hooked them up to not only drew their blood, but could also transfuse them with a healing agent that kept their bodies functioning. The presence of a minor barrier around the laboratory also kept the workstation sterile and clean to prevent infections.
Thank you.
I have made great breakthroughs in understanding the alter-human body, said Flergan. The placement of these seed-shaped growths known as alter organs seemed to differ from human to human. In this one that could transmute his arms into blades, the organ is nestled at the base of his spine. In this one that can manifest chains from his arms, it is located behind the eye. From these growths, alter cells manifested and circulate through the body. This, I am sure you already know. Thank you. But what I have discerned is that the energy signature that this organ and its cells produce is not significantly distinct from that of mana. Is that so? Aldrich perked up, highly interested. No, they are both pure and formless sources of energy. They have no discerned structure or behavior. Instead, they mold themselves to fit their vessels, said Flergan. Take mana, for example. Mages across many different fields all utilize this very same energy. Thank you. Yet when processed through different spells, mana takes upon wildly different forms. Thus, mana can be used to fuel a vast variety of effects, ranging from a fireball to a lightning strike or dark magic to raise the dead. The energy that these alter organs produce, ether as you call it, is extremely similar. It changes to suit its vessel, hence why Stella is capable of using this energy to infuse her blood with explosive properties, while these two can generate spontaneous growths of metal. Thank you. If they are similar, then merging mana and ether should be possible. No, said Aldrich. That is the difficulty, said Flergan. In our world, mages enter into a specific path of magic, a class, as some call it, through a mystic baptism, by undergoing the baptism. A mage fundamentally alters how they process mana. They commit to specializing their mana towards the specific spells in the field they are baptized in. I am baptized in pyromancy and you in the dark arts. Thank you. Certainly we can shape our mana into spells from other fields, but we will be far less efficient than those properly baptized in said classes. There is something in this world that takes the place of these baptisms. These organs seem to be akin to a baptism. They direct how ether produced in alter-human bodies are shaped, manifesting into unique powers. But it seems that these organs are locked into processing ether only a single way, and they are only capable of processing ether. Thank you. When I attempted to introduce mana into the organs, they rejected the energy source. How about the other way around? Can you use ether? Said Aldrich. I have been able to absorb ether into mana, though the rate at which I can do this is highly inefficient. I estimate I'm losing 90% of the ether's energy in the conversion, for though the two are similar in function, they are still different. Thank you. I believe over time I can theoretically begin to produce efficient mana crystals using ether, said Flergan. Progress is progress, said Aldrich. And how about changing or affecting alter powers? I believe it is certainly possible. However, it is difficult to analyze alter organs and cells, for they reject any magical attempt to analyze them thoroughly. All blood divinations or alchemical analyses return with no information, said Flergan. Thank you. There is something within these organs and cells that rejects foreign attempts to pry into them. For comparison's sake, it is as if I am some common rogue attempting to pick the lock of a royal dwarven vault. I lack the experience and tools to unlock access to the organs. I see. Aldrich put a hand to his chin before he waved forward an idea. There are alters whose powers fall under the category of editors. They can manipulate or change the powers of others in some way.
Thank you. Would a sample?
Yes, that would most certainly work, said Flergan excitedly. That would be what I require to break through this hurdle. You must obtain this sample for me. Flergan calmed down. Or Ehim, I request such a sample, O Elder. I'll have one to you in 2 days, if things go right, said Aldrich. "Hey boss, you might want to see this," shouted Fisk from the other end of the clearing. There was distinct urgency in his voice.
Thank you.
Aldrich gave Flergan an appreciative nod before he rushed over to Fisk.
What is it? Said Fisk.
"Look at this." Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich and showcased panicked live news broadcasts. A variant was attacking Haven City. It appeared to be an enormous manta ray that flied in the air, casting a bright blue gleam from spines across its back and tail that rained down bolts of destructive lightning that reduced buildings to smoldering rubble. 2 heroes fought the manta in the air.
Thank you.
One dressed like a Roman gladiator that flew about and slashed with a gladius. The other hero flied around with a bulky mech suit that fired barrages of explosive missiles. Despite the 2 heroes' best efforts, the manta shrugged them off. In the midst of this carnage was a panicked reporter on the ground that spoke into his headset while an antenna atop his head sensed danger, letting him dodge rubble. "Reporting to you live from Haven City, where a bee disaster variant has struck." "Thank you. Authorities report that the monster came westward from the Atlantic Ocean, evading panopticon detection nets with some form of concealment. Haven's walls have further been disabled by a powerful electromagnetic pulse, leaving the city reliant on its heroes. On the ground, we have heroes helping in evacuation, and as Haven's 2 favorite heroes, the B-rankers Gladiator and Rocket Man, hold it back, but it isn't looking good. Thank you, but once Haven's heroes finish evacuating, they should be able to help the fight." The reporter's antenna twitched. The manta let loose a ghostly, shrill, siren-like scream that mixed with the already blaring disaster sirens that signaled everyone to evacuate. From its huge gills, large gooey droplets fell, and when they hit the ground, they morphed into living masses of acidic goo that attacked humans indiscriminately. "Thank you." The lower-ranked C, D, and E heroes that evacuated people from broken-down buildings and helped with evacuation now found themselves completely occupied fighting an ever-growing, continuously self-multiplying legion of slimes. What? The reporter ran into an alleyway as he avoided several slimes from reaching out and sucking him into their acidic bodies. Incoming report. The variance threat ranking has gone up to A.
Thank you.
The AA will be sending in additional reinforcements, and the Panopticon has deployed a Class 5 drone response. At that moment, the reporter's antenna twitched again before his eyes widened. The screen turned blue, the same color of the manta's spawned slimes before the feed cut off, a B-class disaster variant, a minus when considering that it could spawn self-replicating slimes for larger-scale destruction. Thank you. Disaster variants still fell into natural or Geist categories, but the difference was that they were strong enough that they required entire groups of heroes to defeat. Generally, a disaster variant required at the minimum 10 heroes of its own threat ranking to reliably take down. They were essentially what raid bosses were in MMOs. If Aldrich remembered correctly, in Haven, there were 255 heroes ranked E to D 50 C rank heroes, and just 2 B rank heroes. Thank you. There was a huge difference between the C and B rank to the point where 1 B rank hero was probably worth more than 10 C rankers, and this variant needed 10 B rankers to beat reliably. Haven was entirely unequipped to deal with a B-ranked disaster variant. If the Manta did not create slimes, then the combined population of C-ranked heroes with its 2 B-rankers could easily beat the variant, but the slimes would keep all the lower-ranked heroes busy to minimize population casualties. Thank you. Aldrich could not do nothing. If Haven suffered any more damage than it did now, then the Red Circle event this Saturday would be impossible to set up. It would take about 1 hour for AA reinforcements to arrive, unless one of the S-rankers decided to be generous and help. 30 minutes for a Panopticon drone fleet to arrive, but a Class 5 drone fleet would take quite some time to kill a variant of this size and scale. Thank you. It would also take Aldrich 30 to 40 minutes to fly out on his Eagle, too late, and he did not want to reveal himself to the public, not yet. But in just 30 minutes, that variant could do massive amounts of damage, and if it reached the Red Circle, Aldrich's plans were all over, or at the very least severely delayed. Aldrich formulated an idea on how to approach this. "Get Casimir on the line," said Aldrich. Got it, boss, Casimir responded almost instantly. Mr. Vane?
Thank you.
How do you do? Said Casimir casually as sirens blared in the background.
I am quite sorry for the noise. There is a variant attack, I know.
Ah, of course. Do not mind my safety, for the Red Circle is quite well guarded and nestled deep in the south side, quite far from the east side harbor districts that are taking the brunt of this untimely attack. Casimir shook his head. I must say, what truly is the Alterhuman Agency and Panopticon doing? Thank you. A creature of this size escapes all detection? And an entire hour for reinforcements to arrive? Are these heroes on sabbatical? Utter nonsense. Casimir sighed. Mr. Vane, I am quite disappointed to say this, but I may have to cancel this Saturday dance. Not happening, said Aldrich. Call up Seth Solar. Tell him unless he gets his ass out there to take care of that thing, he isn't getting any boost. An excellent solution, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. I will do exactly as you say. Thank you. Chapter 62. Seth Solar watched with arms crossed at a wide telescreen broadcast showing a B-class disaster variant wreaking havoc on Haven's streets. He watched with his gang of A-class fellow students in their barracks rec room where previously they had been reviewing combat footage from their training sessions. Don't some of us have to go out there and help? We're technically hero trainees, right? Said Simon Wells, rank 10 A-class student.
Thank you.
He was leanly built with a gleaming red visor around his eyes to help channel his ability to generate kinetic beams. No, we're bottom of the rankings, remember? Said Zayn, rank 8, A-class student and closest to Seth Solar now that Ghost was found dead. Zayn shrugged, the black feather wings on his arms ruffling. They'll never call on a bottom feeder school like us. Plus, Haven Super's Academy is right there. There was distinct sarcasm in Zayn's voice, and for good reason.
Thank you.
Haven Super's Academy was a mediocre super academy, almost at the bottom where Blackwater sat. There was no way any of their trainees could handle a disaster of this caliber. Most likely they were cowering in their academy walls, or, at best, assisting in evacuation. Blackwater, on the other hand, sat at the bottom so as not to attract any attention, not because they were weak. Thank you. In terms of pure combat, its students were all quite capable, and the A rank likely matched the trainees from the top 50 academies. Of course, in other aspects like civilian evacuation, the students were woefully undertrained by design, because what did future villains and mercenaries need to know about saving civilians? But if the entire A-class were unleashed on this variant, then they could destroy it in half an hour tops. Thank you. Seth Solar alone could probably kill it, but then again his power was exponentially higher than anyone else's in his class. The current rank 1 Mel Morales only beat him due to the nature of her force reflecting barriers that used his own power against him. In raw destructive capability, she fell far, far below him. Yeah, Haven Supers? Ha! What a stupid joke, said Evan Harker, rank 15 A-class student and the last of Seth Solar's gang.
Thank you.
Even laughed as he fiddled with parts for his wolf-shaped battle drones. I bet one of my dogs could fuck their top students up. Whoa, look at Gladiator and Rocket Man go, said Zayn. As his avian pupils narrowed down to slits on the telescreen, Gladiator landed on the giant manta's back and stabbed his blade in before flying back, carving out a long scar. Thank you. Unfortunately, said Scar healed near instantly, and a bolt of targeted lightning struck Gladiator from the manta's spines, sending him hurtling down to the ground below. In retaliation, Rocket Man jetted above the manta before firing down a volley of heat-seeking missiles. A cloud of smoke erupted from the ensuing explosion, and out of it another bolt struck Rocket Man head-on. This shorted out Rocket Man's mech suit, causing him to fall down like a rock. Thank you. Dumbass didn't even have EMP protection, said Evan. Look, now he's going to fall to his death. I don't get these heroes, honestly. Why go into a fight you know you're at a disadvantage with? Pointless, if you ask me. Before Rocket Man hit the ground at terminal velocity, Gladiator emerged from a pile of rubble and saved his fellow B-rank hero. Would have been cool to see Rocket Man get crushed in his tin can suit, said Evan. Kinda sweet, though, the way he saved him, said Simon.
Thank you.
He sneered. I bet you they're fucking each other on the down low. Shut up. Seth Solar crossed his arms as he watched the screen intently. He grit his teeth, knowing that if the damage from his manta got any worse, it might hit the red circle where his precious boost was, but Seth could not intervene. He could never, ever show himself in public, as that would reveal that Blackwater, a supposedly bottom-tier school, had a top-class altar in their ranks. Thank you. Not only this, but if word ever got out about his solar blood, then it would cause a shitstorm of bad PR for both the main solar bloodline and Seth. The Solar family was a billion-credit dynasty, propped up largely by the biggest villain organizations. Many of the disasters that Solomon Solar, the shining patriarch, triumphed over were set up by these villain syndicates' caged variants that just happened to escape in populated city centers where Solomon patrolled. Thank you. High-profile villains that Solomon Solar kept beating over and over again after they always mysteriously escaped from jail, often with tips from Solomon Solar himself. Everything was a setup to maximize Solomon Solar's power and position. In return, Solomon Solar was the highest-ranked plant in the AA and gave the Dark Six, the most powerful criminal organizations in the world today, inside information about the AA and Panopticon. Even Seth Solar, in the end, was just a PR tool. Thank you. Once he graduated from Blackwater and worked a few years as a high-profile villain, he was supposed to come out the shadows as Solomon Solar's kidnapped, estranged son who had fallen to villain corruption. Then, after a lengthy fight, Solomon Solar would show the world his resolve and lock up his own son, at which point Seth Solar would enter into Solomon Solar's revolving rogue gallery. Seth Solar's entire life was essentially a marketing scheme for Solomon Solar, but fuck that. Thank you, Seth would obey his evil wretch of a mother, the current headmaster of Blackwater and the one who controlled his entire life. For just a few more years, he would do the villain work and build up his reputation. But when it came time for him to fight Solomon Solar, that heartless, cruel fuck that had forced Seth into this sham of a life, Seth would not hold back. He would kill his father. Then he would show this disgusting world what a true villain was. Thank you. He would make them feel true fear and suffering. For that, he needed boost. As a starter child, Seth reached close to his full potential power from a young age, but in exchange, his power ceiling was not as high as it could be. Unlike, say, current Rank 1 Class A student Mel, Seth could not dramatically improve with training either. In a fight with Solomon Solar, who had honed his powers for over 50 years, Seth would always lose regardless of whether it was staged or not. Thank you. Seth needed boost to make up the difference. Then, he needed to find a way to counter his cryptic weakness so that the higher criminal organizations did not have a way to instantly kill him when he got out of control. Something wrong, Seth? Said Evan, still in a bad mood about Ghost kicking the bucket. Fuck that junkie, said Zayn. He wasn't fit to be with us all those times he jittered, all because he couldn't control himself. Pathetic. Simon took a sip from a can of Kula. Agreed. Thank you. No, I could care less about Ghost, said Seth. What he really cared about was the boost. All of a sudden, Seth received a phone call, his iPhone buzzing in the pocket of his uniform. He took the call. Seth, my golden boy, how do you do? Said Casimir. Casimir? You better not tell me my order's canceled this Saturday, said Seth. You don't know how fucking long I've been waiting for it, and how much I've paid you. Aha, as Lady Luck would have decreed, I was calling you about that. Thank you. You see, Seth, I believe you need to step in here. Why not flex those muscles of yours and drive this creature back, said Casimir. What are you joking, Casimir? I do make quips here and there, but no, my boy, this is no jest. AA reinforcements and Panopticon drones are coming in a half hour, maybe an hour, said Seth. You can't hold out that long? What are all those villains there for show? They can't handle a couple of slime minions on the streets. Thank you. It was not that Seth did not want to rip this variant apart to make sure the red circle was safe. He could not. Revealing his face and powers to the public at this stage was far too early, and he was supposed to be a villain. Saving the city would make him too sympathetic for his later staged conflict with his father. Thank you. If Seth disobeyed these orders, there was no guarantee that the high-ranking criminal organizations that worked with his father would not send assassins with Kryptic against him. I cannot have this beast make a mess of the city before my grand event on Saturday, said Casimir. I understand your position, but could you do me a favor? I will be generous enough to add in additional samples of Boost to your order, as well as fine liquors on tap this Saturday. Seth paused for a moment. Fine.
Thank you. But 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all I'm spending fighting this thing.
He flipped his phone shut and walked out the room.
Where are you going, Seth? This shit's just getting good, said Evan.
Seth did not spare a glance back before he shut the rec room door behind him. Shut the fuck up and wait here until I get back.
Thank you.
Chapter 63, Seth Solar 2. Bonus chapter for getting me to 500 Power Stones, technically 495, but close enough. Seth wore a generic monochrome black villain mask to conceal his identity as he flew straight to Haven at top speed. He could make it to Haven from Blackwater in just 5 minutes. He pierced through the night sky clouds as he shot forward at subsonic speeds. Seth slowed down once he got near the site of destruction.
Thank you.
He looked down from cloud level to see the giant manta letting loose ghostly wails as it rained down another volley of lightning bolts, destroying a dozen more buildings. The manta had just passed Haven's east side harbors, destroying boats, warehouses, apartments, and the general livelihoods of countless dock workers. It now ate away at East Side's residential district as sirens blared. Thank you. Up this high, Seth could make out crowds of tiny little people and cars and heroes all panicked and running away. Lots of corpses buried under bloodied rubble. He could care less about them. What he did worry about was where the manta would go from here. Once the variant reached the city center, it would probably slow down its warpath significantly. Thank you. The city center where the wealthiest of Haven lived had EMP-protected walls with enough firepower and mercenaries hired by rich folk to easily stall out the 30 or so minutes it took for AA and Panopticon reinforcements to arrive. The issue was once the manta found the walls too difficult to breach, it would find somewhere else to go, and then it was a 50-50 chance whether it would go to Northside's manufacturing districts or Southside, where, most importantly, the Red Circle was.
Thank you.
Seth was not about to wait and find out. He took aim at the manta and then flew straight down with his fists planted in front of him. In seconds, he smashed through the manta's back, tearing through the flesh like a living missile before ripping through to the other side. The manta wailed in pain as it started to lose altitude from the lethal wound. Just like that, Seth ended the threat instantly. After all, he was the son of the S-rank hero Solomon Solar.
Thank you. A B-rank threat was nothing to him.
Even if it was a disaster-level variance, Seth landed on solid ground and shook off the disgusting fishy mess of entrails and blood on his plain black bodysuit. This suit was a covert operation, one that lacked any insignia that tied it to Blackwater. In an instant, Seth found annoying lights from news drones shining down at him. Did the media never give up? Thank you. There were countless news drones fried from EMP exposure scattered all across the ground, and yet they kept sending these drones and field reporters to die. Fucking waste of resources. Seth could not use his solar-powered I-beams here to gun down the drones. It would make it far too obvious to draw a connection to the solar bloodline. "You hero, what's your name?" Gladiator shouted as he hobbled up to Seth. His Legionnaire armor was chipped. A burnt red cape trailed behind him.
Thank you.
His gladius sword was snapped in half. "Fuck off before you get hurt," said Seth as he hovered in the air, ready to leave now that his job was done. "Wait, the variant has regeneration. You need to destroy its head," said Gladiator. Seth growled in annoyance. He looked up at the manta as it regenerated the hole in its spine and floated in the air. It wailed before raining down a volley of lightning bolts at Seth.
Thank you.
Over 20 bolts surged down at Seth and exploded in a brilliant blue blast wave that decimated everything in a 40-meter radius, frying news drones, smashing buildings, and sending Gladiator flying from the impact. Seth took in a deep breath as he stood in the midst of a smoking black crater, practically unharmed. Only a few hairs on his head were singed. He bent his knees, took aim at the manta's head, and then shot upwards. Thank you. Instead of smashing through the variant's head as Seth expected, he instead felt massive impact against him as he shot straight back down like a pinball, digging out a deep crater in a concrete sidewalk. This time, he felt solid pain, bruises around his fists and rattling in the bones of his arms. His attack's force had been reflected against him. Seth immediately flew out of his crater, his expression twisted in rage behind the mask. Thank you. He saw a translucent blue crackling barrier around the manta now. The barrier was generated by threads of blue energy generated by its spines, and notably, while it maintained this barrier, it did not rain down lightning bolts. Fucking barriers. I hate this shit, said Seth as he had immediate flashbacks of punching himself. With his own tremendous strength against Mel's golden barriers, he watched as the manta wailed again and started to fly away, down south, wanting to avoid Seth. Thank you. Down where the red circle was. Seth grimaced as he thought about what to do. That was when he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Throw me up there, Seth. Who the fuck? Seth started in alarm as someone identified him. He turned to see a young woman with long golden hair tied into a ponytail and golden eyes that shone through a mask, fashioned into the shape of a horned demon.
Thank you.
She wore a gray-white motorcycle jacket and form-fitting pant leggings that tapered down into mechanical greaves. She held a mid-length sword with a pure golden blade in her right hand. Mel, the fuck you doing here? Said Seth. Same as you, saving the city now, throw me up there. I'm not saving shit, began Seth, but then he stopped. Mel could punch through that barrier. Thank you. Her own barrier-powered directed vector forces. And if she contacted the manta's barrier with her own, she could break down the manta's barrier by scattering the flow of energy that comprised it. She would do all the hard work for him, whatever. Seth held out his arm, and Mel gracefully jumped on his hand before crouching into a compacted ball.
Thank you.
He briefly considered trying to kill her right then and there, but he held back his jealousy and cocked his arm back before throwing her with immense force. She shot straight up, spinning in the air as a golden barrier clung around her skin. Her golden blade shone even brighter, almost appearing to be made with pure energy right. When she contacted the manta's blue shield, she struck with her barrier-coated sword. Thank you. At first, her strike did nothing, but in the next instant, the manta's barrier started to break apart from the point of impact against Mel's sword, creating a gap through which she could move through. Mel's greaves then released thrusters that shot her forward as she sliced into the manta's brain from below, using a flurry of expertly trained slices, using accelerated force vectors on the barrier coating her blade to make it impossibly sharp. Seth watched and scoffed at this gesture of heroism. Thank you. Once there was a time when he also wanted to be a hero like that, when he was young enough that he thought his life was his own to live, but that shit was for idiots who didn't know how the world really was, for carefree fucks that actually had a choice. Seth lingered, watching Mel kill the manta, but all of a sudden, the manta faded away. Its body started to spatially collapse into itself as if it was being sucked into a black hole.
Thank you.
Mel, in surprise, backed off, using the thrusters on her greaves to stop herself from free falling. In the next instant, the manta just disappeared. It had teleported. Seth checked his iPhone where the AA kept a map with live satellite tracking on the manta. It did not pop up anywhere in Haven. It had completely fled. Good. Then his job was done here. Plus, Mel could handle this on her own, and he did not want to waste time so that news drones could capture more video of him.
Thank you.
Seth floated for a moment, then sped off disappearing into the sky as he turned into a speeding black blur shooting through the clouds. How interesting, said Aldrich, as he watched the entire battle through the eyes of his grave ward. He had only ever heard of Seth Solar's power, but now he had seen it himself. The rumors were true. Seth Solar truly was an immense threat, overwhelming strength that could instantly punch through the hide of a B-class disaster variant. Thank you. Not to mention that he had not even used his solar beams. Aldrich noted curiously that his active quest for vengeance changed upon these observations. Recalculating rewards for quest vengeance based on host experiences. Death of Seth, Solar 1000 EXP, 800 coin, greater than 20,000 EXP, 15,000 coin. Defeating that human will be difficult, said Valera. I have not seen strength of that magnitude in quite some time. It rivals that of top-class warriors from our old world. Yes, said Aldrich. Thank you. But don't worry, Valera. I'll be dealing with him quite soon, and all the rewards and satisfaction his death will offer will soon be mine. Aldrich noted the presence of Mel Morales, current rank 1, A-class student. She had no incentive to be at the attack site, and yet she was there to fight the Manta. Not only that, but she now worked at ground level, guiding civilians to evacuation zones while cutting down leftover slimes. Thank you. Soon, though, once authorities and heroes caught up to the scene, she would probably leave. He wondered about her, her motives, her purpose. Perhaps in the future, when it came to destroying Blackwater, she could be an ally of some sorts. Chapter 64, Calm Before the Emerald Storm. Aldrich hovered in the air on his alloy wing eagle with Valera behind him. One of his ghasts was tethered to him, preventing anyone from capturing footage or photos of him. Thank you. Valera tentatively wrapped her arms around his waist and nodded her head from side to side in happiness. Meanwhile, he looked down to witness the chaos below. There were thin, packed streets lined with hastily built shacks, shops, and stalls littered with fire, smoke, rubble, and roving slime creatures. Here, people whimpered and screamed as they ran away from slimes or cowered in homes that were broken down from disrepair far before this recent disaster variant attack. Thank you. These were the project's ghettos where dud populations were corralled to live in under government subsidy. Here they suffered from neglect across all sectors of society. At the top, the city governments barely provided for them. They had a few city and nationwide government programs that subsidized altars, and the most visible of these programs were the housing projects where the city built mega apartments for duds to live in for highly subsidized or even free rent. Thank you. This sounded good in practice, but because these mega apartments had no real long-term profit potential, the manufacturing companies that sucked up contracting money to build them abandoned them once they were done. Not to mention that these apartments were built with zero care. Their rooms were impossibly cramped, stacked tightly together to try and shove in as many duds in as small an area as possible. Thank you. Each building had no thought for decoration. They were just concrete and steel, dull gray, featureless spires that looked like prisons villains would get locked up in. Over the years, these mega apartments, already built with less than stellar standards, fell to increasing amounts of disrepair. On top of this, duds in the projects faced high crime rates from low-life alters who wanted to steal what little powerless duds already had. Thank you. To put insult to injury, project neighborhoods also faced discrimination from city police forces that did little to nothing to help duds. The only people that helped keep these neighborhoods even remotely safe were assigned supers, but for project neighborhoods, the patrol pay, and subsequently the quality of the supers patrolling, was low.
Thank you.
Most of these supers were either highly idealistic first-timers, fresh out of some mid- to low-tier academy who needed a safe job to start out with, or disgruntled older supers that cared less and less about protecting the neighborhood as the years passed. Either way, any heroes patrolling here were weak. E rank, mostly D rank at best. More screams littered the air as a gathering of slimes surrounded a small ramen shack, inching close to a family of elderly husband, wife, and grandchild.
Thank you.
Aldrich shook his head. Since the manta disappeared, the slimes it produced stopped self-replicating, meaning that the many EDC heroes left could start rapidly clearing their numbers out with the aid of armed police. But of course, nobody gave a shit about the projects here. Slimes still ran rampant.
Get me down there,
said Aldrich. The eagle flapped its wings and dove down. When Aldrich was 24 meters above the ramen shack, he jumped off with Valera. Thank you. He landed on solid, cracked, concrete sidewalk with a roll to disperse impact while Valera aimed her fall so that she landed with a solid, downward punch on a slime, completely splattering it apart and smashing the concrete below. 8 blue slimes started to extend tendrils towards Aldrich and Valera. Aldrich casted 8 chill bolts in rapid-fire succession from both his hands. In just 1 second, all of the 8 slimes were completely frozen over, suspended in icy still motion. Thank you. 32 mana, 183, 183, 18 threes greater than 151, 18 3, 8x Manta Slimes defeated, plus 40 EXP bar, 402,000 greater than 442,000. Not a bad rate of EXP gain, thought Aldrich as he looked at his status screen. But regardless, he was not here to efficiently farm. He was here to meet Casimir, and while at it, have Valera clear this neighborhood out of slimes with the ghast attached to prevent surveillance.
Thank you.
The owner of the ramen shop, a slight, middle-aged man with far too many wrinkles on his face for someone of his age, came out and bowed his head several times. Thank you. Thank you so much, hero. Aldrich stared at him through his phantasmal mask. The man's wife, a woman of similar age and similar stress-induced wrinkling, thanked him too while making their child, a little boy of about 5, bow. Monster, shrieked the child as he looked at Aldrich's mask and equipment. Thank you. The mother covered her child's mouth in panic, not wanting to offend Aldrich. Aldrich was not offended, but Valera, you would dare to insult him as a monster. After he has saved your short and unworthy lives, began Valera. It's all right, said Aldrich. He's a child, and he's scared. Valera calmed at Aldrich's voice and stood her killing intent down. He had forgotten the lack of value she placed on human lives. Thank you. She was freely willing to unleash bloodlust against humans as she considered them lesser beings. You must be refugees from the Fukushima attack. Life must have been hard, said Aldrich, trying to diffuse the trembling fear that Valera had instilled in the family. 5 years ago, a U.S.-ranked disaster variant struck Fukushima, Japan, drawn in by the city's nuclear energy. The ensuing destruction it caused made Fukushima uninhabitable, causing a mass influx of refugees.
Thank you.
Yes, very, very hard. But that doesn't mean we have nothing, said the man. He rifled through his pockets, scrapping up a few credit chips. Here, this isn't much, but this should be good. Aldrich shook his head. No, I'm going to clear this street of slimes, and because they aren't replicating anymore, it should be safe. Stay in here. A reinforcements and pan-up drones should be coming. Where's the hero that's supposed to be patrolling the projects, cowboy? The man spat in the ground. Thank you, he does nothing for us. Probably already ran away. I see. Stay safe. Aldrich nodded and made a mental note to address this cowboy later. He sympathized with the plight of the innocent, especially the duds that had suffered just like him. He knew he had to place his own safety and survival above all else, but that did not mean he could use his power to alleviate some of their suffering. At the very least, it was what Adam and Elaine would have wanted. Aldrich left with Valera.
Thank you.
He headed north, towards the red circle. He hovered above at a casual pace on his alloy wing eagle and gave Valera a single command. Destroy the slimes, you see. Make it quick. My pleasure, said Valera. She then turned into a blur as she sped forwards. Whenever Valera encountered a slime, she would annihilate them. She coated her hands in a bright red aura of blood that imparted explosive effects to her punches, and these destroyed the gooey bodies of the slimes instantly. Thank you. Aldrich did not try extensively to clear the entirety of the projects, only the few neighborhoods he walked through. These ones were the most exposed as they housed the duds that were too poor even to live in mega complexes, needing to live in rough shacks exposed to monster attacks. The slimes could not get through mega complexes once their doors were blocked and barred, rendering those within relatively safe. Plus, there were not that many slimes. Thank you. Almost all of them were concentrated in the east side. The ones this far south in Haven were stragglers dropped by odd chance. For the next 20 minutes, Aldrich hovered in the air on his eagle as he watched Valera blitz through the neighborhoods at super speed. She zipped from one shack to the other, splattering slimes that harassed them, leaving civilian duds confused at how they had been saved. By the end of this, Valera had killed a total of 70 slimes. 70 Manta slimes defeated.
Thank you.
plus 35 EXP. EXP bar. 442,000 greater than 792,000. Of course, the blocks around the red circle were completely clear of slimes, as the nightclub was basically a military compound guarded with valets that acted as sentry towers with a small army of villains and mercenaries to boot. Near the red circle, Aldrich had the eagle fly off while he changed into his suit, while Valera dematerialized her armor and into her dress set. Thank you. The ghast, too, he sent away, tethering to the eagle to keep the undead variant a secret. Aldrich passed by the valet guard with no issue, for they recognized him now. At the entrance of the red circle, he met a familiar face. "Welcome back, Mr. Vane," said Hirondelle, her violet eyes gleaming as she smiled and bowed. "Business meeting," said Aldrich. "Already so soon? Casimir must take quite a liking to you. I have never seen him meet so much with the same client," said Hirondelle.
Thank you.
"Maybe I'm just a people person," said Aldrich. "Right this way." Hirondelle led Aldrich and Valera through with a small escort of staff. Some of them brought refreshments like towels, water, and fruits. But Aldrich and Valera ignored these and headed straight to Casimir's office. There, Aldrich passed 2 guards, one of which was Walters, the giant waiter flanking the office door. "Mr. Vane, here to finalize the details of our event, I presume," said Casimir. "Thank you." He was turned away, watching a news broadcast from a deluxe widescreen wall-mounted telescreen. There, the news reported that the Manta had been beaten back by 2 mysterious vigilantes, showcasing zoomed-in video footage of Mel and a few still pictures of Seth Solar.
Thank you.
It also reported that the Panopticon's VSSA, Variant Sensor Satellite Array, could not track down the disaster variant, determining that because it could not detect any ether signature, that the variant had died, its natural regeneration unable to keep up with its wounds. "You presume correctly?" said Aldrich. He and Valera sat in plush velvet chairs in front of Casimir's desk. Aldrich stared at a tall, blonde-haired woman by Casimir's side. "Thank you." By the way, she held a laptop at her side like it was a part of her. He could tell she was his secretary. He gave her a look, and Casimir understood immediately. "Blanca, my dear, can you leave the room for some time? Those invitation cards you drew up look marvelous. Go ahead and send them out," said Casimir. Blanca nodded and left, but not before giving Aldrich and Valera an emotionless, analyzing look. "Your secretary, yes?" said Aldrich. "For 10 years now," said Casimir. "Thank you. A most wonderful woman who I would consider more precious than my very own hands. 10 years? That's quite some time. A business venture such as the Red Circle takes years and luck to build, Mr. Vane, though I am sure you of all people know that." Casimir's emote face smiled. "Thank you. But what all these successful entrepreneurs, these men and women who are the face of their mega corporations or rising ventures, do not like to mention is that their success was not carved out alone, no matter how much they wish to claim. So, always, always there is someone behind them, someone that gave them the inspiration, the funds, the opportunities, the support." Casimir paused. "The comfort. Nobody can stand at the top without first having others raise them on their shoulders first."
Thank you.
Valera nodded happily, thoroughly agreeing with Casimir. "That's a surprising level of humility. I hope you do not take offense to this, but I did not expect that from you," said Aldrich. "I came from nothing, scrounging about on the streets of Haven, begging and stealing to see another day," said Casimir wistfully. He then looked down at his dazzling rings, gold watch, and bracelets, "and because I came from nothing, I understand truly how to appreciate everything."
Thank you. But enough about my biography. I'm not important enough for that.
"Business, business. That is what we are here for. No. Now, Mr. Vane, what did you want from me?"
Nothing much, said Aldrich. It seems like you've been handling everything excellently. The event is still on for this Saturday?
"Yes, indeed," said Casimir. "The turnout was smaller than I hoped, perhaps about 40 villains, and unfortunately, the Butcher will be the only one to come from a high-ranking organization." "Thank you." "The Butcher is all I need," said Aldrich. "And Seth Solar? What has he said since beating back that variant?" "Ah, Seth. That hot-headed boy, he is still quite willing to come. In fact, he has been hounding me on the phone about offering not just 5, but 10 samples of Boost, this on top of a requested VIP table at your event. Give him whatever he wants, so long as it gets him and his friends to come, said Aldrich. This would be Seth Solar's last few pleasures in life. Thank you, akin to a final meal served to a death row prisoner prior to execution. At this point, you should have no worries about Seth, said Casimir. In fact, I have managed to woo a good majority of the A-class in Blackwater. Good, said Aldrich, once again, incredible work, Casimir. You've managed to do all this in what, a span of a day? Efficiency is king in today's fast-paced world, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. Aldrich materialized the Death Lord's sign stone. Thank you. The glowing green diadem-shaped rock shone from his palm? My, what is that? Said Casimir, as he leaned in, his emote face turning into one of scrutiny with a raised brow. To start off the event, I'll be making a short speech on the performance stage at the head of the dance floor. I want this projected for all to see on the performance stage screen, said Aldrich. Consider this a business card of sorts, something I would give to people when I bid them a proper goodbye.
Thank you, of course, Mr. Vane.
I will tailor the entire event to be, in the theme of emeralds, yes, said Casimir, to match this wonderful lustrous glimmer of green. I'll trust your marketing sense on that, said Aldrich. I wanted to request that my wife and I stay here until the event. I want to be there in person before it all begins, ready to make my speech.
Thank you.
I also want to address a few more matters of business, specifically in seeing whether I can become a partner in this business venture of yours. Becoming a partner meant Aldrich would effectively be the face of this organization along with Casimir. This way, he would not only get a huge split of the Red Circle's profits, but it would also put him on the face of the organization, or more accurately, his Bruce Vane alter ego. Thank you. Aldrich had taken a liking to Casimir and the man's quick wits and efficiency. He wanted to preserve Casimir for after this Saturday, where, if everything went well, the Red Circle would be no more, its connections to all villain organizations severed. However, there was nothing stopping Casimir from rebranding and rebuilding the Red Circle with Aldrich's support. Aldrich knew there were many like him vigilantes who did not fit with either supers or villains. Thank you. Those that wanted to do right outside the scope of the law, he would, in time, with Casimir's help, create a space for them to find purpose. Not to mention that with Casimir heading a business organization under Aldrich, his issue with raising credits for his supposedly wealthy Bruce Vane alter ego would completely disappear. Aldrich waited for Casimir's answer to this partnership.
Thank you.
With Casimir under Flurgan's powerful mental suggestion, he would be positively inclined to anything Aldrich said. However, this did not mean Casimir was utterly brainwashed. Casimir would take the vast majority of Aldrich's suggestions and follow them, but if something was too risky for both himself and Aldrich, then he could oppose the decision. Like this, Aldrich allowed Casimir to exercise his high level of judgment, for Aldrich knew he did not know everything. Thank you. An opposing opinion, especially one from someone capable like Casimir, was always valuable. A partner? Casimir tossed and turned this suggestion in his mind for several seconds. That could be arranged. However, Mr. Vane, your investments are still in the shadows. Any liability that occurs from mismanagement in the Red Circle falls solely upon my shoulders to blame. If you establish yourself as my partner, however, there will be many prying syndicate eyes upon your back.
Thank you.
That's fine, Casimir, said Aldrich. After this event on Saturday, everything will change. When that happens, you won't be worrying about my safety. No, you'll be thankful for yourself that you have a position as my protected partner. Casimir drew his hands together and his voice grew lower, more serious. I am not saying anything, Mr. Vane, but if something extreme happens this Saturday, then I cannot guarantee that you will not become a target. I see.
Thank you.
So you already know what I'm planning, said Aldrich. He had intentionally left out that he planned on wiping out everyone on Saturday to try and keep Casimir working for him without complaints. But it seemed like Casimir knew what was up. Not only that, but Casimir was willing to see it through with Aldrich. Of course, if Casimir complained too much, he would have had Flare Gun fully mind control the man. Thank you. Aldrich might have been willing to compromise and discuss at length about other issues with Casimir, but this Saturday night of vengeance was one thing he would never compromise on. But it was good that Casimir was willing to work with Aldrich even now. You hide it very, very well, Mr. Vane, but I know the gleam of vengeance when I see it. You can always see it in the eyes, said Casimir. His emote face smiled. It is a sight with which I am intimately acquaintanced with. Thank you. Again, I do not mind aiding your vengeance, especially if you promise me protection. So long as I am alive, I can reallocate my assets and enter into different business ventures. I was thinking of retiring with my fortune in a few years with Blanca in any case. She deserves the rest and peace, but your safety. You have no need to worry about that, Casimir. And remember, this is a partnership. You have more years left in that capable head of yours. Years working with me, said Aldrich. Thank you. He reached out a hand, and Casimir took it in a tight handshake. And together I guarantee we can make sure that those of us who came from the streets, those of us who were beaten and spat on, have a chance to see some of the good we enjoy now. Chapter 65. Bonus A Certain Report. Friday, November 5th, 2017, 2:21 p.m.
Thank you.
Alter Agency Outpost in Haven City Center. Brent McAllister, current director of the AA's Haven Outpost, sat in a sterile white conference room with a group of high-level personnel, or the highest level it could get in a Tier 3 city like Haven. They sat about in sleek black chairs that screamed corporate aesthetic as they watched a panopticon researcher present his findings. Thank you. As you all know, the Panopticon's variant detection network is thorough but not perfect, especially when it comes to the ocean or subterranean threats. Even before the altering, humanity had yet to discover even 5% of the Earth's vast oceans, and that problem is still the same now. Ocean exploration may even be more difficult in this modern era, considering the powerful variants that tend to lurk there, said the researcher with a droning voice.
Thank you.
He had on a distinctive white lab coat emblazoned with an insignia showcasing a black pyramid with an eye encased inside, the logo of the Panopticon.
Skip with this introductory bullshit,
said Brent as he waved his steaming coffee mug impatiently. And tell me how the Panopticon fucked us over. You do know that the AA has to pay for this disaster, right? Thank you. We might be the only multinational organization out there subsidized by every country, but our funds aren't unlimited and we rely on the goodwill of the people for donations and support. Shit like this does not send a show of confidence to our investors. I must inform you that the Panopticon also shoulders some costs, began the researcher. I must inform you, Brent mocked the researcher's soft-spoken tone before returning to his loud and brash mode of speaking. Thank you. You know damn well that the Panopticon doesn't need to pay shit. It's got leverage over everyone and anything, skyfields and tech and all. One phenomenon noted among variants was that there were precious few that flew above a certain atmospheric range, making them entirely rooted to the Earth. The only exception was when variants were attacked from near orbit or orbit, at which point they would start to adapt high flight capabilities in response to the severity of the attack they received.
Thank you.
This meant that orbital bombardments were highly risky because it initiated an arms race where variants would evolve orbit-capable flight, and humanity was far less equipped to deal with orbit-based attacks than variants and their more expendable numbers. This variant adaptiveness to attack was also why the AA and Panopticon used nuclear weaponry extremely sparingly. Thank you. Anytime a nuke was thrown out, a variant would spawn, often from the radioactive energy of the fallout zone that was even harder to deal with than what the nuke wiped out in the first place. This meant that Panopticon run skyfields, massive, controlled dome environments where large tracts of food were grown in the high atmosphere, where variants did not conventionally reach, could make up for food shortages from large swathes of destroyed farmland across the world.
Thank you.
Skyfields made the Panopticon untouchable because no country in the world would ever risk alienating the Panopticon and their food supplies, not to mention their monopoly over variant surveillance and large-scale drone mobilization against variant attacks. The Alter Agency, on the other hand, had to deal with daily protests over some hero doing some stupid thing here, some failed rescue there, some villain this, and some variant that.
Thank you.
And now more than ever, in the post-Vanguard era of heroes, things were getting worse and worse. More villains, not just thugs using their powers for stupid selfish needs, but legitimately organized and powerful organizations rose in strength. More and more variant attacks, many of which were becoming ever more dangerous.
Thank you.
The ant colony attack on South Korea that killed hundreds of thousands a couple of years ago was just one of a dozen such incidents throughout the world in just the past 20 years alone. The worst thing about all this was the pay cuts Brent had taken. Over the years, he had had to downgrade his fleet of 10 high-end sports cars down all the way to 2. "I feel for your struggles, Mr. McAllister. I truly do," said the researcher as he maintained neutral professionalism in his voice. "Thank you. But you must understand that the Panopticon and AA are under a partnership. Accountability goes both ways. If you had not ignored early warning signs, then you would have already had a Class 5 drone response within city boundaries by the time of the B-Class disaster variance attack. Granted, a Class 5 drone attack cannot halt a B-Class disaster variant by itself, but it would have eliminated the threat of its amorphous liquid ground army."
Thank you.
Brent opened his mouth to talk back, but the researcher raised a firm hand to stop him. "I must continue this report," said the researcher, his steely gray eyes turning surprisingly cold, oozing power and threat that made Brent stay quiet and listen. He pointed with a metallic arm at a map of Haven. As you know, Haven is a port city that borders the Atlantic Ocean, making it high risk for aquatic variant attacks. "Thank you. Aquatic variants are especially difficult to trace, for our satellite arrays cannot detect under the ocean. However, our coast detection nets should sense the approach of variants from within a 50-mile radius stretching out from the coastline. This specific variant managed to clear a straight path through several underwater sensor towers, utilizing a unique electromagnetic pulse that bypassed prior EMP shielding. Thank you. By the time the variant reached shallow enough waters for our satellite arrays to pick up on, it could utilize a form of spatial warp to reach Haven before an apt response could be formulated. Now, Mr. McAllister, the Panopticon will ignore the fact that your outpost received report of downed sensor towers and ignored requests for hero investigations a full 2 hours before the attack began. You can't blame us on that. We've been cutting costs. Thank you. Do you know how hard it is to cough up heroes at a moment's notice like that? The logistics involved in it, protested Brent. The researcher raised a hand again, silencing Brent. Of course. What's past is past, and the point of this report is not to place blame. As you all know, 2 vigilantes halted the attack when B-rank heroes, Gladiator and Rocketman, were incapacitated. Vigilantes scoffed one of the executives. They ought to be round up and rotting in prison. Thank you. Without regulation, they're just as good as villains, plus they don't make us any money. The B-Class disaster variant, which we have coded in our system as the Shock Manta, was not confirmed killed, continued the researcher, ignoring the executive. However, its energy signature has faded away entirely, indicating that it is very likely dead, or at the worst, recovering from injuries. Thank you. As you know, there's a high chance that a variant attack of this scale generates an aftershock effect, drawing variants for often second or even third attacks. In the case that the Shock Manta itself recovers, or there is an aftershock, the Panopticon and the central AA headquarters has determined it fit to station 2 A-class heroes and a Class 3 drone fleet in Haven for the next week. Brent smiled widely. Now that's more like it, finally ensuring the safety of the people.
Thank you.
He said this, but his mind wasn't on the people. It was on his next fat paycheck. A-class heroes were extremely expensive to field. The gap between a C and B-class hero was already sizable, but the gap between a B and A-class was liable to be akin to an entire canyon. And a class hero could destroy a B-class disaster variant solo. In fact, beating a B-class disaster variant solo was one of the main ways to become an A-class hero. Thank you. Haven's city government would no doubt have to shell out massive amounts of credits on the order of millions to hire 2 A heroes on contract, and some of that money would trickle down to Brent and his execs. The people are always our main objective, said the researcher. But I believe you are misunderstanding this situation somewhat for your incompetence in dealing with the shock Manta attack. You will not receive any bonus for the heroes.
Thank you.
The cost of their contracts will be entirely subsidized by the Panopticon, for Haven has suffered enough. Rather, Central AAHQ has determined another pay cut for you. Details about this will be sent to you through an AA representative. Now, if you will excuse me. The researcher left the silent and dumbfounded room of execs with a brisk step, his gray eyes not sparing a single extra glance at them. Chapter 66. The party begins, 11 p.m. Thank you. Saturday, November 6th, 2117, Red Circle Nightclub. Usually, the entrance to the Red Circle was marked by, well, a red circle. Specifically, a glowing red neon circle emblazoned with bright confidence above its wide, tinted glass doorway. Whenever this circle lit red in the weekends, it promised a good time, whether through nightlife partying or under-the-table illegal business deals. Tonight, though, the red circle was lit wholly green.
Thank you.
Even the red carpet leading into the nightclub had been replaced with an emerald green, gold-tasseled carpet. A line of diverse people funneled out from the doors waiting to step inside. From an immediate glance, anyone could tell that everyone waiting in this line had blood on their hands. Thank you. Many of them were dressed up in emerald-themed suits and dresses, but beyond that finery, it was easy to tell from sharp, predatory gazes, visible scars, calloused hands, and weaponized cybernetics that everyone here knew what combat looked like. Villains, on special occasions. The Red Circle held special events where it closed itself off from the general clubbing crowd and allowed invited members only to sit in and enjoy the finest foods, drinks, and company that Haven could offer. Thank you. This was the first special event in 3 months, and the villains here were eager and impatient to get in. For lower-ranking villains that occupied the E, D, and C rank totem pole, the Red Circle was perhaps one of the best ways to get connected to better-paying jobs and potentially work up to the B rank. Just like how there was a massive difference between C-rank heroes and B-rank heroes, the same was true for villains.
Thank you.
The amount of money and job security a B-ranked villain received was incomparable to lesser-ranked villains that often had to routinely risk their lives and freedom just to get by. What's taking so damn long? Said a mutant category alter whose mutation had made him grow porcupine-like quills instead of hair. He impatiently watched as people at the front of the line filed in one by one. Almost immediately, a Red Circle staff member approached with a pleasant smile. Thank you. Her eyes shone a striking violet as she reached a platter out with a full glass of champagne. My deepest apologies, sir. As you are aware, tonight's event is in held of a new partner and investor who values security and privacy greatly. Security screenings are a little more thorough than they usually are. The porcupine villain took the champagne glass and downed it in one shot with 0 class. He heavily placed the glass back on the platter. Thank you. Well, hope this big shot investor believes in some good old trickle-down economics, 'cause I'm itching for a new security job. Ha! Like he'd hire you, Porcupine. You almost beat your last employer half to death, said another villain. Shut up. The bastard decided he wouldn't pay me after I saved his ass. I gotta feed myself too. I do wish you the greatest of luck in that regard, said the staff member, as she bowed and tended to other disgruntled villains.
Thank you.
At the head of the line, a tall, pale-skinned, dark-haired, black and red-eyed woman smiled as she manned the front door with several Red Circle staff. Her prettiness was such that it was almost charming, and any man or even woman who gazed into those crimson eyes of hers long enough felt quite incentivized to do as she asked. What she asked was very simple. Do you want to join this party? And of course everyone would say yes, because why wouldn't they? This was what they were here for. Thank you. Each time a villain said yes, a staff member would wrap a green wristband around their wrists, which would then manifest a shiny green sigil. By midnight, 45 villains had entered the Red Circle and bustled about on the dance floor. Inside, the lighting was again green, dim enough to set a partying mood, but bright enough for people to see each other and make conversation. Glasses of wine, liquor, and champagne flowed like water as red circle servers worked efficiently and properly. Thank you. Music played in the background, elegant instrumental and orchestral music that set quite the sophisticated tone. This tone made the usually rough and rowdy crowd of villains behave at their utmost best, keeping from shouting or cursing or fighting. The invitation they received said that a certain Mr. Bruce Vain, an incredibly wealthy man, had become a partner in the Red Circle and wanted to host a party not only to celebrate his partnership, but also to find talent to add to his security team. Thank you. Working as security for a rich man was an incredible opportunity for all the villains within. No longer would they have to risk their lives doing odd jobs and heists. Now, if they got lucky and made a good impression on Mr. Vain, they could sit back in a mansion while they guarded a rich man who paid them well. On the second floor, VIP tables were set up on balconies overlooking the dance floor. In one of these tables sat a duo of men dressed in white and red suits. Thank you. One of these men barely fit in his suit, his portly belly practically bulging out of his dress shirt buttons, but his incredibly muscled arms made it clear that his bulk was not all fat. His face was pudgy and disfigured with scars, his mouth torn to show off sharp, animal-like teeth. This was the B-rank villain known as the Butcher, famous for the brutality of his kills and his expertise in torture, one of the Trident's most trusted associates in getting those unwilling to talk. Thank you. Beside him sat a more presentable, normal-looking man with a goatee, gel-spiked hair, and squinty red eyes that made it seem like he was suspicious of anything he looked at. This was the Butcher's connector, basically his handler, who waited impatiently to sign off on a few contracts for Butcher's service. At other tables sat Seth Solar, his crew, and several members of Blackwater's A-class. Notably, Mel Morales, current rank 1, was not there.
Thank you.
Everyone made small talk, but what they were really interested in was this new investor, this Bruce Vain, who had managed to become a partner in the Red Circle, one of the more well-known villain connecting establishments throughout the United States. How many millions upon millions of credits had it taken? And who were the lucky few in this room who he was going to hire? The green lights in the room dimmed and the music stopped, making everyone go quiet.
Thank you.
The performance stage at the head of the dance floor elevated with a mechanical whir before projecting the image of a green diadem. Casimir stepped out from the backstage curtains with a flourish. When he reached the front of the stage, he bowed, and as if on cue, a panel opened up before him that retracted out a mic. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a night out in the Emerald City," said Casimir.
Thank you, though unlike in Oz, the emeralds, the wealth you see, is very, very much real. No green goggles needed.
Casimir snapped his fingers into the mic, and several red circle servers dressed in green suits and dresses funneled into the dance floor, passing out expensive drinks and food platters. A round of applause went around for Casimir as all the villains respected him.
Thank you.
He had boosted many a villain from the lower ranks to high ranks, not to mention directly nurturing many hoodlums from the street into villains, with enough professionalism to net clients regularly. But the fine spirits and aperitifs and hors d'oeuvres you enjoy now are not from me. No, they are served on order of my new partner, Mr. Bruce Vain. It is a funny thing, this partnership. I once thought I would never have one.
Thank you.
Not that I was against the idea, mind you. I simply could not find a partner I could wholly trust in. But Mr. Vain has met my expectations and much, much more. So without further ado, I will introduce you to the man of the hour, Bruce Vain. Casimir bowed out and the performance stage dimmed. Aldrich watched through the backstage curtains as the stage dimmed, awaiting his expected presence. He did not wear any equipment. Instead, he was in his suit.
Thank you.
He did not need anything more for tonight. He took in a deep breath to calm himself, even though his undead heart did not truly beat. This was it. This was the moment he was waiting for. Vengeance, judgment, justice. Aldrich looked at a counter in his status screen, party members 57. They had all given their consent to join this party, and their wristbands gleamed with the sigil that marked them out as Aldrich's party members, 45 villains. 10 A-class Blackwater students.
Thank you.
And the butcher and his handler, everyone he wanted dead in one room. Aldrich touched chest, feeling the hard surface of the phylactery beneath his suit. The chrysalis by now had merged enough with the phylactery that its dimensional space was the size of a small room, easily enough to fit in Adam and Elaine for this final stretch. It felt almost surreal to have come this far in just 1 week, to have vengeance for the taking right before him. He found himself second-guessing.
Thank you.
Had he planned everything out properly? Was this going to work? He felt a hand squeeze his shoulder.
Master,
said Valera. She drew close to Aldrich, and in her glamorous black dress, she looked absolutely stunning. Are you worried? No, just slightly overwhelmed. I always thought ahead, always planned, but I guess there was some part of me that never believed that I would make it this far, said Aldrich. Of course you would make it this far. You are my one and only master. Thank you. The only man I have deemed worthy of serving for all eternity and beyond. If not you, then who else at the very least? I believed in you from the start with all my heart, said Valera. I know, said Aldrich. He looked into Valera's black and red eyes, and thank you. Without you backing me, protecting me, I wouldn't be here. You should not thank me for performing my sworn duty as a knight. Valera patted out creases in Aldrich's suit and smiled at him. You look wonderful, master.
Thank you.
I am eager to see you bathe in carnage tonight. She then looked directly at Aldrich, and he looked directly at her, because she was so busy fixing his clothes. She had not noticed how close their faces were, their cold breath intertwining together. Valera's eyes widened, her body stiff and tense, waiting. Not now, said Aldrich as he drew back. I still have to finish what I started. Of course, my master, I understand, said Valera. She smiled coyly. Not now, is it? Then later?
Thank you.
Later. Aldrich smiled back at her before his expression set into seriousness. He materialized his phantasmal mask and put it on. Then he stepped out of the curtains, and as he did so, green spotlights hit him, lighting his each and every step to the microphone. Applause spread throughout the room as the mystery investor finally showed himself. Aldrich looked down at the crowd of villains before him, seeing the desire in their eyes at how they wanted his supposed credits.
Thank you.
He looked up at the butcher who picked his teeth with a claw-like nail, ignoring everything below. He met a glance with Seth Solar before Seth looked away, more interested in drinking more liquor and eyeing the small case of boost vials on his table. Aldrich raised his hand, and the applause died down. First off, I want to thank all of you for making it here. You have no idea how thankful I am to see all of you gathered here like this, said Aldrich, his voice projecting throughout the room.
thank you.
A smaller voice modulating mic hidden beneath Aldrich's mask changed his normally neutral-pitched voice into one far deeper. I don't intend to take you away from this party of mine for long. I just wanted to give a quick foreword before we began. Aldrich reached into his coat pocket and materialized the Death Lord's sign stone. He held it up in the air, and everyone stared at it, wondering what it was. This is a precious possession of mine, said Aldrich. Thank you. To me it represents my hopes and dreams, a symbol of a trial to overcome and reach greatness. Aldrich paused, and then his voice grew even deeper, gaining a sharp, threatening edge to it that made everyone in the room shiver. But to you it represents your death, your judgment before confusion could hit. Aldrich activated the sign stone, and the light from it burst out.
Thank you.
The wristbands around each villain started to glow, reacting to the sign stone, and before anyone could think about running, the green light engulfed everyone, leaving the once bustling dance floor completely and utterly empty. Chapter 67, A Night of Dying. A commotion rose through the emptied-out dance floor from the Red Circle's many servers. They were standing in the sidelines, in the shadows, waiting for Bruce Vane's speech to end. But now, everyone had disappeared.
Thank you.
Casimir took the steps up to the performance stage, getting back to the mic. Spotlights tracked his movements. When he looked down, he saw not the faces of the villains he had served throughout the years, but his precious staff, all those he had taken from the streets, from brothels, from dens of addiction, from pits of debt, and given them training and purpose.
Thank you.
They looked up at him for answers, for to them he was their guiding light in a criminal underworld where darkness snuffed out even the smallest flickers of hope. I regret deeply that I did not inform all of you of this turn of events beforehand, said Casimir. It is not that I did not trust you all, my dear, most valued staff. I simply wish to keep all knowledge of this surprise to a minimum for assurance purposes. Was this the right choice, Casimir? Said Hirondelle.
Thank you.
She unpinned mauve hair she usually kept up tied in a professional bun, letting long, curled locks spill down to her shoulders, framing her striking, glowing, bright, violet eyes. With this, you have made yourself an enemy of every syndicate. You will be a target. We will all be targets. I have always said I do not take risks. For the first time in my life I have taken one. I must say it feels thrilling. Thank you. I can understand why those I thought once as impulsive and foolish act the way they do, throwing themselves into the pit of risk for that precious glimmer of reward. Casimir's emote face smiled. But I understand not all of you are here to fall into these pits of risk with me, and that is why I am giving all of you the option to terminate your employment to me. You will no longer be affiliated with the Red Circle, and I shall see to it that your safety is guaranteed. Thank you. You need not walk through the valley of the shadow of death with me, for unlike an omnipotent deity, I cannot guarantee you will fear no evil. Casimir Walters' stern, guttural voice rang through the floor, projecting with powerful lungs that made it seem as if he was on mic. Yes, dear Walters, said Casimir. Are you making this decision with your own mind? Said Walters. Shall I be honest? At first, no. A murmur ran through his staff. But I have warmed to Mr. Vane's new and radical ideas. Thank you. His desire to bring opportunity to those who have none, said Casimir. It touched upon what started me on this path. I began the Red Circle first, as a means of dragging myself out from the streets. And when I was uplifted, when I looked back to see how many like me were still mired in the streets, waist deep in the mud of despair, poverty, and hopelessness, I reached out and pulled many out. Casimir gestured towards all his servers.
Thank you.
And now, when I look upon what I have accomplished, I may see piles of credits and gold and jewels, but what shines to me brightest is all of you, my dears, my treasures. My flock of street crows turned to beautiful songbirds, but there is a time to let caged birds fly. I am giving you that opportunity now. Disassociate yourselves from me now, or I cannot guarantee it will be safe later. So long as you made this choice yourself, I will stand by you, said Walters.
Thank you. We are not caged birds, Casimir. We are free, freer than we ever have been, said Hirondelle, and we choose to fly by your side. All the servers of the Red Circle bowed their heads to Casimir, and a single tear trickled out from under Casimir's mask. Wonderful, my dears, he said, his voice quivering. Then his voice immediately turned stern and serious, almost militaristic in its efficiency, and now we must prepare for war until Mr.
Thank you. Vane emerges from wherever he has gone. We must fend against any potential retaliation. Walters, engage defense alert, level 5. Understood. Walters talked into a hand radio. Initiate DA5. Almost immediately the lights in the Red Circle turned red, not the festive, sultry shade of red that had shone during clubbing nights, but a bright, alarm-inducing red that incited not a dance, but a call to action.
Thank you.
The Red Circle shook as emergency generators booted up and powered a building-wide force field. In immediate and trained fashion, the staff of the Red Circle began to mobilize. Many of them rolled up their sleeves, revealing cybernetically implanted blades and firearms. Tech team, engage drones, said Walters. Secure the perimeter. Thank you. Several fleets of drones from the club's tech team started to circle around the building. The barrels of energy weapons and guns gleaming and rotating about, finding potential targets. Strike Squad, assist in securing the perimeter with aerial support. It will be my pleasure, said Hirondelle. Her entire body glowed violet, changing her into pure purple energy and burning off her uniform. Her energy form then shaped into the form of a large man-sized swallow made of pure glowing violet light. Thank you. In this form, her voice projected in echoing waves. strike squad with me. Several staff members morphed into flight-capable forms, turning into mutants wholesale or growing wings. Some attached mechanical wings or thrusters to themselves. Others floated in the air with the power of their minds. Hirondelle flew out with the airborne strike squad. Elite security squads 1 and 2 with me. We protect the head. The rest of you, snipers, infantry, supply chain, take your trained positions. Thank you. Any threats that approach eliminate with extreme prejudice, said Walters. His appearance then began to morph as he tore through his suit, becoming a monstrous half-man, half-lizard creature with spined tail, curved white claws, and rocky green scales. He made one giant leap to Casimir's side, and within a minute, 24 staff members formed a tight formation around Casimir. Some of them were armed with incredibly futuristic, glowing energy weapons and combat suits. Thank you. Others crackled electricity from their hands, some fire, some swirls of water. Valera appeared from backstage and stood with Casimir. Mr. Vane has request I assist in your defense tonight. I am eternally grateful, said Casimir with a short bow. You have no powers, said Walters with a distorted, inhuman voice. He looked down at her with gleaming yellow reptilian eyes. You'll slow us down. Punch me, said Valera. What? A skin flap blinked over Walter's eyes in confusion. I said, punch me.
Thank you. Was that so hard to understand?
Walters grunted before throwing out a sudden, heavy, and powerful punch at Valera. Valera stopped Walter's enormous fist in her palm. The impact of the blow sounded like concrete shattering, but Valera stood there unfazed and smiling, holding back Walters might need I say any more, said Valera. Walters withdrew his punch and nodded his lizard head, no. To my office, then? Said Casimir. He looked up at the blaring red alert lights above and smiled. Thank you. The night has just begun. What the fuck? Where are we? What is this place? I can't see shit here. Someone get a light. Angry and surprised, shouts rang throughout the cold darkness in the crypts of the Necropolis. Several glasses and plates held in villain hands dropped in surprise and shattered on the floor. Several villains that could generate some form of light lit up the space. Thank you. The villains looked around to see themselves now in a cold, clammy underground space with a low ceiling of dull gray rock. Dust rose up with every step they took on the cold, cracked stone floor. Everywhere they looked around, they simply saw a vast expanse of tombs and gravestones packed together like lost and forgotten things. Huh. What kind of joke is this? Is this some VR shit? Is Bruce Vane showcasing some new tech to us?
Thank you.
It was a testament to the wariness of even low-tier villains that even though they did not fully know what was going on, they all universally geared up to fight. They had been stripped of their villain costumes and gear, but they still had their natural powers. Mutant category alters morphed into their mutant forms unless they had permanent mutations. Blaster-type alters prepared a buildup of energy to shoot out at any potential threats. Augmenters strengthened their bodies. Fuck.
Thank you. I don't have any of my drones, goddamn security check,
said a techno-alter. Relax, we still don't know what's happening. Like someone else said, this might be a VR demo. The villain who said this shouted, Hey, Mr. Vane, your shit's real cool and realistic, but it's about time you stopped this. In response to this sudden noise, the tombstones began to tremble and shudder. They slid open. The graves parted. Thank you. Rotted, dried corpses, almost skeletons emerged, groaning in hunger for warm, living flesh. Damn, look at the textures and graphics on this zombie. This shit really is realistic, said a villain as he walked up to a crowd of zombies. One of the zombies lunged and bit him on his arm. He yelled in pain, shit, fucking dumbass. Another villain, his partner, presumably pushed him aside and shot out a gust of slicing wind that severed the crowd of zombies in half.
Thank you, but these severed halves still kept crawling towards them. Look at my arm.
The villain bit by the zombie showcased his arm, where around indented teeth marks, the flesh turned black and rotted. You stupid shits, roared Seth Solar, still dressed in a green and gold suit. He floated forwards and fired a blast of solar energy from his eyes, completely engulfing over 30 zombies in blinding orange light. utterly reducing them to ash. Thank you. Where his beams traveled, the ground smoldered, gleaming orange with molten heat. But by now there were zombies and skeletons emerging from everywhere, quickly growing into a mass of shambling walking corpses. That which at first seemed like a joke was now starting to becoming a serious threat through sheer numbers alone. Technos, stop sitting on your asses. You have cybernetics in your eyes to analyze tech. Is this VR or not? Said Seth Solar.
Thank you.
No tech, said Evan Harker as his mechanical green eye clicked. Can't get any connection either. No GPS. We've been completely isolated. Seems like a flux category power, one that warped us to a different location, where I have no idea. Hear that? Now start fighting back, you stupid fucks. Seth Solar waved his gang forward. He attempted to punch the ceiling of the crypt, trying to smash through it, but it was indestructible. He immediately adjusted his strategy. Thank you. A class and anyone that wants to get out of this, stay with me. Any of you shitty D-listers fall behind even a single inch, and I am leaving your asses to rot. If you hold me back, I swear I will laser your head off myself. Roused by Seth Solar's commanding presence, the crowd of villains started to fight against the zombies. Various elements shot out. Mutant altars morphed into monstrous forms and started beating zombies with their claws and fangs. Wait, don't leave us. Thank you, shouted one of the villains as they saw Seth Solar and 10 members of the Blackwater A-Class easily smash through the weak zombies at far greater speeds than them. The A-Class did not even spare the weaker villains a single sympathetic glance as they continued forwards. Does Casimir truly think he can do this to us with impunity? Has he lost his mind? Tisk, tisk, said Valis, the butcher's handler and connector. Butcher, clear a path. Thank you. When we're done with this amateur attempt at eliminating us and reach an area with a signal, you'll be carving up both this idiotic Mr. Vane and Casimir. Kill, carve, tear. Butcher roared in glee as he used his immense bulk to shoulder charge his way straight through a dense crowd of zombies, plowing through like a bowling ball, smashing through pins. On his way forward, he trampled and killed a few villains as well. Behind this cleared path, Valis flew forwards with his hands behind his back. Thank you. Occasionally, when a zombie leaped up at him, they would disintegrate into piles of dust. A path, quick. Some of the lesser villains saw the path the Butcher and the Blackwater students made and followed through. These were the lucky ones. The path quickly sealed up as the number of zombies exponentially swelled as time passed. Thank you. This left approximately half the main crowd of villains, all of them comprising of the weakest E and D rankers, stranded and unable to break through a mass amount of ever-growing zombies. After all, the entire objective of the Necropolis crypt levels were to find the nearest exit, not to waste time fighting an infinite horde of undead. But it was not like the villains knew this. Aldrich observed everything that happened with his grave ward while hidden inside an underground tomb. Thank you. The moment he had materialized into the Necropolis, he had used his phantasmal mask to render himself invisible in phase below while everyone was distracted, keeping him from any harm or from anyone detecting him. On top of this, he had made sure to have Casimir make sure that anyone that came to the Red Circle tonight did not have detection-based powers that could potentially scope him out. Getting Casimir loyal to him was also not that difficult.
Thank you.
Aldrich had Flergen look into Casimir's mind and find out what the man valued the most. This way, Aldrich could map out a path to making Casimir devoted to Aldrich's cause with the least amount of mind control needed. This involved tapping into Casimir's deep desire to see the world under a new order where people did not have to suffer like him. Thank you. Casimir thought that heroes and the government had done nothing for him. After all, they had left him to die on the streets as they did with many others. Thus, he had joined the ranks of villainy where he had found far more success. And with the profits from his villainy, he tried to give back to those that had started out with nothing like him. Aldrich saw that desire and played to it. Now Casimir was fully in Aldrich's hands. Thank you. As for what Aldrich needed to do now, well, he just had to do one thing. Wait until the time was right. Aldrich waited for a solid 30 minutes in his underground grave. This was an empty safe space he had memorized and marked out the first time he had ported into this quest, exactly for this moment. Here, no zombies or skeletons spawned, making it the perfect hiding spot. Thank you. He had marked out similar safe spots like this across all the floors he had traveled through in his first attempt at this quest, giving him a way to hide while the villains ahead cleared everything for him. Meanwhile, he kept a group of 3 grave wards prepared to track Seth Solar and the Blackwater A-Class, the Butcher, and the low-tier villains. Only one of these grave wards was technically a new creation. Thank you. The others were evil eyes that he had destroyed and replaced with their upgraded versions. After 30 minutes, Aldrich saw an opportunity and reactivated his phantasmal mask to get out of his grave and shift through a massive crowd of zombies and skeletons. He looked up to see a platform of ice hovering above the masses of growling and chattering undead, and on top of it only 10 villains remained, desperately crouching on this ice platform to avoid the infinite masses of undead below. Thank you. The original 30 or so villains left behind here had fought admirably, beating back undead from every direction with their powers, but eventually they began to grow tired. Individually, all of them were considerably stronger than the average skeleton or zombie, but the numbers of the lesser undead were unending. Where the undead never tired and never feared, the villains ran out of stamina, and as they felt their energy and power slipping from them, they felt fear. Thank you. As soon as a few of them, especially the ones with area of effect abilities, fell to the undead horde, the entire group started to fall apart and get swarmed. Now the last 10 were reduced to relying on a creator-class altar that could form ice constructs. Thank you. Normally, this individual could not generate ice constructs above their own body mass, but, with the help of an editor-class altar that boosted his power, their floating ice platform managed to comfortably carry all 10 remaining beaten and battered villains over the undead below. Of course, this did not guarantee their safety. Thank you. The zombies and skeletons piled on top of each other, generating ramps of sheer packed bodies to reach the platform, but from a high vantage point, the villains could defend themselves against fewer targets more efficiently, staving off their inevitable doom for just a while longer. Aldrich was after the editor, the prime sample for Flurgon. He casted Negative Surge on himself, boosting his stats before jumping straight up, phasing through the ice platform.
Thank you.
Mana. 183-18-3, 183, greater than 168, 183. Aldrich unfazed and became visible as he landed on the ice platform. His suit was now gone, replaced with his freshly materialized Grave Reaper equipment. Hostile? Hostile! Somebody fuck him up! Aldrich immediately heard cries of panic and calls for violence against him. In response, he activated his spinal bracers of the Grave Reaper, crashing the spine-shaped golden ornaments on his wrists together. Thank you. All around him, wailing, ghostly green skull spirits spread out in a circle. The villains cried out in surprise as the skulls crashed into them, sapping them of their life force and, for the extreme unlucky ones, instantly killing them. The attack was not meant to kill them, it was mostly meant for Aldrich to make space while he handled the ice-generating altar and editor at the center of the platform. Once those two were gone, the undead below would take care of everyone else.
Thank you.
Some of the villains, their nerves already on edge from facing a supernatural zombie and skeleton horde attack, screamed in terror at the approaching skulls, losing their balance and slipping off the ledge, the ice platform falling into their deaths below. Thank you. The other villains that managed to stay rooted to the platform focused entirely on dodging the threatening cursed skulls, their selfish, uncoordinated minds not at all primed to help the creator that held up the very lifeboat of ice they relied upon. This left Aldrich entirely alone with his designated targets. The ice generator was preoccupied maintaining the platform, kneeling in the center of the platform with both his hands planted down, sweat dripping from his pale forehead.
Thank you.
The editor stood right behind the platform generator. A thread of red energy connected the ice altars back to the editor's fingertips. Both of them stared at Aldrich helplessly as they saw that all of their supposed allied villains, the ones who could fight back, were either dead, too busy with Aldrich's skull attack, or simply too scared to approach. Aldrich worked quickly and efficiently.
Thank you.
Before the ice generator could divert his power from the platform to Aldrich, Aldrich rushed in with superhuman speed and landed a spinning heel kick right into the ice altar's jaw, knocking him out and breaking his jaw. The platform of ice remained intact for just a few more seconds after the altar went unconscious, and Aldrich used this time to slam a punch into the editor's stomach, keeling him over.
Thank you.
Then Aldrich casted Horror Warp, wrapping his hand in a malevolent aura of cloudy darkness dotted with gleaming red eyes. He smothered the editor's face with a cloud of dark, immediately sinking him into a nightmare from which there was no easy or quick waking. 20 mana, 138 or 123. The editor fell down face first unconscious, and Aldrich grabbed him by his collar before tapping his phylactery and calling out to his chrysalis.
Thank you.
The purple orb in his chest glowed and crackled before a tier of space appeared in front of it, forming into a vantablack orb from which several hooked tendrils of darkness burst out, abducting the editor and sucking him into the dimension of the chrysalis portal usages, 3 greater than 2. So far, the chrysalis could maintain about 3 portal openings into its dimension over the course of a single day before it had to enter a charging dormant period.
Thank you.
This included portals for both taking things in and taking things out, so these were precious few charges to work with. Hopefully, when Aldrich became a proper lich, this would change. Flurgan theorized that once Aldrich became a lich and fully placed his soul into the phylactery, the chrysalis would react with it and become massively stronger, binding directly with Aldrich's soul to become a part of him. Thank you. Aldrich then jumped off the platform as it broke apart, leaving the rest of the villains to die against the swarm of undead below. No, stop! Help us! Ma'am Mother! Screams of terror echoed for a brief few seconds before they were choked out by a tidal wave of hungry undead. Aldrich survived by using his lantern's active skill, casting a disintegrating ray down at his landing zone that turned a small crowd of skeletons and zombies into dust.
Thank you.
He then kept his lantern active as long as possible and ran straight forwards, not sparing even a single moment to stop, as the moment he did, he would get swarmed. Granted, Aldrich could probably break free from a swarm through sheer physical stats alone, but he did not want to deal with the inconvenience.
Thank you.
When Aldrich's phantasmal mask came off cooldown, the moment his lantern's active disintegrating ray faded away, he used the mask again, turning invisible and shifting through the enormous throng of walking corpses and bones. From his first attempt at this quest, he had memorized exactly where to go to leave the crypt level, and with phasing, he could just move through terrain like pillars and walls. Thank you. The only things he could not phase through were ceilings and walls leading out of the Necropolis. These seemed to be indestructible and unpassable. At the end of the crypt, Aldrich jumped atop a staircase leading straight up into a ghostly green fog door. Here, he sat on the stairs, watching as a crowd of zombies and skeletons started to growl and groan as they piled at the bottom. They could not scale up the stairs. It was not in their coded behavior.
Thank you.
Aldrich sat on a stair and put his lantern down by the side, lighting up the masses of undead trying to reach out to him from below. He looked at them but did not focus on them. His fingers interlocked together in calm thought as his sight instead focused on observing his targets. He kept tabs on Seth Solar, Blackwater's A-Class, and the Butcher in the meanwhile. The Grave Wards were far, far slower than them, but the villains reliably cleared out threats that could take out the Grave Ward. Thank you. And once Aldrich's targets reached higher floors, the villains would slow down their rate of progress tremendously as they started to fight stronger and stronger threats, at which point the Grave Wards could keep a much closer eye on them. Aldrich would tail them from behind, and when their numbers grew small, when all that was left was the Butcher and Seth Solar, the 2 strongest of them all, and the ones he needed alive the most, he would strike. Chapter 69, Bonus Unending Misery, H Help. Thank you. A C-rank villain used his arms to crawl his way across burnt stone, his fingertips melting and sizzling on charred black stone as he tried to drag his legless body towards Seth Solar. A trail of blood and entrails painted the dull gray stone beneath in bright red. Behind him lay the torn-apart corpses of the low-ranking villains invited to the Red Crikel. He was the last among them, the highest ranked at sea, but even that was not enough to survive. Thank you. All around him were scattered countless bones accompanied by racks of fallen-over armor and medieval weaponry. These bones would shiver and rattle before floating and attaching together into the form of a large, imposing skeletal figure. Armor and weapons would gravitate towards the skeletons, arming them skeletal knights. One of these knights tread over to the villain, raising a long sword in the air and staring down at him with a cold, unfeeling green glint in its empty eye sockets.
Thank you.
The long sword sank into the villain's chest, and the skeletal knight twisted the blade, ending the villain in one clean execution. "Tisk. Fucking weaklings, all of them," said Simon Wells as he looked briefly back, his red visor magnifying the scene of the villain's death. "Shit!" Simon jerked around in pure fear as he heard whistling near his head. A large arrow big enough to skewer through a cow clean through, stopped mere inches away from his head. Seth Solar grabbed the arrow in midair.
Thank you.
"Stop fucking around," Seth growled as he tossed the arrow back to a skeletal archer knight, making sure to throw it so that the wider surface area of the shaft smashed into the bone creature with immense impact, blowing the skeleton apart. Archers sitting on ramparts circling pillars rained down giant arrows. "Alexis, shield and support," roared Seth, his voice booming and commanding. Alexis, rank 8 in Blackwater's A-class, nodded.
Thank you.
She gulped in a breath, and as she held her breath, her pale blue eyes turned completely white. Winds started to howl and whirl around her, picking up bones and debris, and in an instant wind currents formed into a rapidly circulating barrier all around Blackwater's A-class. Any arrows that touched this barrier blew backwards. Bolts of lightning also crackled from the barrier, hitting skeletal knights and blasting them back. Zayn, Seth Solar hovered in the air, drawing arrow fire. "Thank you." Arrows bounced off of his skin, dealing no damage. Zayn flew up by Seth's side, his black feathered arms now morphed into full wings. His head had shifted into an aquiline beaked form, turning him into a humanoid eagle mutant. He sped through the ramparts with acrobatic agility, throwing out volleys of large, blade-like feathers. The feathers were aimed specifically to sever the skeleton's arms, making them drop their bows. This left Seth Solar for cleanup.
Thank you.
He hovered from rampart to rampart, unleashing his solar beam in flashes of brilliant gold. The beams turned the skeletons into dust, preventing them from ever piecing back together.
Quite excellent,
said Valis as he hovered behind them, observing, "You Blackwater students will indeed make fine additions to the Dark Six. I will ensure that once we are out of this mess, the Trident will hear all about your fine talents." "Thank you. But still to think we are 9 floors through this strange place without a single exit in sight." "Smash! Take bones!" the butcher bellowed from below. He was in the protection of Alexis's barrier, but he was invulnerable to conventional damage like this anyway. A dozen arrows stuck out of his body, as did swords and bones from destroyed skeletons, but instead of drawing blood, they just jutted into his body like he was made of flesh-colored dough. "Thank you." The butcher slammed, grabbed a skeletal knight, and smashed it against the floor, blowing it apart into pieces. Any leftover pieces assimilated into the butcher's flesh, turning into raw biomass for him to continually regenerate. With the butcher on the ground, any skeleton knights that threatened the A-class were of no threat. "Thank you." The butcher was practically made to fight large groups of weaker enemies with his power that let him absorb organic and some inorganic matter and pad it to his own body mass. It also allowed him to link with the nervous system of those he swallowed, letting him control and amplify their pain. Alexis exhaled as she took down her barrier of wind. "We've been trapped in a pocket dimension," said Evan. He was useless here without his drones, and ordinarily he would have been left behind to die. "Thank you." But as a member of Seth's gang, he was spared the fate of the rest of the Technos who had no technology to work with. No net signal anywhere, no GPS. This is the only explanation. "Then we just have to wait this out, right?" said Simon. A power like this that can keep 50 altars trapped is no joke. It must have an insane energy upkeep. What was that law again? The Tartarus effect, said Evan. Thank you. Powers that can move objects into another dimension or pocket of space tend to be unable to trap altars, and when they do, they cost massive amounts of energy. The more altars or variants it traps, the higher the cost gets. We've been here for over half an hour, shouted Seth Solar. I can't smash through the walls, and we don't have anyone to scan for exits. All we can do is just take stare after fucking stare. Stay calm, boy, said Valis as he came to Seth's side.
Thank you.
Seth whirled around aggressively with his fist cocked back. You throw that punch at me and your arm turns into dust, said Valis. Not before I cave your skull in, said Seth, with venom oozing in his voice. You heard what your techno said. There is a limit to his trick, said Valis. The known record for dimensional entrapment barely exceeds a single hour, and even that was achieved only through the S-class hero's superspace sacrificing his life in the sinking of Neo-Moscow. Thank you say that Bruce Vane, who wants us dead for some quaint reason, hired some unknown 1 in a million talent who could trap us here. Do you truly think he could keep us here for over an hour, over what a ES-class hero could do? So then what? We just sit on our asses and wait here, said Seth Solar. Yes, that is exactly what I'm proposing, said Valis. The higher we go in this dimension, the more troublesome these enemies become. Why bother? Simply stay here until it is done.
Thank you.
The Blackwater students nodded and agreed among themselves. Their expressions started to brighten, and a few of them started to sigh in relief. They had gotten so tense and worked up from being ported to this strange space that they had not considered that they could just wait it all out. But now, the answer just seemed so easy. All they had to do was wait. So then what? We just sit on our asses and wait here? Said Seth Solar. Yes, that's exactly what I'm proposing, said Valis. Thank you. Fine. We'll do it your way, said Seth Solar. 30 more minutes passed. 30 minutes turned into an hour. An hour bled into an hour and a half, and that finally reached 2 hours. Seth finished lasering a new batch of infinitely respawning skeleton knights. Thankfully, they only reanimated in intervals of 10 minutes, making them easy to deal with in waves. But that wasn't the issue here. Thank you. The issue was that everyone had wasted time and precious energy sitting in one spot accomplishing exactly nothing. You fucker. Keeping us here. You're working for him, aren't you? That cocksucker Bruce Vane? Making us waste our energy, huh? Seth Solar aimed his glowing golden eyes at Valis. No, that is not true. Valis's calm and composed exterior now began to break apart as his confidence in believing he would survive, that he would get out of this just by waiting, began to fade.
Thank you. I don't know. This is entirely unprecedented.
Me getting tired of breaking bones, complained the butcher as he finished tearing apart a few more skeleton knights. Useless idiots, Seth roared as he waved everyone over to the next stairwell. Get a move on. We stay here. We just get bled dry. Thank you. Chapter 70, 1 by 1. When Seth Solar passed through the foggy green portal into the 10th floor, he snarled almost animalistically as he stared with gleaming gold eyes at yet another host of enemies. There were no skeletons here. Instead, a legion of large, bulky knights wearing spiked black armor with faces of dried, pale flesh and sunken in gleaming green eyes stood at guard with halberds and shields. Thank you. Behind this legion of 20 knights, one knight in crimson-red armor and pale white, unblemished skin stood tall and proud. Strike them down, said the Crimson Knight. You can talk, Seth smiled. Good, I'll beat some answers out of you. Seth flew forwards at such velocity that he pierced through the line of shield-bearing knights with utter ease, generating a shockwave of force that blew them backwards. Thank you. He slammed into the Crimson Knight and drove the knight into the ground, dragging the knight several dozen meters. Metal screamed and sparks flew as the knight's back armor scraped against the rocky floor. Tell me how to get out of here, roared Seth, as he held down the Crimson Knight with one hand while cocking back the other in a ready fist to smash through the knight's face. The knight's eyes gleamed red as he gave out a command that echoed through the dull gray hallway. Thank you. Do not care for me, my knights. Defeat the rest of the intruders. Wrong answer. Seth slammed his hand around the Crimson Knight's helmet and applied crushing force. His insane strength let his fingers dent into the helmet, and he ripped it off, revealing a pale face with red eyes and large blood-sucking fangs. Some kind of fucking vampire? Said Seth in wonder. So far everything he and the villains had seen so far in this place had been out of some kind of horror movie. Thank you. Zombies and skeletons and now vampires. What was this? The only explanation he could think of was that this was an alter power that could manipulate and warp reality to create what the user's mind wanted. The vampire knight hissed as he swiped with his gauntlets, throwing out a scything blade of crimson energy from his fingertips. Seth took the hit straight in his chest and flew back a few meters from the force of impact.
Thank you.
A clean cut stretched across the chest of his green suit, but the invincible skin underneath was utterly unharmed. His eyes glowed gold as he shot down a beam of solar energy, aiming it at the vampire's legs. The vampire screamed in agony as the sunlight turned his legs into dust. Weak to sunlight, just like the movies. Doesn't that make this easy? Said Seth. He floated down and planted a triumphant foot on the vampire's chest.
Thank you.
Now, tell me how to get out of here, or else the rest of you crumbles to dust. You intruders will find no answer from me. For there is no escape, said the knight, smiling. There is no glorious victory for you. All of you are destined to die, to be sacrifices in the ritual of eternity. No escape ritual? Stop bullshitting me and give me real answers. Seth applied pressure on the vampire knight's breastplate with his foot, caving it in slowly and painfully.
Thank you.
The vampire knight only smiled as his ribs and spine shattered. Seth stomped his foot straight through the vampire knight's chest. He knew that the vampire had no intention of telling him anything. It was in the knight's eyes. Resolute, almost fanatic determination. For good measure, he lasered the vampire into dust before flying back. When Seth turned around to see the rest of the A-class still fighting the knights, he muttered to himself, "Thank you, weaklings." He flew back, showering solar beams on knights, disintegrating them near instantly. With precision shots, he eliminated the knights with quick efficiency. "Seth, here," called out Simon. Seth floated down by Simon where their gang gathered around Evan Harker's limp body. Several gaping halberd wounds in his stomach showed the cause of obvious death. "Alexis, where was your barrier?" snarled Seth. Alexis turned pale as she stepped back. "Thank you. I tried, but their weapons had this dark energy around them. It made them phase right through." "It's true," said Simon. "Just shit luck that Evan happened to be the slowest out of us to dodge it." "He was dead weight anyway," said Zayn. "Without his drones, he would have dragged us down at some point." Seth looked down at Evan's lifeless, bleeding body, and he just shrugged. Zayn's right. He was going to be useless at some point here. He turned to Valis and the butcher angrily. "Thank you. You two, you're Trident, right? If you aren't working for Bruce Vane, then tell me, shouldn't the Trident be storming the Red Circle by now? Tearing that fucking place down brick by brick?" "Yes," said Valis. "The Trident does not take attacks on them lightly, and they would have noticed my disappearance. An attack on a connector, the diplomat and newsbearer of the criminal underworld, is a serious offense met only with force." "Thank you. We do not have the strongest presence in Haven, but over 2 hours have passed. By now, Trident forces from surrounding cities and bases should have reduced the entire place to rubble." "Yeah?" Seth Solar's eyes glowed as he stared menacingly at Valis. "Then why haven't they caught the guy generating this dimension, huh? Why are we still here?" "I told you I do not know," said Valis, panicked.
Thank you.
His dematerialization field could most forms of solid matter into dust, but it could not deal with pure energy attacks like Seth's heat beams. "I say we kill him and move on," said Zayn. "Yeah," said Seth Solar. "If you kill me, the butcher will go on a rampage, and by now he has feasted on so many corpses that even you will not put him down lightly," said Valis as he hid behind the butcher's enormous, stitch-covered bulk. "Don't hurt him," said the butcher. Thank you, and think about this. Why would we risk our lives for this? We were set up. I'm telling you, set up just like all of you, continued Valis. Won't do good to waste energy fighting among ourselves, agreed Simon, and they can still be useful. Then you two stay in front. Any threat we face from now on, you two take first, said Seth. His eyes flashed with threat. Otherwise, both of you die. You think I can't kill this fat fuck on my own?
Thank you.
I have more than enough solar energy left in me to turn him into a pile of ash. Think he can regenerate from that?
We will do as you say, said Valis.
He tapped the butcher, and together they moved at the head of the group. 11th floor. The 11th floor comprised of a narrow labyrinth of traps and puzzles. Thank you. If a step was made on the wrong trigger plate, flaming arrows would fire, or perhaps a boulder would roll down to crush individuals, or a trapdoor would open to reveal hideous tentacled monstrosities. If a puzzle at certain indestructible doors was not solved properly, then more traps like toxic gas or spikes or animated golems of flesh and bone would emerge. Fuck! Seth Solar smashed his fist into another indestructible puzzle door after he failed yet again to solve it. Thank you. It involved answering a riddle. Fuck that, Evan. He knew all this puzzle and riddle bullshit. He was our brains, our analyst. He would have solved all this so easily, and he had to die like that on us. He died because you left us to fend for ourselves back there, said a Blackwater A-class student. Some kid called Jonas, rank 14, could fire rays of adjustable gravity from his hands. Seth Solar whirled around and lasered Jonas in the face, melting his head away into molten gooey flesh.
Thank you.
His decapitated body knelt on the ground, limp and lifeless. Anyone else want to question me? Said Seth as he looked out at the terrified A-class. Only Zayn remained unfazed, staying at Seth's side with confidence. That's what I thought, said Seth. Aldrich trailed Seth's group from 2 floors behind, constantly keeping watch. He watched as their numbers thinned floor by floor. Thank you. On the 12th floor, they had to face a zombie giant who smashed Alexis's barrier with a skill called Bastion Break, meant for breaking through shields, flattening several Blackwater A-class students who thought they were safe under it. This also killed Simon Wells, one of Seth Solar's gang. Now there were just 2 left, Seth Solar and Zayn Soldata, the 2 strongest of them all. Thank you. The butcher also survived due to the nature of his ability granting him exceptional resilience and regenerative power. Valis also managed to hold on to his life with his disintegrating barrier and the butcher's protection. But slowly, floor by floor, their numbers were thinning out. One by one, Aldrich saw the lives of those who had wronged him snuff out under undead might, and he felt nothing but satisfaction. Thank you. The only way he could have made this better was if he had been there to personally kill them, but in life there was always compromise. So long as he got to kill the butcher and Seth Solar personally, he had no qualms about how things had gone, especially according to his original expectations. He had expected his party to reach the 15th floor, but not without significant losses. Thank you. It seemed that the enemies of the floors from 1 to 10 were all around the same level threshold of 1 to 10, with some strong individual units nearing level 20, but after floor 10, almost all the enemies leveled up to the 20 to 30 range. At the level 20 to 30 range, Death Knights could reliably beat D-class villains and fight evenly with C-class villains. The majority of Blackwater's A-class had the potential to be high B or A-rank villains based on altar cell count alone, but the key word was potential. Thank you. They were still young and untrained, not to mention the fact that their altar powers had not matured with age. Altar cell count only showed a rough estimate of an altar's max potential. Actually training the body and powers to reach that potential took years and years of biological growth and personal effort. Overall, most of the Blackwater A-class were at the mid to high C-rank level in terms of combat prowess. Thank you. As a result, Aldrich fully expected most of the A-class to lose their lives from floors 10 onwards unless Seth Solar, who was most definitely an A-ranked threat, helped them out generously. Thank you. Granted, Seth had surprised Aldrich by being considerably more tactical than expected, rallying the A-class and having them protect each other with tactical defenses and offenses. But Seth's selfish nature showed itself as he increasingly began to leave behind his fellow A-class students when they became more and more of a drag. By the time they reached the 15th floor, the group had been culled down only to a few remaining powerhouses that stood head and shoulder above the rest. Thank you, Valis, the Butcher, Seth Solar, and Zayn Soldata. Zayn was interesting. It seemed he had been hiding his power in Blackwater, sandbagging at rank 8, when in reality he could sacrifice more and more of his human form to become increasingly monstrous and stronger until it was clear that he could keep up with even Seth Solar. Thank you. And now, as Aldrich saw them pass through the portal to the 15th floor, the floor requirement for Aldrich to complete his ritual of eternity, he could see everything he wanted, his vengeance, his power, so close to him, close enough to seize and make his own if he waited just a little bit longer.
Thank you.
Yet when the group of villains entered the 15th floor, Aldrich felt distinct surprise. Chapter 71, Bonus Volantis, the Tyrant of Bone. When Seth Solar reached the 15th floor, he found the entire place covered in pitch-black darkness. He started to emit some solar energy from himself, lighting up the area to reveal a narrow hallway. The hallway's walls were decorated with stone carved into the shape of countless bones. Thank you. Skulls, ribs, femurs, any type of bone from the human body on top of bones from strange creatures Seth had no idea about. He saw ahead that Valis and the Butcher had stopped in front of a large door comprised of thick white fog, forming a nearly solid veil which they were hesitant to pass through. Go, shouted Seth. You're our scouts, aren't you? I do not have the greatest feeling about what lies past this wall, said Valis. Dangerous, agreed the Butcher. Yeah. Seth's eyes shone. Thank you. Is it going to be any worse than me? Either you go through it or you die. Seth was almost bluffing at this point. His version of the sunlight overdrive power was less efficient than his father's, where his father could famously fight for 3 days without rest and without even losing strength. Seth could only fight at high strength for 6 hours. Thank you. It had not been 6 hours yet, but solar beams drained the most energy, and he had to use them liberally because most of the monstrosities here did not stay down from powerful punches. They needed to burn to fully stay dead. Seth had enough energy in him for a few more strong fights, but he could not afford to waste power burning down the Butcher. Thankfully, Valis submitted to Seth and waved the Butcher forward. Come on, Butcher, show us the way, said Valis. Thank you. Don't want to, said the Butcher. You must, said Valis. Butcher shook his head. Here, how about this? You go ahead, and I'll give you as many people to carve up as you want, said Valis. As many as you want. Really, as many as I want, said the Butcher, as he smiled gleefully and hopped in delight, his rolls of stitched fat and flesh jiggling as he did so. Yes, as many as you want, said Valis. Okay then, I go. The Butcher immediately powered his way through the door of white fog. Thank you. If I get out of this alive, said Valis, the Trident will hear of your mistreatment against me as well. Shut up and go, said Seth. Valis sighed and moved forward, fading into the fog. My instincts are at telling me not to go, said Zayn. By now he had morphed into the size of a large car, his arms completely morphed into giant, bushy, feathered black wings. His eyes gleamed red while he tried his hardest to utter out words from his distorted vocal cords through this beak.
Thank you.
Yeah, but what choice do we have? You, of all people, should know this, said Seth. He patted Zayn's back. If there was anyone in this world that Seth respected or even remotely cared about, it was Zayn. They were both born and bred for lives they had no choice to live. Where Seth was born to be a villain, Zayn was genetically engineered to be a monstrosity, an obscene hidden corporate experiment in the Middle East where alter-human wombs were inseminated with variant seed. Thank you. Zayn would have been bred to be a half-human, half-variant monster used like an attack dog, but he had escaped, becoming a mercenary from the age of 10 to survive. True. Zayn moved forwards, fading into the fog. Seth followed shortly behind. Beyond the fog gate was a circular space 200 meters in radius and 50 meters high. The ceiling was domed and decorated, with lines of spines and rib cages leading into a central point. Each of these spines ended with a huge lizard-like skull. Thank you. A total of 12 skulls stared at the center of the dome where a crimson-red orb glowed. The walls of this place were decorated with bone as well, and at the center, a towering throne composed of bones meshed together stood tall. Seated atop the throne was an enormous armored man with his clawed gauntlets drawn together. It was hard to tell whether the thing was actually a man or not. It sat so perfectly still that it was debatable whether it just a piece of armor. Thank you. The armor was obsidian black and practically oozed threat. The armor jutted and curved into rough spikes around the shoulders and arms, around the breastplate down to the torso. The metal seemed to be hewn into the shape of rough, jagged scales. Dull white, almost gold bone outlined the armor's spikes and edges, padding particularly heavily around the gauntlet areas to form enormous, bladed spikes lined with glowing, fleshy crimson red that seemed almost alive in a raw, primal way.
Thank you.
The helmet of the armor curved up into 3 large horns, the middle of which formed the visage of a bone-capped, bladed crown. There was no gap in the helmet to show any flesh or eyes beneath. There was only a single glowing red orb at the center of the helm. "Stop looking and go," said Seth, after he stood in awe for a few seconds at the armor. A sense of dreadful power emanated from the obsidian construct that made it hard for anyone to approach.
Thank you.
Valis and the butcher inched forwards, and when they got within 30 meters of the armor, an echoing voice projected from it. It was deep and guttural, utterly inhuman and sinister in its tenor. "Where among you is the necromancer that wishes to fulfill the ritual of eternity? I, Volantis, the tyrant of bone, 7th among the death guard, shall test you. Fell my health below half, and the obelisk that you seek shall be yours."
Thank you.
Volantis stared at Valis and the butcher with the glowing red eye in his helmet. Then he stared at Seth, Solar, and Zayn. "The necromancer is not here, I see. He brings forth his minions to do his bidding. Such is the way of those that follow the occultation of Legion." Volantis stood up, the metal of his armor groaning threateningly, and he utterly towered over Valis and even the butcher, standing at 4 meters tall. "Thank you." Bloody crimson strands of energy started to emanate from edges and gaps in his armor. "No matter. I will sunder your flesh and take your bones into my collection. I will show the Legion the might of the shattered bone." Volantis took a step forward, and as he left his throne, it faded and disappeared. Velis immediately shrieked. "Butcher, kill him!" said Velis as he floated backwards. "Go away, monster!" said the butcher as his shoulder charged into Volantis. "Thank you." Volantis clenched his clawed gauntlets into a fist and cocked it back. The large spikes on his forearms, constructs of metal, crimson flesh, and bone, glowed with bloody power, and he slammed his fist in Tio the butcher's shoulder. The punch generated a shockwave of staggering force that made Volantis skid back while sending the butcher, his entire near 1 ton of weight, hurtling through the air.
Thank you.
"Respectable power for one who seemingly holds no magic within them," said Volantis as he stared at his fist. "But I was warned by the Lord that there are those that need not devote themselves to the mystic arts to gain strength. Curious, this will make your bones ever the more worth harvesting." Seth Solar flew in the air and launched twin solar beams while Zayn circled above, unleashing volleys of giant bladed feathers at speeds easily outstripping the speed of sound. Thank you." Volantis raised his arm up, and walls of bone emerged all around him, blocking the heat beams and mass volley of feathers. "So all of you possess powers that do not depend upon the swirl of mana." Volantis smashed his fist into the ground, causing the bone wall to blast apart omnidirectionally. The butcher took the attack head-on, the huge bone shards gouging into his flesh like oversized buckshot. Velis blocked the bones with his disintegration field. "Thank you." Zayn let the attacks hit him, but they bounced off his thick coat of durable feathers that formed a powerful armor. Seth Solar guarded his face as the bones shattered against his invincible flesh, though this time he felt cuts and nicks where the bones smashed against him. This thing was strong. Way stronger than any of the other odd creatures that Seth had seen so far in this dimension. If he had to put a variant ranking to this, it would be a B-ranked disaster variant at the minimum. "Thank you," Bone lance volley, shouted Volantis as he pointed his claws at Seth Solar. A red magic circle formed in front of his hand, and from it a mass number of giant ribs shot forth like spears. Seth maneuvered around the bones. Meanwhile, the butcher charged again on the ground. Giant's bone-hold Volantis slammed his spiked, greaved foot into the ground. Two enormous skeletal hands erupted form beneath the butcher, grasping him completely in a tight hold.
Thank you.
A volley of black feathers crashed into Volantis's back, etching out sparks and clangs of impact. The feathers jutted out of gaps in the armor, but seemingly did no real damage. This type of damage is nigh meaningless against me, said Volantis as he crouched, generating power before shooting up like a meteor towards Zayn. Seth Solar zipped in front of Zayn and blocked Volantis's giant fist with his own. Another shockwave of impact permeated outwards. Impressive, said Volantis.
Thank you.
Fuck off. Seth Solar fired a beam of solar energy that smashed directly into Volantis's face. The beam of gold instantly drove Volantis down in diagonal descent into the ground, smashing out a sizable crater on impact. Volantis knelt as he put his hand out, blocking the beam. Heat waves shimmered around his gauntlets as the black metal turned red-hot, then white-hot. This is considerable damage, yes, but I will not stand here and take it. Thank you. Volantis opened his other hand, and a chakram of linked and sharped bones formed. He tossed the chakram towards Seth Solar, away from the beam of solar energy, and it curved its trajectory to meet Seth Solar's head. An expertly aimed feather struck the chakram and sent it off course, evading Seth's head by a hair. Good teamwork, commendable. Volantis rolled to the side, causing Seth's beam to strike ground. He then stood up and chanted,
Thank you. Morph, Bone Guard Asura.
6 large skeletal arms spread out from Volantis's back, and in each of them, bone chakrams formed. He began to throw out these chakrams at supersonic velocity, replacing them as soon as they were sent out. Within 10 seconds, there were over 50 chakrams flying all across the circular arena, pinging off the walls and each other to create a mass game of pinball, where evading hits became a nigh impossibility.
Thank you.
Seth, Solar, and Zayn dodged like mad, but even then, they suffered attacks here and there. Seth looked down at Velis, who cowered in the back, completely fine because his disintegration field destroyed the chakrams as soon as they came in range. Velis, you useless fuck, go up there and touch him. Disintegrate him, said Seth. While he's throwing these boomerangs around, he can't move. Thank you. Velis took in a deep, calming breath and then started to float forwards into the whirling sonic boom-inducing masses of chakrams, with his arm outstretched to try and disintegrate Volantis. Chapter 72, Volantis, the Tyrant of Bone, 2. Velis floated towards Volantis's imposing giant metal form as his total of 8 arms moved rapidly, manifesting and throwing out bone chakrams at such speed that they became blurs.
Thank you.
The closer Velis got to Volantis, the thicker this storm of chakrams became, but because they were solid matter, Velis's disintegration field broke the endless flurry of bladed projectiles before they could shred Velis into pieces. Velis trembled as he hovered forwards. The only thing he could hear was the intense cacophony of bone smashing against rock, and the only thing he could see amid this storm of white bone was Volantis's gleaming red orb-like eye. That eye stared directly at Velis. Thank you. How amusing. You would challenge me straight on, though your bones are frail. Then come, show me you deserve the flesh that hides away your bones, roared Volantis. Velis took in a deep breath and landed on his feet, staring at that terrible red eye that flashed with eager anticipation. He was not a fighter. He never really had been.
Thank you.
As a connector that functioned like a diplomat in the criminal world, he never saw fighting as he was forbidden to attack others, and others were forbidden to attack him. But he knew that it was now or never. Velis closed his eyes and sprinted with his arms outstretched, trying to disintegrate Volantis. What? Velis opened his eyes as he felt himself pass through Volantis.
Thank you.
He looked back and saw that he had passed right through the giant creature, disintegrating out a man-sized hole inside the armor. Volantis stopped moving as the red light in his helmet eye dimmed down. His skeleton arms turned into dust, while his regular arms fell to his sides. He slouched over, limp. The giant skeletal hands trapping the butcher broke apart, revealing the B-rank villain no worse off for wear. Thank you. Seth, Solar, and Zayn tanked and dodged through the last volley of chakrams with several bleeding cuts, but no severe injuries. They hovered in the air as they looked down at Volantis. I've killed it, said Velis triumphantly. Where all you so-called soldiers could do nothing but fear, I managed to kill it. The fuck? Seth looked into the hole in Volantis's armor and saw that there was no flesh inside it. Just a sort of shadow darkness that flickered like miasma. Thank you. Volantis had no physical body within. Commendable human. Volantis's voice echoed out as he suddenly moved to the red light in his eye glowing again. He reached out and placed his hands on either side of Velis. Velis flinched, but Volantis did not touch Velis. You have managed to completely break down this proud armor of mine, but I am no being of flesh and blood. I am living armor, and disintegration alone shall not end me unless it is absolute.
Thank you.
Red swirls of energy formed around Volantis's black gauntlet claws, and these struck Velis from either side, encasing him in an aura of red. Volantis raised Velis in the air, using this crimson energy tether, and as living armor I am also demon, and as demon your soul is mine to feast upon. Volantis made a tearing motion with his claws, and Velis screamed before a faint red silhouette of himself emerged from his body, funneling into Volantis's red eye orb. Thank you. Volantis dropped Velis's limp, dead body. Your defense, this barrier that breaks down all manner of construct, was worthy of praise. But with flesh as frail as yours, your soul becomes far too easy to take. No, Snackman. The butcher roared as he barreled towards Volantis after seeing his handler and caretaker die. He slammed two giant fists down into Volantis's shoulders. Volantis took the attack head-on, and the force of it shattered the stone beneath his greaves. Thank you. The disintegrated parts of his armor started to patch back, regenerating as if new, and your flesh is sturdy, too strong to sever your soul from, but you wield the strength of this flesh with the poise of a simple-minded fool. Volantis's bone and black metal armor glowed before covering itself with raw red muscle fibers that threaded out from its gaps and seams. Thank you. Volantis landed a clean left and right punch combo on the butcher's head, disorienting the madman and driving him a few steps back. The butcher snarled and swung his tree trunk of an arm wildly, trying to club Volantis away. Volantis parried the swing with an elbow strike to divert the blow away before landing a powerful punch to the butcher's portly stomach. Thank you. While the butcher keeled over, Volantis followed that up with an uppercut that sent the madman flying backwards with several seconds of airtime. That is how you properly wield strength, said Volantis in a lecturing tone as the butcher crashed into the ground heavily, groaning in pain. Volantis then grunted as a laser beam blasted into his body, driving him into the ground in a crater. All the muscle fibers the laser beam hit sizzled and melted away. Thank you. Organ stitching. Pyro glands. Volantis used shattered bone necromancy to channel the flesh, organs, and bones of creatures he had assimilated into himself. Previously, he had been using the spell organ stitching giant muscles to cover himself with the muscle fibers of a giant. Now, he turned his metallic, bony armor dark brown, changing its hard exterior into a rubberier form. This was flesh from the flame-generating organs of dragons, highly resistant to fire damage. Thank you. Volantis stood up, easily withstanding the solar beams now. However, volleys of giant black feathers pierced through his softened armor, piercing right through him. But since he was a living armor that had no vital organs to really pierce through, piercing damage like this did almost nothing to him. Part stitching. Drake wings. Volantis's armor body shuddered as two large draconic black-scaled wings sprouted from his back. He leaped into the air while accelerating himself with his wings. Thank you. The sudden speed let him catch Zayn by surprise, and he landed a powerful punch that sent Zayn crashing into the ceiling like a pinball. Seth Solar retaliated with a punch that Volantis blocked with a guard, but it was heavy enough to drive him back dozens of meters in the air before he stopped himself with a flap of his wings. Your raw might is exceptional. It outstrips even mine. I would require muscle stitching merely to keep up with it, said Volantis. Thank you. You alone may reduce me to half my health, yet without your necromancer to appear before me, I cannot recognize this trial. That is, unless you kill me fully, then I will have no choice but to cede the obelisk. Yeah? You're still not even down to half health, whatever the fuck that means after all that, said Seth Solar. Did you think defeating one of the 5 Death Guard would be a mere simple task? Scoffed Volantis. All right. All right then.
Thank you.
Seth Solar glared at Volantis as Zayn flew to his side. Zayn, stand back. I'm taking care of this, said Seth. I'm going to kill this fucker. If I kill him, this whole thing ends. Zayn understood what Seth wanted to do and nodded, his eagle head flying away. A duel? I will gladly take one, said Volantis. There is no better way to take the bones from flesh than in a proper duel where what is desired is taken rightfully.
Thank you.
Seth reached into his tattered coat's pocket, where he withdrew his cases of boost. He snapped open the black case, took out a vial of azure blue liquid and uncorked it, drinking the liquid down. Zayn, Seth tossed the rest of the case down, and Zayn caught it gently in his beak. Seth took in a deep breath as his body started to glow brightly, shining like the sun, illuminating the dark and gray depths of the arena as if a miniature sun had been set alight within it.
Thank you.
His clothes burned away entirely as his body became completely dressed in a sheen of bright gold with his eyes, a bright shade of pure white. Waves of heat rippled all around him, as did strands of bright orange energy reminiscent of the solar flares and explosions that scorched the surface of the sun. It's about time I ended this, said Seth. Solar, oppose me if you can, mortal, said Volantis. I welcome the challenge. Thank you. Chapter 73. Loot and Summons and More. Aldrich witnessed the villains start the fight against Volantis, the Bone Tyrant, and watched only for a brief few minutes before his invisible grave ward was destroyed by collateral damage from Volantis's area of effect bone attacks. That Volantis would appear here was a massive surprise. He was a level 40 boss character, and the weakest among 5 Death Guard that formed the inner circle of powerful troops that served the Death Lord. Thank you. But even then, he usually guarded the 30th floor of the Necropolis, so to see him so early down in the 15th meant that the Death Lord fully intended on not allowing Aldrich to pass the 15th floor. At the same time, Volantis only needed the villains to reduce him to half health, and from an initial survey of his moves, it did not seem like he was using the full extent of his moveset. This way, the encounter was balanced enough that Aldrich could handle it provided he was around level 30. Thank you. Of course, Aldrich was not even close to level 30. He had gotten around that level requirement by abusing the party system to its maximum extent. Aldrich estimated that Seth Solar by himself could take down Volantis to half health if Volantis continued to handicap himself, at which point this quest would just end. Thank you. Volantis might have been planted in the 15th floor to limit how much experience and loot Aldrich could obtain to just what he could scour from the first 14 floors, but even that was enough to boost Aldrich up massively. Thank you. Aldrich did not know exactly how much experience he had accumulated because he did not receive it until the end of the quest, and all the items he picked up, mostly suits of armor and weapons, did not go into his inventory, but a separate space where, like his experience, he would be granted everything at the end of this quest. So far, the best pieces of loot that Aldrich had found were several grades of reinforcement shards that were necessary to upgrade or merge equipment into higher ranks. Thank you. He also found a Tome of Skeletal Mastery and Tome of Necrotic Carnage, specialized in bone-based spells and high-damage necromancy spells, respectively. These tomes were too high level for Aldrich to use right now, but after this quest, they were all fair game. Even with conservative estimates, Aldrich figured he could reach level 30. The only thing that disappointed Aldrich was that all the equipment here was for knights and warrior types, not spellcasters like him. Thank you. He would have to find better Necromancer sets from the trial quests he could unlock from gaining levels here and use reinforcing shards to upgrade his lantern to a higher rank, as trial quest weapons did not get that much better than the lantern until past level 50 or 60. Aldrich spawned another grave ward and sent it ahead of himself as he entered the 10th floor. In his first attempt, this had been the furthest he could go with his own power before it became too difficult to continue. Thank you. This floor was essentially a mini-boss floor with its Legion of Death Knights and its Captain Vampire Knight, but the villains had cleared it quite reliably with Seth Solar easily smashing his way through it. Here, Aldrich witnessed the carnage that Seth Solar had wrought. Countless burnt black craters on the ground stacked with the melted corpses of Death Knights all spoke of Seth Solar's overwhelming might. Among these corpses was one that interested Aldrich, Evan Harker's corpse. Thank you. One of Aldrich's tormentors, now reduced to a lifeless body lying still in a pile of blood, pooling from several deep gashes in his stomach. Aldrich put a finger on the back of Evan's head and a green sigil formed on it. This marked Evan to be raised for later. The Death Lord had promised that any units that Aldrich wanted to raise here he could keep. His current unit's controlled limit was maxed out, but for this quest only, he could mark corpses to be raised for later. Thank you. After this quest, when he gained more levels and attunement points to increase his unit count, he could sort through the list of units he marked for later and keep those best for himself. Aldrich marked as many Death Knight corpses as he could for himself, and this totaled up to 15 knights. He also marked the Crimson Knight captain's headless corpse. With that done, Aldrich moved on. The 11th floor consisted of puzzles that the villains had already solved or brute forced their way through. Thank you. Any traps they did not deal with, Aldrich was smart enough to solve anyway. Here, the undead were not that strong. It was the traps that made this floor difficult. Any A-class Blackwater student corpses that Aldrich saw, however, he marked to raise. The 12th floor was also a mini-boss room of sorts, comprising solely of a fight against a zombie giant. Here, the zombie giant had been felled by a laser beam to his head that completely bore through his brain.
Thank you.
Aldrich marked the zombie for raising. He also marked Blackwater students that died for raising as well. This included Alexis, the Storm Generator, and Simon Wells, another of Seth Solar's gang. Aldrich repeated this process throughout the 13th and 14th floors, marking most of the Blackwater at class to raise for himself. The only ones he could not raise were those that had been utterly destroyed or their bodies lost to traps. Thank you. This raising spree also included the strongest monsters on the 13th and 14th floors. The 13th floor consisted of tunnels where bone wheels, masses of skeletons attached in wheel-like configurations, rolled around at high speeds. Here, Aldrich raised a death wheel, the largest and strongest of them. The 14th floor was a small forest of vampiric plants, and this place had been thoroughly burned down by Seth Solar's solar beams. Thank you. Through the flames, Aldrich could not raise anything, but he did manage to salvage several seeds of vampiric plant monsters. Past the 14th floor, Aldrich entered the hallway that connected to Volantis's boss room. Here, he sent the grave ward ahead to check how Seth Solar and the rest of the villains were doing. He saw Volantis still fighting, though his health was halfway down to the 50% threshold. Thank you. From there, Aldrich continued to watch the fight, replacing the grave ward several times when it got destroyed by area of effect abilities. At one point, he witnessed a development that made his mind race with possibility. Volantis stated that so long as the Necromancer himself, in this case Aldrich, did not enter the boss room, the trial would not be counted. That is, unless the villains actually managed to kill Volantis.
Thank you.
At which point Seth Solar decided to use the boost that Aldrich had intentionally let him bring in an all-out battle to kill Volantis and end the trial. That made Aldrich wonder about this fight. In all likelihood, with boost powering him, Seth Solar could actually defeat Volantis even if Volantis went into his full strength, as he had already allowed the villains to reduce him nearly to half health. This was perfect.
Thank you.
Aldrich had been mildly disappointed so far that the only items he had found were armor and weapons for warriors. But if Seth Solar managed to kill Volantis, Then would Aldrich not have access to perhaps one of the best armor sets in the entire game? The armor set that could be crafted from Volantis's dropped boss soul was immensely useful and perhaps the absolute best for a necromancer that valued survivability and durability.
Thank you.
Yet beyond this, Aldrich could now raise the living armor demon, for unlike in the game, he had the ability to raise boss-level monsters in the game. The player character could wear Volantis's armor set simply as just that, a piece of armor. Volantis himself was dead and could not cast any of his shattered bone necromancy spells. What about now, though? If Aldrich raised Volantis fully, then did that not mean he could wear the living armor in its fullest power? Thank you. With Volantis alive and casting his own abilities, effectively doubling Aldrich's strength, Volantis might even have the possibility to level up as by the end of the game. When the player character and a massive party of fellow heroes assaulted the Necropolis, Volantis had raised himself from level 40 in the first mid-game encounter to level 80 as a mini-endgame boss fight prior to reaching the Death Lord.
Thank you. The possibility of all this power coming to Aldrich rested, however, squarely on Seth Solar's shoulders. Would he defeat Volantis? Especially before the little surprise that Aldrich had put into Seth's boost kicked in. It was difficult to tell. All Aldrich could do was wait and hope and observe. He did not just observe Seth Solar's fight. He also kept a keen eye on his controlled unit's status tab.
Thank you. He could not link his sight to anyone from the real world from a different realm, but what he could do was keep track of his list of current undead, seeing their health, mana, and status, and noting whether their health went down or up, or their skills went on cooldown, or so on and so forth. Thank you. Like this, he tried to stay on top of how the battle in the real world was going. Chapter 74, Red Circle Defense 1, The Red Circle. A convoy of 3 sleek, gray armored cars stopped in front of the Red Circle's first line of defense, the guard tower occupied by valets with a boom barrier that now glowed with energy, ready to release a repelling shockwave anytime a car tried to ram into it. In the guard tower, red-coated valets looked down with laser-sighted assault rifles. Thank you. Sentry turrets at the top of the tower joined in on this vigil, aiming their barrels at a convoy of 3 gray, sleekly armored cars. The cars stopped in front of the tower, and from the third car, the passenger door slid open as a white and red-suited man with golden shades stepped out while adjusting his collar and gel-spiked hair. A guard accompanied the man, and it was obvious that this guard was no joke. He was armored from head to toe in high-end combat armor. Thank you. A miniaturized etherite reactor created a glowing red circle at his chest, and from there, lines of bright red energy spread throughout like circuitry, powering various add-ons like wrist-mounted guns, forearm-projected plasmoid blades, personal shielding, and kinetic energy absorption fiber matrices. In the guard's hands was a black assault rifle emblazoned with a blue logo consisting of a 3-headed dragon, the symbol of Imuji War Arts, the highest-end weapons developer in the entire world. Thank you. This gun in particular was called the Hydra, for it had multiple modes it could enter with experimental nanotechnology molding. A smart link cable ran from the rifle's butt and attached to the back of the guard's helmet, linking the firearm to a variety of scanning functions and Imuji's famous Sure Kill auto-aiming system that drew from an advanced, localized artificial intelligence that ensured accuracy that exceeded human comprehension. Get Casimir down here. Thank you, said the man, wearing shades to the valets in the guard tower. He eyed down the barrels of their guns with cool annoyance. From an intercom system in the boom barrier, Casimir's voice projected outwards. "I am right here, Mr. Pepperelli. How can I be of assistance today?" said Casimir coyly. "You know damn well what you did. There are rules in our line of work, Casimir, rules that I thought you of all people knew."
Thank you.
"Like not attacking a connector, let alone abducting villains from across 10 different organizations. Release everyone you've taken hostage or suffer a shitstorm of consequence that will level this little club of yours down to smoking ashes," said Joe Pepperelli, the manager of the Trident's small base in Haven. "Ah, so you knew. Were you doing a little spying in my own club?" said Casimir. The Trident doesn't fuck around with new villain recruits.
Thank you. They're all microchipped for vitals and location, and now they're all gone, warped to God knows where, and that includes Velis, our connector, and the Butcher, one of our more important assets, not to mention the Blackwater A-class. Do you know how many golden eggs you've taken with you? How many of those students that already had contracts to work with us or the rest of the Dark Six once they graduated? I am fully aware, Mr. Pepperelli. I brokered most of those deals, did I not?
Thank you. Then what the fuck is this? Joe shrugged indignantly. 10 years, 10 fucking years that you spent working with everyone, and this is what you pull for what? For credits. Bruce Vane pay you more than what we were already funneling into you. Let's call this a grand retirement party for my exit from the criminal underground. Oh, retirement, is it? Joe laughed. You think you're retiring, are you? You think you'll leave this place in more than one piece? Thank you. You truly must have lost your mind. All right, I have your answer. You're going down, Casimir. If not today, then tomorrow, or the day after. You won't have a single day's worth of peace. I can guarantee you this. And that secretary of yours, I hope you enjoy seeing her in pieces. Please, Mr. Pepperelli, you and I are both far too experienced in this line of work to know that you do not have to utter these threats. They are already implied, said Casimir. Thank you. Yet, from what I can see, your base in Haven is small, as are the bases of the other Dark Six, if indeed they even have one. All of you relied on my Red Circle to host you, and now, because you have such little presence here, you have very few forces. How are you proposing you break down our defenses with 3 cars worth of men? Like I said, it doesn't have to be today. We can wait for reinforcements to come in. Where are yours? Who do you have? Who will back you now? Said Joe.
Thank you. You may be surprised by the answer to that question, Mr. Pepperelli, said Casimir. Joe scoffed. Yeah, let's see. Enjoy your night, Casimir. Let's see if you get to live through it. Shame too, because I really liked the drinks in this place. Joe walked away, and immediately, when his back turned, the valets at the guard tower opened fire with their assault rifles. Joe's guard raised a right hand and generated a field of rippling magnetic distortions that suspended the bullets in the air.
Thank you. All right, elites, let's get to work. Joe clapped his hands, and immediately the 3 armored cars opened their doors. Several combat armored men streamed out with synchronized efficiency, forming an ever-moving wave of crimson-faced specters of death. Elites within the Trident, combat personnel that did not have the best combat alter powers, became foot soldiers that used their powers for utility while relying on armor, technology, and countless hours of training to refine their deadliness. Thank you. Among foot soldiers, the highest class of them were the elites, squadrons of deadly veterans who had proven themselves across countless firefights and operations of high intensity. Many were veterans of the corporate wars of 2080 and 2090 when megacorporations and their hired or in-house armies clashed. Before the valets in the guard tower could adjust their aim, a trio of elite soldiers gunned them down with perfect headshots.
Thank you.
Another elite held his secondary arm out like his forearm was a shield, and from it, a red force field riot shield emerged, blocking sentry turret shots. Then, an elite behind the shield generator transformed his assault rifle. Parts of the gun shimmered before breaking down into a cloud of nanoparticles that then reformed into the bulkier barrel of a grenade launcher. He immediately reached into his utility belt, withdrew a trio of miniaturized grenade shells, loaded the gun, and fired. Thank you. The grenades, or rather more like explosive rounds, blew apart the sentry guns, reducing them to smoking, fiery scrap. Boys, the Red Circle is no joke, and though you might be overqualified to deal with their shitty in-house villains and mercenaries, their actual staff is a serious threat. You'll need my help. Joe took down his shades, revealing gray eyes marked with cross-shaped black pupils. Stim up. Thank you. As Joe's voice projected outwards, the 20 elites shuddered violently as Joe's power, stim sound, affected their brains and bodies, causing them to massively overload in adrenaline and other fight-or-flight bodily processes. They processed time slower with massively heightened reactions from their brains, overclocking. They no longer felt pain. They became monstrously aggressive and yet still in control of their training. Their strength and speed improved. Thank you. And on top of this, all the elites pressed a button on the necks of their helmets. This caused their suits to introduce into their bodies a bonus stim cocktail of incredibly potent performance-enhancing chemicals swelling up their muscles. Most of these elites were technos with unenhanced physical bodies. Thank you. However, they used their ability to interface with their combat technology, making up for this deficit, and with Joe's power, their stim cocktail, and high-end cybernetic enhancements such as dermal plating, duraplastic-laced bones, organ add-ons, and organ failure safeties, they became a terrifying fighting force. Joe watched as his elites made their way deeper and deeper towards the Red Circle. The Valet Tower was only the outer edge of the Red Circle's territory. Thank you. The nightclub itself was still several blocks further in, yet all the resistance he faced right now was pitiful. There were a few mercenaries hiding behind cars, some E and D ranker villains, and air support from drones that fired down explosive charges or rained down gunfire. The elites carved a path of carnage through all of them. Thank you. They released their own reconnaissance drones that mapped out any threat ahead of them, linking to their top-of-the-line environmental awareness and threat detection scanning in their helmets. Any combat drones they saw, they shot down with extreme accuracy, even though most of these drones zipped around on their rotor blades with the annoying agility of flies. Thank you. Any mercenaries that threw grenades had their explosives shot down in literal mid-air, or even in the very instant their hands blinked out of whatever cover they hid behind. The moment a mercenary popped out his head to try and fire back, he was headshotted by an elite whose infinitely faster reactions and better technology gave them every single edge possible. The occasional augmenter or mutant-class villain would come charging by with armored skin or regenerative powers. Thank you. Hardened skin was dealt with through explosive ammunition or armor-piercing rounds through soft spots, such as the eye utilizing the Hydra's sniper form. Mutants with regeneration were disabled with rounds to the brain before blown apart with planted plastic charges in their center, destroying too much of their bodies for them to regenerate. There was no mercy, only clean, efficient execution. Thank you. Chapter 75. Bonus Red Circle Defense 2. When the Red Circle was visible, that was when things became more difficult. Actual Red Circle staff, noted by their white bulletproof suits, though not nearly protective enough to fend against Imuji-class firearms and ammunition, contended against the elites. Yet of these low-level staff could beat the elites either. Thank you. In terms of sheer training, the Red Circle's staff were on par with the elites. But the elites outgunned and out-armored them too severely. In exchanges of gunfire, explosives, and the occasional usage of alter powers, the elites came out on top. Joe lost 2 elites total, while Casimir lost 12 of his personal staff, forcing them to retreat back behind the Red Circle's force field. Thank you. The moment the staff was in protective range, raining down suppressive fire so that Joe and his elites could not advance easily, the force field came up. Joe lit up a cigar as he watched from far behind through a pair of binoculars. His elites were stationed behind whatever cover they could find in this urban jungle, mostly cars and the walls of buildings.
Thank you.
Some headed to the top of buildings to take up sniping spots, using activated kinesis fields on the soles of their boots to scale up vertical walls. Once in defensive, entrenched position, all of them eyed the force field warily. The Red Circle was ready for a siege. Its entrances and walls were shingled with neo-steel plating, completely replacing the fancy facade with cold, hard, gray steel. But beyond this, the Red Circle's force field made it nigh impenetrable.
Thank you.
The most conventional way to deal with a force field generated with ether was to use an energy weapon, but this force field was strong enough that the plasma coil weapon forms on the elite's Hydras would not punch through this. For all intents and purposes, this was a deadlock, and yet Joe could not help but feel uneasy. None of the elite staff of the Red Circle had shown up. Walters, Hirondelle, Cubehead, Smoke, and Spybird. Thank you. Each of these aside from Cubehead were strong and trained enough that conventional gun and armor soldiers could not easily deal with them, yet Joe had prepared countermeasures.
Thank you. Hirondella's violet swallow form consisted of pure energy that made her immune to almost any form of gunfire or explosive. But Joe had prepared powerful kinesis generators that placed artificial gravity fields which could hold her in place, and then it was simply a matter of changing the force vectors in the fields to tear her apart.
Thank you. Walters was fast, strong, and had high regeneration, but the elites all had in reserve on their belts a special type of corrosive ammunition chemically tailored specifically to negate his healing. Cubehead could generate warp traps from cube-shaped constructs, but these had a specific energy signature that the elite scanning systems had in their database, preventing them from ever letting it catch them by surprise.
Thank you.
Smoke was a melee fighter who could phase into smoke form, and she could reform from being dispersed. Yet, she was still just smoke. Flash freezing charges could completely entrap her. Spybird was the Red Circle's head of technological operations. He had little combat power by himself, but his strongest drone, the Albatross, was a mechanical menace that had enough firepower to wipe out the elites wholesale. Not to mention it had powerful EMP shielding.
Thank you.
But Joe had prepped techno-elites among his crew with viruses developed by a high-end Trident techno specifically to render the Albatross unusable. It was a shame that Joe's preparation he had made from the tiniest suspicion he got years ago that the Red Circle might one day turn rogue, did not see the light of day. Not yet, at least. It was obvious Casimir was holding out under his force field. Thank you. This was an idiotic maneuver because, as Joe had made clear, Casimir had no more help, no reinforcements. Meanwhile, Joe had already called the Trident's main body and the rest of the Dark Six. They would send in their higher-class villains, and then the Red Circle was over. Granted, this might take days, but it would still happen. And what did Casimir have to counter that? His finite, ever-dwindling staff numbers and a force field that could stay up for what? 3 more hours? 4?
Thank you.
Casimir was done. He might even fall tonight. Joe received a call. He flipped out his phone and answered it.
Yeah.
About damn time. He smiled. Talk about reinforcements, huh? Within minutes, 3 individuals came to Joe's position. One was a large, hulking mechanical humanoid with huge red shoulder pauldrons, red-plated armor, and a spherical head glowing with a horizontal blue line that stood in for eyes. Thank you. His each and every moment was heavy, clanking and whirring with hydraulic pressure. On his shoulder was a menacing mounted cannon large enough that it looked like it could bust a bunker. The other 2 were more normal-looking individuals, a man and a woman, respectively. The man was tall, heavily built, and had on a perpetual angry scowl. His hair was cut in a military buzz cut, and his stern, square jaw made it obvious that he never enjoyed anything in life. Thank you. Overall, he was relatively simple in appearance, just muscle and plain black bodysuit. The woman was far more elaborate in aesthetic. She was also tall. Taller even than the man, standing in easily at 6'3", 1.9 meters, with a slim but strong athletic build that showed the curvature of her muscles through skin-tight body armor that had a regal gold, blue, and white color scheme. Thank you. Her face had fine, refined features, marked noticeably by a diagonal scar that ran from the top of her right eye down to her chin. Blue hair tied up in a ponytail trailed behind her. On her shoulders were small golden pauldrons tapered out into golden feathers. 2 large strands of blue feather-shaped flexi steel streamed from her back, flowing with her each and every movement gracefully. Thank you. In her hand was a white metal rapier handle that hummed with a blue miniature aetherite reactor embedded in its crossguard from the handle. A thin blade of bright blue plasmoid energy flickered. Good to see Blackwater cares about their assets, said Joe as he spat out his cigar and ground it under his foot. Nice to see you, Clank, Darius, and Colette.
Thank you.
Blackwater's 3 combat instructors gave Joe a curt nod, but they mostly looked ahead with firm resolution to the Red Circle that had taken their students. With the students gone, Blackwater would fall under large-scale investigation. There was only so much the Dark Six could do to shield Blackwater from the government. The mass disappearance of 15 students was beyond what the Dark Six could do. Thank you. And under investigation, Blackwater would have no choice but to dissolve and fade away into the shadows. The comfortably paid lives that Clank, Darius Fletcher, and Colette lived now would disappear just like that, and they were not about to let their money vanish into the smoke like that. You see that force field? I'm not equipped to deal with it, began Joe. I got it. Just tell your men to get the fuck back. Thank you. Darius Fletcher stepped forwards into the open, and his entire body lit up, turning a bright, molten orange. Waves of heat shimmered all around him, and each step he took, the ground under his feet melted. Gun him down! Shouted a red circle staff from behind the force field. The force field was configured so that any matter from within could phase directly out of it without much issue. Dozens of gun barrels flickered like little stars as bullets rained down on Darius.
Thank you.
Darius trudged forwards with zero hesitation. The bullets hit his body and either bounced off or melted into nothingness. An explosion rocked the side of Darius's head, blowing off a large chunk of his skull. Several massive rounds from the cannons and larger turrets on the red circle gouged out chunks from Darius's body. Darius paused for a second as his head and body regenerated from molten material. He then began a fast sprint towards the force field and slammed into it.
Thank you.
He put both his glowing orange hands on the surface of the field, and as he did so, the normally translucent force field flickered in varying shades of blue as it warped and twisted under the intense heat and energy. Darius roared as a bright white sphere inside his stomach glowed visibly through his molten body. His heat output increased exponentially, and the force field began to slowly cave inwards like a piece of glass twisting under heat. Retreat inside, back to the red circle. Thank you. Immediately, the red circle staff filed into the nightclub, opening up the fortified neosteel doors just long enough that the last man could retreat in before closing shut. Not 1 second after the staff retreated within, the force field broke apart. Like a system short-circuiting from one fried wire, it only took a small surface area of a force field to break for the entire thing to power down. Get in here, you maggots. I've only shorted the field out. It might come back up again.
Thank you,
shouted Darius as he waved everyone forwards. His head blew apart into molten goo from another large-caliber turret shot, and he angrily looked up and fired a pressurized blast of lava at the turret, melting it before encasing it in a tomb of cooling rock. Joe waved, and his elites started to stream ahead, though carefully scanning ahead for any potential threats. Chapter 76, the final act. Joe Pepperelli considered himself a cautious man. Thank you. As someone who needed others to work his powers through, he knew when to keep both friend and foe alike close. That cautiousness bled into everything else he did, or else he would not have survived in the cutthroat world of the criminal underground. Wait! Joe shouted to his elites before they could get into range of Fletcher, and consequently the turret fire raining down on the combat instructor. Elites, hold defensive entrenchment. Shield line formation Delta. Thank you. Several elites filed in front of each other and unlatched large metal discs with glowing red centers. They planted the discs at their feet and crouched down, pressing a few touchscreen buttons. The discs crackled with red energy before opening up, exposing glowing red circuitry and moving mechanical parts. Large front-facing shields of energy formed from these discs, and behind them, groups of 3 elites crouched for cover. What is it now?
Thank you,
said Darius as he withstood more barrages of large-caliber gunfire and energy blasts from the dozen or so turrets installed in the red circle's facade. Crawler drones skittered across the walls, firing volleys of seeker missiles and adding to this damage. Darius, however, was practically invincible. Like many alters whose powers transmuted their bodies into specific elements or energies, he was invulnerable to conventional firearms and possessed no real vital organs to hit.
Thank you.
The only real weakness was the white core in his chest that functioned like an engine to boost his heat and lava output, but destroying that did not kill Darius, it just limited his magma output temporarily. Unlike many other alter powers that transmuted the body fully into a different form, he also did not need to eat, drink, or breathe while maintaining this state, essentially rendering his energy levels the only definite timer on his power. Thank you. The only way to beat Darius was by destroying every single part of his body in a single instant, preventing him from regenerating or dunking him in deep water, where his lava form would solidify and entrap him. Even so, it was annoying to deal with all the hits he was taking, because he needed to expend energy to regenerate. Darius shot forth globs of magma with expert accuracy at the turrets he found, disabling them one by one. None of the red circle higher-ups are here. Thank you. They may be planning an ambush within, and we need to remain careful, especially of Cubehead and his warp traps. My elites will provide suppressive fire and snipe any drones, but you three will have to deal with breaking through the main door. Joe nodded to an elite, and several of them reached into their combat packs and took out spinning, disc-shaped drones that shimmered, cloaking themselves. Thank you. These reconnaissance drones had no offensive power, but they had advanced scanning systems that had Cubehead's energy signatures locked into them. Fucking pansies, gonna sit behind those shields and hold on to your balls like that, huh? And red circle higher-ups, Darius laughed derisively. Don't get funny with me, Joe. You and your elites might be scared shitless of them, but each of us from Blackwater is worth 3 red circle shit stains. Darius, however, relented to Joe's plan. Thank you. He looked back after he finished disabling the last of the turrets. Clank, get your lil pea shooters out of my face, said Clank to the elites as he trudged forwards, all of his heavy metallic parts clanking and clicking, emitting the sound of hydraulic pressure hissing from pistons external and internal. He looked like a living tank, awe-inspiring in his bulk and sheer power.
Thank you.
He knelt down, and his 3 large metal toes extended out before hooking into the asphalt below, cracking into the ground for a firm hold. His enormous red shoulder cannon lowered, and the barrel began to light up orange and spin. Patterns of blue energy lit up all around the length of the red weapon of mass destruction. The cannon aimed square at the red circle's main door.
Thank you.
Where before the door was a discreet yet stylish double door of tinted glass decorated with golden floral patterns at its frame. It was now a fortified gray neo-steel frame at least half a meter thick. No conventional firearm would ever get through that. But Clank did not believe in conventional. No, he did not believe in anything that did not generate an explosion loud enough to rupture an eardrum. Go big or go home was his motto, and he lived by it.
Thank you.
A deafening, rumbling crack echoed through the air as Clank's giant body recoiled. The ground under his anchored feet shattered, the sound of metal exploding, literally shattering into pieces under unfathomable impact, pierced through the air. Neo-steel was the most durable metal on the market that was not techno-custom-made. It involved a smart atomic structure that incorporated nanotechnology to shape itself in the most efficient structure against any specific type of damage or impact. Thank you. It was flexible, durable, adaptable, and, in the red circle's case, upgraded even further so that it was also heat-proof and shock-absorbent, making it bomb-proof. But now that magnificent neo-steel door had been blown apart like glass, its broken pieces smoking and blackened from impact. Clank opened his metal mouth, and steam and smoke hissed out as he exhaled and stood up, detaching from the floor. Nothing beats the boom of a railgun, I tell you. Nothing.
Thank you.
Scan the insides. We don't want to deal with any ambushes, said Joe. The elites moved quickly, using handheld controllers to sending out their recon drones into the broken main door to scan the insides for threats. All clear, said an elite. All clear? No hostiles either? Joe narrowed his eyes. Not a single trap in sight, and not even any personnel to try and defend. Something was off. Yes, sir. All clear, repeated an elite. Joe worried for a moment before calming down. Thank you. If it was just himself and his elites, he would be hesitant to push through. But he had 3 of Blackwater's combat instructors with him, and they gave him all the assurance he needed. Clank and Fletcher were solid B-rank villains. Colette at BB rank, villains and heroes alike became legitimate, recognized threats. The Red Circle's higher-ups were strong, yes, but they were either at the highest end of C rank or on the low end of B. Thank you. There was just that much of a divide between the C and B ranks. The difference between those that were just strong and those that were exceptional. Darius Fletcher was not exaggerating when he stated he could deal with 3 of the Red Circle's higher-ups in a direct engagement. It was probably true. Feeling more confident, Joe waved to his men. Squadrons 1 and 2, spread out and mobilize, said Joe. Flush anyone out with smoke and flashes. Thank you. If you detect Cubehead's trap cubes, break them with sonic grenades. Cubehead could create small black cubes of energy that he could remotely activate or have detonate in foreign presences, causing the cubes to expand and warp individuals to other locations. However, these cubes were fragile, like glass, and sonic suppressant grenades could release far-reaching waves of force that could easily shatter them without the need to ever risk nearing them. Thank you. 10 of Joe's men moved forwards, sweeping the area around them with side-to-side scans of their Hydra assault rifles. They moved quickly but carefully and entered into the red circle bit by bit, allowing those ahead to cover for those behind, making it so that if there was an ambush, losses could be minimized. Joe was careful enough to keep the rest of his 8 men outside just in case something happened here. Darius watched the elites file in. So, any threats?
Thank you.
Not yet, said Joe as he saw the last of the 10 elites from his 2 advanced squadrons move in. Dance floor is secure, second floor is being secured as we speak. They must be concentrating their defenses on the 3rd floor, where Casimir is holed up like a rat. Darius spat a glob of magma on the ground. It melted and sizzled into the asphalt. We'll tear him out of there soon enough. Hostiles above, one of Joe's elites suddenly shouted. Joe immediately whipped his head. Thank you. A veritable flock of drones buzzed above, descending towards everyone outside. Some of these drones were combat drones, but many were just utility or commercial grade. No explosives? Shouted an elite, confirming that they were not suicide bomb drones. But then what the fuck was this? Without bombs strapped to these drones, the vast majority of them were just chunks of flying metal. Gun them down. Use your EMP charges. We take no risks here, said Joe. Thank you. Joe's 8 elites knelt down and rapidly gunned down the swarm of drones above with volleys of explosive rounds. They tossed up EMP charges in locations where the drone swarm was thickest, disabling large swatches of them. Casimir must be getting real fucking desperate if this is his idea of a distraction, laughed Darius as he crossed his arms and looked at the dense cloud of random drones above. Wait, hostiles! Switching to anti-unit fire, said an elite. Thank you. Now that the cloud of drones had been thinned enough, it was possible to see that there were people hidden within. Thank you. White-suited men and women with some form of flight capability, whether it was levitation or through wings. The strike squad shouted, Joe, take them out before they reach us. The Red Circle's strike squad consisted of its airborne staff that functioned like cavalry, making quick strikes in and out with their mobility. Joe had been on guard against them. He knew that they would not fight in the insides of the Red Circle, where their flight was restricted. But throughout the night, the strike squad had never shown up, not until now, when Joe had allowed his confidence to lapse just a tiny bit, splitting his elites up in half. Joe's mind raced. The cloud of drones had also hidden the strike squad not only in a mass of metal, but there was enough interference generated from the mass of drones that it was impossible for the elites to scan them out beforehand. Yet the strike squad was still high enough up that they would suffer horrible losses before getting close. Already, Joe could see members of the strike squad grunting or yelping in pain as bullets struck them, many of these bullets goring through their heads to instantly kill them. Several bodies dropped out of the air, crashing into the ground and bleeding out of holes punched into their brains. Out of the 20 or so strike squad members, maybe only 3 or 4 would land on the ground without injuries, and then what? Blackwater's faculty would just annihilate them. Where's Hirondell, said Joe. His eyes darted from side to side as he tried to find the leader of the strike squad without Hirondell. This attack was meaningless. She was the only one with enough power to put up a fight against Blackwater faculty, and yet even she was hilariously outmatched against 3 faculty members. She's not there, shouted an elite cube energy signatures, scanned, said another elite. At the mention of cubes, Darius immediately perked his head up and grew serious, the laugh wiping off his face. He started to blast forth streams of magma up to try and thin out the strike squad. Clank could not do anything. He was recharging from using his railgun. Joe stared at Colette as she just stood there with a hand on her hip and bored expression on her face, looking at the mass of whining drones and flying altars above. What, said Colette, in distinctive French accent, I can't fly. Joe turned away from Colette and to his men, "Snipe those with cubes, ignore all others. Squadrons 1 and 2 recall," shouted Joe. He understood what was happening. The strike squad was essentially committing a suicide attack to try to throw down cube heads, warp cubes, to try to teleport everyone away. Joe saw as his elites expertly began to snipe those holding the cubes, but strike squad members without cubes acted like meat shields, soaking up bullets as long as they could. "Too late, warp defense formation," shouted Joe. The elites gathered in groups of 3 as they continued to fire, making sure they would not be alone when warped away. Yet those with the cubes did not focus on the elites. They made beelines towards Blackwater's 3 faculty. When they got close enough to the ground, the final 3 members of the strike squad tossed a cube at each of the 3 combat instructors. Fuck Darius tried to reach out and shoot magma at the cube in front of him. Whelp Clank saw the cube hover in front of his face. Colette shrugged at the cube in front of her, knowing nothing she did right now mattered. At this range, destroying the cubes would still trigger its warp effect. The cubes expanded and engulfed each combat instructor in a cube of inky black before vanishing away. In exchange, the elites immediately gunned down the last of the strike squad, killing them all. Joe looked around at the battlefield. 20 white-suited bodies were scattered all across the ground, some slung over streetlights, some crashed into cars, some splattered on the ground from freefall after getting shot in the head. Fires from Darius and ammunition-based explosions crackled and roared in the night breeze. Countless broken drones sputtered all around, loosing an eerie mechanical elegy for the dead. All squadrons returned to me defensive entrenchment. "Keep your red circle contingencies on hand," said Joe. He adapted to this sudden turn of events. He did not panic. Time was still on his side. Casimir had lost all of his strike squad to warp the Blackwater faculty away, and those were the strongest among his non-higher-ups. The rest were fodder that Joe's elites could gun down. The only issue was the higher-ups themselves. Probably Casimir thought that without the Blackwater faculty, Joe's elites were defenseless against the red circle, higher-ups. Joe smiled as he put on his shades again, his rapidly beating heart starting to calm again. Little did Casimir know Joe had prepared a contingency plan against all of the red circles, higher-ups. The corrosive lights as his solar energy grests and force shockwaves from Seth Solar's intense barrage had torn the Butcher's body apart, leaving his bits scattered everywhere. But due to the nature of the Butcher's ability, it was possible the villain was still alive. Not that it mattered to Seth. In a battle of this scale, the Butcher was useless. He looked down at Volantis, wondering if the damned thing was dead. Volantis was still in the middle of his smoking crater. All of his muscle and newly formed organs charred to a black crisp. Fuck, Seth felt more of his energy leave him in streaks, and he held off on his flying, slowly falling back down to the ground. Something's wrong. He looked down at his hands. His energy was leaving him, his golden aura fading as it dissolved into little twinkling sparkles that faded into the darkness of the arena. He fully expected to lose a vast amount of stored solar energy, but that was because he knew he was going to use it all up. Right now, he was losing energy without even doing anything. The color of his normal skin started to return as his shining gold aura faded, and that was when his eyes widened, as he saw black streaks within his visible veins. Kryptic. The realization hit Seth as his vision blurred. He felt deeply sick to his core, his strength leaving him in waves. Impressive, truly commendable. Volantis emerged from his crater, piles of burnt rubble spilling from his huge frame. He moved shakily, and no longer did he regenerate damage to his armor, revealing a host of scorch marks and melted, warped holes. "Your flesh is strong, very strong. I can hear your bones screaming under the oppression of that mighty flesh. Thus it is my burden to bear to free those bones of yours." Volantis put his right hand over his left forearm. "I do not know if I can use this power, for my levels have been reduced considerably, but I no longer possess the strength to fight you. Otherwise," with a solemn chat, Volantis uttered the words, part stitching arm of the blood. God, a massive surge of crimson energy burst out from Volantis as he emitted a war cry that thundered throughout the arena. The entire arena lit up a shade of threatening red as Volantis' burned metal body started to line with veiny streaks of brightly glowing red, forming a circulatory system that branched out from his left arm. The left arm itself turned into a shade of pure red. Almost like an energy construct, Volantis trudged forwards, his steps shaky and weak, while he supported his glowing red left arm up with his right hand, as if his left arm was an enormously heavy weapon. Seth Solar fell to a knee as he Thank you. In here, something terrible, something horrible, gestated. The silhouette of an eerie infant form shuddered and convulsed as it grew and grew by the moment within this womb of slime and flesh. Helical strands of eerie glowing blue fed into the infant from the manta, and as these strands streamed out, the manta grew thinner and thinner.
Thank you.
These were nutrients and genetic material from the many the manta had dissolved with its slimes and variants that she had devoured during her hunts over the past 6 months. Cleanse the rot. This was the instinctive message drilled into the manta when she came into contact with the voice. But she had failed. The rot was too strong. Thank you. The rot's carriers, the humans, were too much to overcome with their walls and mighty fighters, and now the manta accepted her impending death from her injuries. But the manta entrusted that her precious child would succeed where she had fallen. Cleanse the rot. The manta whispered deep into the depths of her unborn child's psyche, deep into its genetic memory. Thank you. The manta grew thinner and thinner, until finally it had been absorbed into the very womb of slime it had created, turned into the final burst of nutrients and energy needed for her child to be born. The gray slime womb crystallized solid, turning many shades darker, almost into a black crystal suspended within these dark and lonely waters. The infant within was nearly fully formed now, and surprisingly it was far, far smaller than its mother.
Thank you.
Its silhouette was shaped like the carriers of the rot, its body upright with 2 arms and 2 legs, and it was not much larger than the carriers, those humans. Yet within that tiny body there was undeniable power. The crystal cocoon started to shatter as the silhouette's large circular eyes glowed a distinct azure blue, cracks wreathed all around the womb prison, and light shone brightly out of it as contained, built up, might struggle to spill out. Thank you. Then the cocoon shattered, and a pillar of blue energy rumbled outwards, piercing through the ocean and into the skies, and thus, with the rumbling of thunder, the call was sent out, and the herald born among districts in Haven. It was an indisputable fact that the highest concentration of suited-up, heartless corporate workers with the fattest credit accounts lived in the financial district. Thank you, here. The corporate worker bees and their higher-ups, all collectively called suits, toiled endlessly for their mega-corporations, specifically for Hammerhead Industries that dominated the Haven's northern manufacturing district, and Nautilus Moving that held a tight monopoly over Haven's shipping. In Haven Center, the streets became cleaner. Thank you. High-end Arma police rotated around in their cobalt blue combat suits, ensuring that no common street thug could even dream of stepping foot in these wealthy streets. No, the only crime that they allowed was crime perpetuated by the suits themselves, because at the end of the day, mega corporations were just glorified gangs pumped up to a multinational scale. Thank you. Their white collars were not above staining with blood, as evidenced by the 3 great Corpo Wars of 2080, 2090, and 2100 that shed blood on the order of hundreds of thousands. It was a common saying among regular folk that where there were suits, there were walls, and this held no less true for Haven City Center. The Central District was defended by its own set of walls independent of the panopticon and government-funded walls of the city proper. Thank you. These walls were far higher tech, personally commissioned by the wealthy to protect them. Not to mention, it kept out lower-class citizens.
Thank you.
Within these walls, inside the penthouse suite of the White Rose, an internationally renowned 5-star hotel, 2 men sat on a luxuriously cushioned couch as they watched a wide telescreen projecting images of brutal, bloody battle that completely contrasted with the clean, cool white marbles and golds and floral patterns that decorated the walls of their room. So what do you think? Wouldn't it be fun to just show up and screw with them?
Thank you,
said a red, blue, and gold costumed man as he bared an eager grin. His costume seemed almost elegant, its body armor and fabric designed to mimic a rather dapper overcoat and suit getup. His eyes flashed with bright color, his white pupils lined with 3 rings of red, blue, and gold matching his costume. At the center of his costume that barely hid the curvature of his muscles was the Roman numeral 3. This was Hat Trick, a rank hero. What's the point? Thank you. We would just be dealing with small fry, said a powerfully built giant of a man with a much plainer suit. It was brown with stony crack patterns like the earth with heavy mechanical bracers of white that made his arms look enormous like those of belonging to a gorilla. This was Seismic, also a rank hero. The two A-rank heroes stationed in Haven in case there were further variant attacks. True, said Hat-Trick. It's like I'm looking at a D-list carnival. Thank you. Weak-ass villains just shooting each other up, huh? Doesn't it kind of make you want to just show up, in the name of public safety and all, and just utterly stomp these fools just to show them that there's way, way bigger fish out there? Not particularly, said Seismic. He shrugged his boulder-like shoulders. Oh, come on, you like breaking things, don't you? Don't you want to just go out there and break these villains in half? Thank you, said Hat-Trick with an eager smile, waiting for an excuse to leave. Yeah, but it's an unhealthy urge, and I don't like feeding into it. Messes with the whole hero job, said Seismic. Plus, I've been 8 years free from any unnecessary breaking incidents. Don't want to lose that streak now. But these are villains, Seismic. They deserve to get broken.
Thank you.
Hat-Trick motioned to the screen where his navigator, a techno specialized in providing surveillance and reconnaissance for heroes, transmitted video feed and images of the scuffle happening at the Red Circle. Yeah, probably, but you know the rules. If villains fight among each other, you leave them alone. Better to let them thin out their own numbers, said Seismic. But I'll give you this, if they involve civilians somehow, I would be willing to go there with you.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were this boring, Seismic, said Hat-Trick with a roll of his strangely colored eyes. I'm 50 years old, Hat-Trick, and I have a baby boy that watches the news to see how much of a hero his dad is. Breaking villain spines on live TV isn't exactly great for that, said Seismic. Maybe even 10 years ago I would have gone, but now. No, not really. Seismic struck a concerned look at Hat-Trick. Thank you. Sometimes I worry that you have an even worse addiction for violence than me, and my addiction's medically diagnosed a side effect of my power needing me to shatter things or something. You should get yourself checked out, Hat-Trick scoffed. I'm fine. I'm just bored as all hell waiting for something to happen in this shitty city. I don't see any variants attacking, and I'm not about to do some low-level shit like stopping the local convenience store from getting robbed. Thank you, figured this whole Red Circle thing was the next best thing to get myself moving. Still, I wonder about the consequences of this, said Seismic. He scratched his slicked back gray and black hair. The Red Circle going rogue? The Trident mobilizing forces against them, and those 3 B-ranker villains too. I thought they were MAIA, but they show up now all of a sudden. Something big must have happened. Chapter 79, The Ocean's Call, 2, beats me.
Thank you. I just kind of wanted to go out there and flex my muscles a little. I don't hide the fact that I love to crush the weak, whether they're whimpering variant beasts or weakling alters. But yeah, seems like this isn't worth it. Not like stopping this fight is going to net us any real AP. Might as well wait for them to get civilians in the crossfire to up any AP gains, but even then, villains are real careful these days to keep their fights all self-contained. So meh.
Thank you. Hat-Trick yawned as he realized his chances of going out and beating up villains diminished by the moment. But honestly, as he noted, it was not really worth it either. Heroes received AP achievement points based on successful missions that determined their placement in rankings and potential for promotion, but variant attacks provided the most AP, while apprehending villains provided far less. Thank you. As a result, most low-tier heroes who were not strong enough to go out and fight variants and instead had to help dealing with street-level crime in neighborhood patrols or whatnot faced plenty of ridicule. They were dubbed janitors that swept the streets of petty crime instead of being strong enough to defend humanity against variant attacks. The real heroes were those who could stand up to flashy giant monster attacks and save countless lives. Thank you. This lenient attitude towards villains, especially compared to during the age of villains where they were feared as tyrant overlords, occurred due to reforms that occurred after the monstering, where a huge move for a unified humanity against variants started. And, at the end of the day, villains were still humans. Many villains joined heroes and sacrificed their lives to fight against the extinction-level threats of the Titans at the start of the monstering. Thank you. This gave villains far more leeway to pursue their way of life, so long as villains did not threaten society as a whole or directly injure large quantities of human life. Heroes generally did not engage with them significantly. Plus, it was logistically difficult. Thank you. There were still obscenely powerful villains from during the monstering who became founders or higher-ups within the largest villain organizations, so trying to wage a war against them was just a waste of resources when variants continuously threatened humanity as a whole. Thank you. Public and social media were also heavily engineered and regulated by the Panopticon, so that they glamorized heroes beating variants but largely downplayed villain organization activities, unless they became far too obvious and harmful. Like this, there was a sort of unspoken truce between villains and heroes that existed so long as the threat of the sleeping titans remained. Thank you. Not to say that there was never conflict between heroes and villains, there was plenty, but on a macro scale, variants were the real threat. Police should be dealing with this, said Seismic. Ha, that's a good one, Seismic, laughed Hat Trick. I'll bet 50,000 credits right now that the police commissioner here makes triple his shitty public salary from villain donations. I pity the idiot who would ever call that bet, said Seismic. He sighed.
Thank you.
But still, I can't help worrying about the villains. What if they are planning something in the shadows, using their diplomatic immunity from the monstering for something big? The years have turned you into a conspiracy theorist, said Hat Trick. If the villains ever step out of line, the AA and Panopticon turns against them and then they just get shit on. Panopticon starts to actively find their assets, freeze them, and shut down their businesses.
Thank you.
And then the AA fights the villains, and I can guarantee you that we have way more heavy hitters than they do. AA has been recruiting the strongest alters actively and globally for over 50 years. You can't walk more than 2 street blocks without seeing an ad for joining the AA and becoming a hero. Heroes are the faces of advertising and corporate deals everywhere. They're the ones people look up to and love. Thank you, villains in the meanwhile still have to move in secrecy, and that's just bad business for attracting new talent. True, true, said Seismic. Maybe the years have made me paranoid. You've got to learn to live a little, Seismic, said Hat Trick. This is why I don't believe in having kids or a wife. All that commitment and responsibility, it starts to drag you down and make you worry about the future. It stops you from really living in the present. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
I do, said Seismic. But there's something about worrying for people you're committed to that makes life worth living. It beats out the aimless addiction to destruction I had when I was young. Well, that sounds like a you problem. I got no problem having 20 different girls on call and bathing in credits and cheers, said Hat Trick. He perked up as he watched the telescreen. Oh shit, look, they managed to pull of a warping maneuver. Good tactics, said Seismic with a nod. Thank you. Using a mass amount of drones to generate enough interference to tune out any scanning, I would never have thought of that. I suppose that's the difference between villains and heroes. They're used to fighting alters, and we're used to fighting variants. Damn, look at that guy die, the guy with the shades, said Hat Trick, leaning forward like he was watching his favorite football team score a goal. He narrowed his eyes. Who killed him, though? I only see blurs.
Thank you.
Hat Trick talked into his earpiece mic. Hey Nav, try and get your drone to zoom in a little more. The drone's camera tried to zoom in, but then a cover of strange, dark smoke washed over everything, completely removing any visibility. Nav, this is just smoke, right? Scan past it or something. I'm missing out, man, said Hat Trick. The drone camera tried to switch to various sight modes. AC, scanning, thermal radar, nothing really worked. The hell? Is this some kind of alter power? Thank you, remarked Hat Trick. Fairly high-end, too, said Seismic. Your Nav, what's his support ranking? A solid B, said Hat Trick in the AA. Heroes that did not directly fight went into the support department that focused on surveillance and reconnaissance, and they had their own ranking system determined from metrics that did not revolve around combat capability. Then this is pretty high-end concealment, said Seismic. It reminds me of Void Walker.
Thank you.
Void Walker was a famous hero turned vigilante who could generate fields of shadowy darkness that completely shut down any form of surveillance. You really are old, huh? Said Hat Trick. Void Walker went MIA 15 years ago. Anyways, Hat Trick stood up, stretching his arms. What are you doing? Said Seismic. I'm going out there. I'm a little curious about what's going on now, said Seismic. He balled his gloved hands into tight fists. Thank you. Golden studs at the knuckles flashed as he cracked his neck. You coming, old man? Seismic put a hand on his salt and pepper-colored goatee. The wrinkles around his brown eyes deepened as he thought about what to do. I don't know. We'd be going into unknown territory, Hat Trick Face palmed. Seismic, we're a class, A-class. We would wipe the floor with anybody here. Hell, you could probably drum up an earthquake and shove this entire place inside a sinkhole and be done with it.
Thank you. What do we have to worry about?
I guess I can give you some cover, said Seismic. As he stood up, he immediately froze as he looked at his AA-issued alert watch. The watch embedded in his costume blared orange, indicating a possible threat that required immediate investigation. Hat Trick also stared at his glowing orange watch. A holographic projection of a status report emitted from the watch.
Thank you.
From the holograph, a video also played showing an enormous blue pillar of energy rising from the ocean surface and into the clouds approximately 15 kilometers from Haven's coastline. The pillar of energy faded away after a few seconds, but when it did, it caused the clear night sky to suddenly throng with dark, rumbling storm clouds. A mass torrential downpour, winds and rising tides formed. What is this, some kind of Terra storm? Said Hat Trick. Thank you. Terra storms were a fairly common phenomenon in the world's unstable climate. The rise of altering powers had affected the planet itself, causing ether to infuse into the Earth itself. Some scientists even hypothesized that enormous amounts of ether gathered into the Earth's core, causing it to spread outwards into the planet's magnetic field. Sometimes, ether surges in some areas of Earth's magnetic field caused Terra storms.
Thank you.
Terra storms generated sudden meteorological phenomenon like storms and even natural disasters. They were generally predictable by studying and keeping track of fluxes in the Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere, but sometimes there were sudden Terra storms that escaped all notice. No, doesn't seem like it, said Seismic. Even rogue Terra storms have some wind-up. Usually there's a huge buildup of ether for at least an hour. You think something made this storm, said Hat Trick. Thank you. Seismic nodded. I think so. Probably variant activity. Hat Trick grinned wildly. Good. Then we'll finally get to see some action. Stay careful, Hat Trick, said Seismic. Any variant that can generate a storm like this is probably a B-rank disaster threat at minimum. Good thing we're a rank then, right? Hat Trick unclasped a black bowler hat from his utility belt and put it atop his wild, neck-length dark red hair. As he did so, a band around the bowler hat glowed blue.
Thank you, good.
I got my laser form on the first try. I'll race you to the coastline, old man.
Wait, we should plan,
began to Seismic. But Hat Trick's body turned bright blue before shooting out of an open window in the form of a laser beam. Seismic sighed as he squeezed out of the window clumsily, trying to fit his huge body through the comparatively smaller frame. He broke the window with his huge strength, and he made a mental reminder to pay for damages. Thank you. He then leaped out and flew by, generating shock waves on his feet, hopping through the air. Chapter 80, The Finale of Vengeance, within the 15th floor of the Necropolis. How are you alive? Began Seth as he stood up, flicking Zayn's blood off his arms. His face set as he glared at Aldrich with pure, unadulterated, focused hate. No, the how and why doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're standing here in front of me. You're responsible for all this, aren't you? Thank you. Aren't you clever? Said Aldrich. Go on. I'll answer any last questions you have before I kill you. The Kryptic. How did you manage it? Said Seth. It needed deep connections through the criminal underworld and a fortune. Luckily I made a friend who had both, said Aldrich. Casimir was with me this entire time. I made sure that the boost you wanted was spiked with a little present of my own. And how much is in here? Enough to kill me?
Thank you,
said Seth as he looked at his hands, his eyes tracing the black veins starting to show through his skin, the telltale sign of Kryptic poisoning him. In ordinary individuals, Kryptic had no signs for poisoning. But with the solar family, or in those with particularly powerful bodies, it manifested through the blackening of blood vessels. No, I couldn't get that much, said Aldrich. You should know your own body the best. No.
Thank you.
This amount of Kryptic just keeps your powers down even with a double dose. I bet after a week of sunbathing you could clear it out of your system, but that's besides the point. I didn't want you to die of Kryptic. Too painless, too easy. I needed to kill you personally.
Yeah, how do you think you'll go about doing that?
Said Seth. He clenched his fists. They made squelching sounds as his grip squeezed his blood-slicked hands. I still have some power. Thank you. Enough to break a dud's spine with my bare hands. Enough to kill you at the very least. You'll regret showing your face to me here. Do you really think so? Aldrich manifested all of his Grave Reaper set and his Lantern of the Accursed Eye. He surged his magical energy as much as possible, to the point where the ground underneath him began to crack. I have power, Seth. More than enough power to deal with the likes of you, especially with how weak you are now. Thank you. Aldrich aimed his free hand and fired volleys of chill bolts. He intentionally shot around Seth, causing countless blasts of frosty ice to scatter behind Seth. The machine gun fire of icy bolts smashed through rock, the freezing effect boring through solid stone. Seth could not react to the speed of the bolts with how weakened he was, and all he could do was turn his head around and watch the icy explosions smash rock instead of what would have been his body.
Thank you.
Aldrich then grabbed the chain of his lantern in both hands, swung it, then smashed it into the ground while boosting himself with negative surge shattering stone. That could have easily caved in Seth Solar's skull or crushed his organs with how frail he had become. All this as a display of power to let Seth Solar know that he had utterly zero chance to survive here. So you wanted to show off all this new power before you killed me?
Thank you. Do you feel better now that you aren't a useless fucking dud? Said Seth.
He spat on the ground. He did not despair. He just stared at Aldrich with the same hateful gaze he always had. Unlike Ghost, Seth did not beg or plead for his life. If he was going to face death, he faced it standing. If you're going to do it, then get on with it. Aldrich scoffed. I just wanted to make sure you felt powerless. I wanted you to know you never had a chance to begin with. Thank you. Just as my friends did when you killed them, but killing you with my magic is a little too impersonal for my taste, and instant death is too quick. Aldrich dematerialized all his equipment and his lantern. But that's not how I want to kill you. I'm going to be generous here, Seth. I'm going to give you a chance. Aldrich stepped forwards, his fists clenched. I'm going to beat you to death. No powers, no magic, just my own 2 hands. If you can beat me, well then, hats off to you. Thank you. Maybe scum like you does deserve to live. Seth nodded slowly, meeting Aldrich's cold green eyes. He clenched his own fists as he stepped forward. A chance? Don't get cocky, dud. I've run my fist through your heart once. I'll do it again. You're welcome to try, said Aldrich. The 2 men stared at each other one final time, both from wildly different walks of life, one born powerless, the other born with overwhelming might, one raised with love, the other raised as a tool. Thank you. And yet there was one thing that tethered both men: choice, or rather, the lack of it. And without choice, both men grew hatred that festered deep within their beings, hatred that lashed out at the world around them through a desire for vengeance. In this final juncture, Aldrich and Seth shared a wordless moment, not of disagreement, but of understanding.
Thank you.
When they looked into the other's eyes and saw the very same type of hate they harbored reflected back at them, the very same fire of vengeance that fueled them, they knew at that moment that they were twin sides of one coin, and because they knew this, because they knew themselves better than anyone else, they knew this was the end. The opposite sides of a coin could never meet together. They were part of the same plane, and yet they were fundamentally opposed. Thank you. Where Seth Solar's hate channeled into vengeance that sought to see the unjust world burn in chaos, Aldrich forged his vengeance into a tool that aimed to bring this world under order. No matter the cost, there would be no middle ground here. No compromise, only a victor. Seth Solar roared as he flew forwards with his fist cocked back, though because of how energy depleted he was, he did not really fly, he just boosted his own jumping strength. Aldrich raised his arms up in a guard.
Thank you.
Seth's fist slammed into Aldrich's arms and drove him back several feet. Aldrich grunted as he felt damage register on his arms. The bone of his forearm actually cracked under Seth Solar's punch, though simply broken bones did nothing to stop Aldrich's undead body. Despite Seth Solar going through 2 rounds of cryptic poisoning and severe depletion of his energy reserves that disabled his solar beams, the altar's base strength had been so high that even now he was still superhuman. Thank you. Each of Seth's punches could shatter the skull of a normal human, and he could still out-sprint any pre-altering professional runner. That meant, roughly speaking, Aldrich and Seth were evenly matched in pure physical stats, provided Aldrich did not enhance himself with magic. No, Seth had a moderate advantage, even in terms of raw punching power and durability. Good. Aldrich wanted this fight to be as personal as possible. Seth sprinted to Aldrich with another punch. Thank you. Aldrich narrowed his eyes, focusing. Seth's punch zoomed towards Aldrich's head, and he weaved it to the side, narrowly evading the blow. Aldrich then grabbed Seth's arm and spun around, slamming Seth into the ground using an over-the-shoulder throw. Seth broke his fall at the last moment, holding out an arm to stop the impact from hitting directly into his back and disabling him by knocking the breath out.
Thank you.
The altar had some martial arts training, it was evident, though not nearly on the level of Aldrich. Seth grimaced and immediately rolled backwards, getting back on his feet only to meet a flying double kick from Aldrich. Seth blocked the first kick, but the second kick hit him square in the face, sending him falling flat on his back against the cold hard stone. He got up on a knee, holding a hand over his broken crooked nose.
Thank you.
He grabbed his nose between his fingers and forcibly set it back into place before exhaling out a glob of blood. Aldrich let Seth take his breather before diving into an offense. Aldrich threw out jabs as he circled around Seth, gauging their distance. Chapter 81, The Finale of Vengeance, 2. Seth put up his own guard, blocking Aldrich's light jabs as he counter-circled against Aldrich in a carefully calculated dance, each man trying to gauge when to strike.
Thank you.
Seth was a few inches taller than Aldrich, giving him extra reach. He tried to abuse this by keeping his distance, throwing out punches at the limits of his arm span. Aldrich countered by weaving between one of Seth's punches and getting right inside Seth's range. Here in an in-fight, Aldrich made it very, very clear who among the two was the better martial artist. Who among the two had dedicated their entire life to training just to match up the superpowered bodies around them. Thank you. Aldrich feinted a head blow, making Seth raise his guard high, but then immediately adjusted into a quick low punch to Seth's gut, doubling him over and breaking his guard, before following up with a solid uppercut that sent Seth flying backwards with the resonating crack of impact. Seth grunted as he stopped his fall by floating in the air, landing on his feet gently. His breathing wheezed as he wiped blood from a burst lip. Very likely his jaw had fractured too. Thank you. He spat out, 2 teeth knocked loose from Aldrich's uppercut. Look at you, said Aldrich. Without all that power, you're nothing. You don't know what it's like to train every single day of your life to measure up to even 1/10 of the weakest altar around you, and it shows. Shut up, Seth yelled as he charged Aldrich, this time holding his arms out to try and tackle and grapple Aldrich down. Aldrich knew how to defend against a takedown. There were 3 real options here.
Thank you.
One was to strike the opponent when he got into range. The second was to dodge. The third was to meet the takedown head-on. Aldrich took the third option. He lowered his center of gravity and met the tackle with firmly rooted stance, preventing Seth from knocking Aldrich down to the ground immediately. Aldrich's plan was to elbow down on Seth's exposed neck while he stayed at Aldrich's hip level. However, the takedown was a feint. Thank you. It was mostly meant for Seth to get a firm grip on Aldrich's waist, preventing him from moving away. The reason for this became immediately clear. Seth's right eye started to glow a bright gold as he channeled up a solar beam. Because of how little energy he had left, he could only manage to charge up a beam from one eye, but he aimed this now at Aldrich's face. Aldrich reacted swiftly and mercilessly. "Thank you." He grabbed Seth's head with his hands, holding it firmly in place before jamming his thumb into Seth's right eye with all his might. Seth roared in agony as Aldrich dug deep into the eye, completely crushing it to a pulp and disabling it entirely. He shoved Aldrich away and put his hands over his face as the built-up solar energy detonated inside of his crushed eye, completely disintegrating it and scorching out an empty socket in flash of light. "Thank you." This, however, though a grotesque wound, did not kill Seth. The wound had cauterized on its own, preventing bleeding, and it had not burned into the brain itself. Coupled with Seth's own stubborn will and superhuman body, and he remained conscious and capable of fighting. But Aldrich did not stop there. He rushed towards Seth from his new blind side, and when Seth heard Aldrich near, he roared and swung wildly with a right hook. "Thank you." Aldrich easily maneuvered past the punch and rotated behind Seth, meanwhile taking Seth's arm in a lock. Aldrich then pulled the altar's arm back painfully behind his back, disabling the arm and exposing Seth's face. With Aldrich's free arm, he wailed down punches against Seth's defenseless head. Seth raised his one good arm to try and guard, but there was only so much one arm could do, and Aldrich easily maneuvered past that half guard to land his strikes. Punch after punch after punch.
"Thank you."
The sound of enhanced flesh cracking against enhanced flesh resonated through the arena. Seth's face bloodied incomprehensibly as cuts and bruises began to litter it, swelling his facial muscles and his eyes. Aldrich then let Seth go, tossing him away. Seth stumbled and fell to the ground before weakly raising himself up, shaking his face of blood, sweat, and the tremors of impact. He stared at Aldrich in confusion, wondering why Aldrich had just let him go. "I told you." "Thank you. I was going to make this slow and painful. I'm going to break you down bit by bit, piece by piece." Aldrich ripped off the bloodied, tattered remains of his suit jacket and dress shirt until there's nothing left of you. "Come on then," said Seth weakly. Aldrich ran into Seth's range. Seth clumsily shot out a punch at Aldrich's face. By now the fight was over. "Thank you." Seth had taken too much damage, and that affected his coordination, and against a master martial artist like Aldrich, even just a tiny little lapse in ability was a fatal flaw. Aldrich ducked beneath Seth's strike and landed an elbow right into Seth's stomach, doubling the altar over in pain and cracking ribs. Aldrich then hooked his arm around one of Seth's and used Seth's arm as a lever to throw the altar onto the ground again. "Thank you." With Seth on the ground and still reeling from the gut shot, Aldrich took this opportunity and went down on the ground himself, wrapping his legs around Seth's arm in a firm armbar before applying pressure, completely dislocating the elbow joint in a painful, popping snap. Seth roared in pain as he writhed on the ground like a worm. Aldrich then got off of Seth and rolled away, leaving Seth foaming at the mouth with spit and blood as he processed the pain.
"Thank you."
Aldrich watched Seth struggle for a few seconds before his brow twitched in anger.
"Get up,"
said Aldrich as he stood and watched Seth convulsing in pain on the ground. He saw Seth struggling, suffering racked form, and all he felt was rage at this pathetic sight. "Get up! All the pain you've caused, all the lives you've taken, and this is what you have to show for it. Pathetic!" Seth grit his teeth and got on a knee, his left arm hanging limp and useless from his shoulder.
Thank you. Good. Good.
Whispered Aldrich. Seth breathed deeply before yelling and flying towards Aldrich in a surprising final burst of power dredged up from the depths of his will to survive. Aldrich reacted by jumping in the air and locking Seth's one good arm in a flying armbar. In midair, Aldrich twisted and applied cranking pressure, dislocating the elbow joint yet again. Seth roared in agony as he began to fall straight back to the ground.
"Thank you."
Aldrich got leverage over Seth and twisted atop his back, like riding atop a wild bull. Aldrich grabbed the back of Seth's head and used it to steer Seth's flight straight down into the rocky ground face first. Aldrich was not done. While Seth groaned in pain from the impact, Aldrich immediately went to Seth's left leg. Aldrich wrapped his legs tight around Seth's knee and then grabbed his left heel with iron grip before twisting it, breaking the ankle.
Thank you.
Seth loosed a muffled roar of agony into the stony floor. I told you I would break you down, peace. Aldrich detached from Seth's left leg before hooking around his right heel. He yanked again, breaking the right ankle this time. By peace, another yell of agony formed Seth. Aldrich locked around Seth's left knee next before twisting, dislocating it bit. He then repeated the same process with Seth's right knee, dislocating both knees and rendering both his legs utterly useless. By bit.
Thank you.
Another scream of pain that rang through the arena, though in this realm of cold, empty death, there was nobody to hear it except Aldrich himself. Aldrich got off of Seth and then put a foot on his upper back, pinning him head down into the cratered rock below as he reached down and grabbed Seth's left arm before yanking violently back, hyper-extending the arm and dislocating the shoulder. Aldrich reached out to Seth's right shoulder and pulled that back too, dislocating it. Thank you. Seth's yells of pain grew quieter and quieter after each dislocation as the pain became too intense to bear, dangerously getting him close to fading out of consciousness. But Seth's enhanced durability worked against him here, keeping him in that sweet Goldilocks zone of suffering where he held onto a strand of consciousness despite the inhuman amounts of suffering he faced. Now, Seth was completely immobile, all of the major joints in his arms and legs dislocated. Thank you. He did not have the energy to fire beams or fly. I can't die, muttered Seth as blood pooled from under his split lips and bloody mouth. Aldrich stood up and kicked Seth over on his back, baring his face, beaten and disfigured beyond any human comprehension. I can't die. I'll show this world what a real villain is, what to fear. I'll burn it all down, continued Seth. He was half delirious now, muttering out the burning hate that kept him alive this long. Thank you, the hate that had given him purpose. Aldrich stood over Seth, his pale skin drenched in swathes of bright red blood. He looked down at Seth's eyes, welded nearly shut from bruising. Seth's one good eye still stared ahead with pure hate, but it did not stare at Aldrich. In Seth's delirium looked past Aldrich, towards the abstract idea of the world that had wronged him. Looking down at Seth like this, utterly defeated, utterly broken, Aldrich felt nothing but immense satisfaction. Thank you. Contrary to what many said, there was nothing that felt better than quenching a thirst for vengeance. But at the same time, looking into Seth's distant eyes, Aldrich, too, was forced to see ahead, into the future, beyond all of this personal vengeance. Seth Solar was not unique. He was a mere byproduct of this twisted world that churned out broken monsters like him. And Aldrich did not hesitate to admit it, broken monsters like himself as well. Thank you. I understand how you feel, said Aldrich quietly. But this world doesn't need people like you anymore. People that see how wrong it is and think that it's better off burning down into chaos. No. What this world needs is order. My order. Aldrich tapped his phylactery, and a small dark portal opened from within. 2 pairs of rotted arms drew out. Adam and Elaine funneled onto the stone floor, and as soon as they smelled weak, vulnerable flesh, they groaned in desire. Thank you. They loomed over Seth's body, their jaws open and ready to feast. Seth's pupil dilated as he drifted back from delirium, recognizing Adam and Elaine for a few brief final moments. This is my final gift to you, Adam. Elaine. With this, I've made things right to you. Enjoy your feast. Aldrich closed his eyes as he heard Adam and Elaine tear into Seth's body, ripping off chunks of his helpless, immobilized flesh.
Thank you.
He heard their growls, punctuated by Seth's screams of suffering and pain, and he felt alive, more alive than ever. Huge surges of negative energy generated by the suffering of Seth Solar and the rest of his deceased friends funneled into him, setting his green aura alight in purple. His body of flesh and blood felt heavy like a prison. He could feel his heart, his soul ready to leave its confines, to become something more, something transcendent, something beyond. Thank you. Chapter 82. Dance of Duels. At the Red Circle, The elite beside Joe, his personal bodyguard, watched Joe fall to the ground with the dirk jutting sticking out of his heart. Where had this attack come from? There were recon drones everywhere to make sure nothing surprised the elites, not to mention the environmental scanning systems programmed into their helmets. A stab to the back like this would not make it past the tight perimeter the elite squadrons had drawn up.
Thank you.
The only explanation was an altar with a concealment-based power sufficiently advanced enough to avoid even higher-end AC scanning. The elite's training instincts kicked in, and he adapted, suppressing his immediate worry. He stepped away from Joe's body and aimed his gun at where the knife wielder would be. Assuming command, the elite shouted into his helmet as he raised his gun.
Thank you.
He could see that the knife was being wielded by some strange mass of hazy darkness that now started to solidify into the shape of a skeleton, mutant class, alter, skeletal appearance. Concealment capacity level 4. Deploy countermeasures. Engaging target. The elite leader fired at the skeleton. Setting his hydro rifle to assault mode, the skeleton darted away with expert agility, backflipping and somersaulting to avoid the bullets. Thank you. But though the skeleton was fast, the Hydra's auto-aim system was even faster. The elite leader tracked the skeleton's graceful movements, unloading a full clip into the skeleton, shattering its legs to disable its mobility. The skeleton fell onto the ground as the rest of the elites stood in trios where they were back-to-back from each other, covering all angles of approach against targets that had concealment beyond their scanning. "Who are you?"
"Thank you,"
said the leader as he stepped forwards at the legless, purple-cloaked skeleton. With a swift, flicking motion of its arms, the skeleton tossed its serrated dirk right at the leader's head. The leader managed to react by swerving his head to the side. With Joe dead, his potent stim boost would fade over time, but as of now, it was still nearly in full force, massively accelerating the leader's reactions and physicals. "Thank you." The leader quickly reloaded and shot into the skeleton's head, boring a multitude of holes into it. The skeleton, however, was unfazed by its half-blown-off skull and leaped into the air by pushing off the ground with its hands. With a swat of his gun, the leader managed to knock the skeleton back down. He calmly analyzed the situation. The skeleton was very likely some kind of mutant-class alter who had a concealment-based power. Thank you. His unique physiology made it so that the body was just pure bone and hollow within, and in these cases, the best solution was absolute destruction of the main body. "Switch to incendiary," shouted the leader as he willed his weapon to change. The SmartLink cable running from his gun to the back of his helmet linked with a neurochip that allowed his thoughts to control the gun. "Thank you." A red light shone at the gun's barrel before he fired again, and this time the bullets exploded into wreaths of flame upon contact with the skeleton. The skeleton writhed forwards before growing still, its dry bones breaking apart under the flames. "Ah! Man down! Man down!" The leader immediately whirled around, checking the rest of his squad. 2 more men had fallen, their hearts gouged out, with dirks wielded again by skeletons. "Where did they come from?" said the leader. "No idea." "Thank you. They just appeared, gun them down. Before they disappear." In an instant, several hydro rifle barrels lit up as they unleashed incendiary rounds, thoroughly blowing apart and burning the skeletons. "What are these things?" "They slipped through all our scans, and even when they're dead, they don't register any cell count." "Thank you," said an elite, confusion and fear starting to crack through their training as they faced the unknown enemies they had never ever seen that seemed to ignore any of the rules they knew. "I wish I fucking knew," thought the leader as he thought about what to do. He committed to a decision quickly. "Retreat. We don't know shit about these things. Report back to HQ," said the leader. "I'm afraid that won't be happening."
Thank you.
A woman's voice pierced through the air, and all the elites immediately raised their guns and pointed towards the entrance of the red circle. There, a hauntingly beautiful woman stepped out, her deathly pale skin contrasting with the midnight black lace and cloth of her dress. Her eyes gleamed bloody red, tinting her fanged white smile in a hint of crimson.
Count 0,
said an elite. "A civilian out here?" What? The leader paused for a brief moment before waving his concerns away. Thank you. There was no time for hesitation here. Gun her down, said the leader with no remorse. Several Hydra rifles clattered as they fired their rounds. In an instant, the woman put her arm out in front of her and manifested a giant shield, a cross-shaped shield of black metal and bone. She stood behind this shield, and all the bullets pattered against the shield like raindrops on a car window.
Thank you.
Smoke then emerged from behind her, surging forwards in a tidal wave of darkness that quickly covered everyone. The smoke was not ordinary. It was more accurately described as a cloud of pure darkness. Within this inky cover of dark, visibility was limited to just a few feet ahead. The leader tapped angrily at his helmet, trying to scan past the smoke, but nothing worked. In fact, everything seemed to be short-circuiting. His helmet's UI started to crackle and distort as it shut off.
Thank you.
Sparks sputtered from the back of all the elites' helmets as their smart link to their weapons was forcibly severed. They immediately unplugged the smart link cables to their guns, completely stranding them from their technology. All those thousands upon thousands of credits spent on Imuji combat suits with their world-renowned auto-aiming and scanning and smart link compatibility, all gone just like that. This left the elites stranded with just their own bodies and minds to work with.
Thank you.
They were even cut off from communications, as they relied on built-in comm links in their helmets. In this modern age where everyone was always linked in somewhere, through their phones, their computers, or even through their weapons, this complete blackout of technology was deeply unsettling, like they had lost a fundamental part of themselves. Get out. Get out. The leader could not see anything that was going on, but he knew that now more than ever, he needed to get his men out.
Thank you.
What had started out as an enforcing mission to execute the upstart Red Circle was quickly devolving into a nightmare of unforeseen consequences. Screams filled the air as the silhouette of strange monstrosities revealed by brief glimmers of gunfire showcased. Variants had been unleashed upon the elites. How had they been controlled? Where had they been caged? The leader asked these questions but knew he could not find answers.
Thank you.
He looked around frantically, sweat pouring down his forehead as he felt his breathing accelerate in panic. Every time he heard gunfire, he turned around to see what was happening, and there, illuminated by the gunfire, he saw his fellow elites get torn apart one by one. An Alpha Striker leaped atop an elite from the smoky darkness, savaging his throat apart. It smelled the air and then growled, signaling to other variants the locations of the rest of the soldiers.
Thank you.
A big-armed grizzly roared as it tackled down an elite and savagely crushed his skull. One elite screamed as he melted down from the highly acidic blood spray of a blood-spitter lizard. Gunfire echoed chaotically, but without auto-aiming, and in this low-visibility environment, it was a long shot for any of the elites to now hit their targets. There were creatures the elites had no idea about as well. Thank you. A giant, hulking, muscled man with tumorous growths all over his body and protruding tusks that wielded a giant club of fused metal, swinging it from side to side, breaking elite rib cages and spines with each blow, more living skeletons. The leader abandoned all pretense of trying to save his men at this point and ran. He sprinted away as fast as he could, the screams of his dying men serving as motivation for him to run faster. Thank you. He had no idea where he was going in this smoke, but he knew if he moved back far enough he would reach the convoys, and there he could make his escape. Gah! The leader fell backwards as he slammed into something hard. He raised his gun up instinctively, trying to see what had hit him. Put that thing down. It's quite rude to point a weapon at a lady, you know. The woman from before stepped forwards, becoming visible as she neared the leader. Thank you. Before the leader could pull the trigger, the woman had moved so quickly it seemed like she teleported, wrapping her hand around the barrel of the Hydra rifle and yanking it away from the leader's grip. She was strong, impossibly strong, and she easily overpowered the leader. I don't like these things, said the woman as she looked down at the gun, her eyes shining red. They're so impersonal, that is how I would put it. You look through a sight, press a button, and then kill. Thank you. But where is the fun in that? You lose out on ripping and tearing your foes using your own bare strength. Isn't that so boring? The leader switched to his secondary pistol and fired shots at the woman. He managed to get out 2 shots that scraped across her skin before the woman grabbed his arms together in her hands, applying crushing force that very quickly shattered his forearms. A scream escaped the leader's lips. He began to beg. "Let me go." "Thank you, J. Joe's dead. That's all that matters to you, isn't it? I'm just a foot soldier." "Yes, and are not soldiers supposed to be ready to lay down their lives? It comes with the job, does it not?" The woman smiled as she let go of the leader's arms before slashing forward with long, clawed black nails. The leader tried to speak, but could only gurgle as blood sputtered from his torn-open throat. He put a hand over his gaping neck before he fell over, blood pooling from beneath him.
Thank you. Kill them all,
said Valera to the undead left to her control from her dear master. "No survivors, but leave their corpses intact." She then put a hand to her forehead, checking up on the others. In Haven's sewage network, 150 meters away from the red circle, Darius Fletcher grimaced as he squinted his eyes at his new and dark surroundings. He could not see in the dark, but he could generate enough light from his body to understand that he was somewhere underground. Thank you. Specifically, he was inside a huge rectangular pit of some sorts, deep enough that the edges of the pit were several meters taller than he was. The ceiling above was made of stained, reinforced concrete and decorated with a network of pipes. Several large pipes yawned open towards the pit. The conflicting dual smells of rank human feces and strong antiseptic chemicals filled his nostrils. Darius knew where he was. The sewers. "Thank you. Ah, so you have made it here, as was previously planned," came a smooth, deep, and neutral voice. A small aquatic echo rang underneath the voice as if some part of it was uttered from under the sea. Darius immediately looked at the end of the pit to see what the fuck was that. It was a tall, lanky, humanoid figure, maybe about 6'4", 193 centimeters, with slimy mauve skin wrapped up in eerie black robes. "Thank you." Its fingers were long and prehensile like little tendrils, and its face was reminiscent of an octopus with a large, bulbous, nerve-wreathed head, 3 beady red square pupilled eyes, and a mouth that ended in several curled tentacles. "A mutant class, are you?" said Darius. "You some kind of mercenary Casimir dredged up from God knows where to fight me?" "Fight you, dear me. No, I am not too fond of risking my body for violence." "Thank you. And I am no mercenary. Such an occupation is far too brutish for my tastes," said the octopus man. "And a fight? You are sorely misguided, my friend. This is no fight. This is an execution, and I'm merely here to bear witness." "Execution? Big fucking words. Let's see if you live up to them." Darius slammed his hands together and fired a combined stream of magma at the mutant.
"Thank you."
The octopus mutant stood calmly with his hands behind his back, his tendril fingers interlocked together as the magma splattered against a bright orange-red barrier that became visible only when the magma made contact. The magma hissed as it spilled over the barrier, unable to penetrate it. "Curious," said the mutant as he looked at the magma, then at Darius. "You are capable of transmuting your body into an entirely different element." "Thank you. Functionally, you are quite similar to the elementals I'm familiar with, especially magma elementals, but unlike them, you are not a form of spirit. You are purely physical, thoroughly human, too. This defies the theory of elemental spirituality that Archmage Velenthal wrote of. Force field?"
Thank you.
Darius droned out the octopus mutant's rambling and immediately analyzed the mutant, trying to find out what tech he was using, but the mutant did not seem to be wearing anything remotely resembling technology. Just robes that looked like they belonged to a medieval reenactment fair. That meant that most likely the mutant's power was linked to the force field. Darius, however, did not want to waste too much time here.
Thank you.
If this mutant was not going to fight him, then he would just melt his way up to the surface. He looked up and jumped, but as soon as he tried to leave the filth-caked floor of the pit, he felt himself dragged right back down to it, anchored to the surface by some invisible force. I told you, did I not? This is an execution, said the octopus mutant. The noose is already tied to your neck. There is no stepping away from the gallows at this point, I'm afraid. Yeah? Thank you. You just gonna sit there and talk me to death, said Darius. He looked down to see what was holding him, but could not find any discernible hints. What he did notice with a fair amount of surprise was that the floor beneath him did not melt even in contact with his superheated magma body. Instead, a flickering orange barrier seemed to be wrapped around all the points of contact between Darius and the ground, preventing it from melting. This your power, said Darius. Power?
Thank you. I suppose you could say that.
Yes, said the mutant. I shall go into specifics, for as a dead man you will not spread my knowledge. This is a spell called Flame Ward that allows me to imbue objects with high fire damage resistance. In this case, it prevents you from boring your way down to escape, while the strange specimen known as the antlion beneath prevents you from reaching upwards. Antlion. Thank you. Darius had no idea what the mutant talked about with spells, but he did know what an antlion was. With its extremely powerful anti-flight gravitational field, it prevented anyone from leaving a pit it nested within. And because the entire pit here was reinforced with the mutant's barrier, Darius could not melt his way down to kill the antlion either. So what? Darius shouted. You've trapped me here, but what else can you do? Thank you. Darius had a better understanding of where he was in Haven's sewage system now that he had time to process things. Specifically, he was inside a large treatment vat where sewage would get purified and transported to be reused for fertilizer or biomass, a horrible location for Darius as his only real weakness was getting submerged in liquid. But Cubehead's power had limits to its transportation effect. First, the effective range for its warp was within 200 meters. Thank you. In addition, he had to warp people into an open location, hence he could not just warp enemies inside walls and kill them. Not only that, but the location that anyone was warped into had to be capable of housing an empty cube 10 meters by 10 meters in dimensions, so it was impossible to just dump someone into a tub of acid. At the very least, by virtue of Cubehead's known restrictions, there was no water in the immediate vicinity. Thank you, Krabs. Do me a great favor and lend me your assistance, said the mutant. All of a sudden, water began to pour out from the large pipes above, slowly filling the pit. Darius immediately fired globs of magma at the pipes, trying to cover them in molten rock, but they were covered with the orange barrier too. The magma just bounced off the barriers, landing back into the pit below. Shit! Darius readjusted his aim instead, trying to shove magma up into the pipes themselves to clog them. Thank you. That simply will not do, said the mutant as he pointed at Darius's arms. Darius saw a sudden combustion explosion burst in his arms, exploding outwards and stopping his attack. Antlion, you must try harder than this to earn your place in the Elder's Circle of Trust, said the mutant. Darius buckled down to a knee as he felt the gravitational pressure intensify. Every movement felt 5 or 6 times harder to make. Thank you. Any projectile he tried to fire at this level of intensified gravity would just come straight back down. His feet sizzled as the water reached them. The water roared violently as it instantly evaporated against Darius's intense heat output. So long as he could instantly evaporate the water as soon as it made contact with the vat, he could prevent the water level from building up. Krabs, enhance that water flow with your skills, said the mutant.
Thank you. You used them so freely against me. Why hold back now?
All of a sudden, the flow of water coming down from the pipes grew tremendously, roaring downwards like violent waterfalls. The vat quickly began to fill up with water, and within seconds, Darius found the water level reaching up to his ankles. His white core intensified in brightness as he generated as much heat as he could, spreading out his magma in a pool beneath him.
Thank you.
The water bubbled, hissed, steamed, and roared, but the water level still built up. This was no ordinary water either. It had a slight murky tinge to it, and its evaporation point seemed dramatically higher than normal, preventing Darius from flash steaming it easily. Thank you. That is water from the murky swamps of Nilgath said to be tainted by the mud of a clay demon, and unfortunately, Most demons have some resistance to fire from their infernal native homes, said the mutant, spouting more nonsense. Darius ignored the mutant and quickly strategized. Thank you. He could last at least a minute under this flow of water, and while the water level built up, he would continually layer magma beneath his foot, eventually creating a solidified platform of rock, which he could use to gain elevation and escape the gravitational field. Excellent strategy, said the mutant. Were I blind? Yes, but unfortunately, my friend, I possess 3 eyes. Thank you. The mutant aimed a finger below Darius, and another targeted combustion explosion destroyed the cooled rock platform. Darius was trying to build up, sinking him right down to the floor below. The water level now reached to his waist, fatally high. No, roared Darius desperately, as the water reacted to his magma, superheating instantly into steam explosions that bubbled inside his magma body, breaking it apart from within.
Thank you.
Large, globular bubbles formed all throughout his molten legs, bursting apart and scattering his body as he tried his hardest to regenerate and form more magma to compensate. By generating magma, he could also stave off solidifying himself into a coffin of rock. But there was only so much magma he had.
Thank you.
Eventually, several minutes later, Darius was neck high in water, his body below that solidified into blackened rock, scattered with giant round globs from the remnants of countless little steam explosions that had gone off within his body. This won't kill me, roared Darius desperately as the water kept coming and coming, spelling his doom by encasing him in a coffin of his own molten design. Thank you. If at any time he wanted to stop his molten form, then he would just get his unenhanced head blown off by this mutant. You! I'll find a way out of this, I swear, and when I do, I wonder how many humans raved of vengeance before their nooses tightened at their execution. It is quite amusing how your fragile human minds operate exactly the same, despite the wondrous powers you possess. I suppose human fragility is universal, but your monologue tires my ears.
Thank you.
With that, the mutant flourished his hand, and an explosion blew up in front of Darius's face, blowing off his face to stop him from speaking as the water engulfed him, solidifying him inside an eternal prison of rock from which there would not be escape, in an abandoned subway station 200 meters away from the red circle. Yeah, I've blown this fucker up, said Dynamite Girl as she exhaled deeply, her glowing orange blood vessels fading from her skin.
Thank you.
She looked at the seared stump where her right arm had been. Countless bullet holes riddled her chest and stomach, leaving her already tattered costume basically reduced to nothing now. And I really, really need a new costume now, unless I'm going to be flashing everyone in this whole damn city. Excellent work, Dynamite Girl, said Hyrandell as she perched over the melted, blackened, blown-apart wreckage of Clank's giant metal body. Thank you. When Clank first ported here, by nature of the cubehead's warp power requiring teleported units to be in an empty space, Clank could not immediately be ambushed. But down here, in this abandoned subway line, Spybird's War Eagle, his strongest drone, had engaged Clank in a long-range battle of missiles and bullets. Clank, a thorough maniac for gunfights, had obliged, distracting himself. Thank you, Clank eventually overpowered War Eagle, disabling it. But at that point, Dynamite Girl leaped down from a maintenance hole in the ceiling, using a bunker buster to open Clank right open. Not before Clank's automated guns had made a whole wreck of Dynamite Girl, but her undead body let her shrug off the piercing damage. Thank you. Once Dynamite Girl had opened him up, Hirondelle, who was also hidden in the ceiling, had finished the job, reducing herself down into the size of a swallow before launching herself inside Clank, shooting from internal surface to surface at ultra-high speeds to wreak havoc. There, Hirondelle eventually killed Clank. He had ended up being a mech man, someone who integrated their bodies entirely into robotic shells. Thank you. Hirondelle pinged and ponged around the insides of Clank's fortified armor until she finally shot through the weak human body held deep within. Fucking mech men, they always freak me out, said Dynamite Girl. Once you pry them out of their shells, I hear they always look real nasty, bald and skinny and pale like literal corpses. Moment you unplug them, they just shrivel up and die. Plus, it's super illegal too.
Thank you.
Mechmen integrating with their machine bodies resulted in their physical bodies atrophying into frail biological husks kept entirely alive by their mechanical armor. This was thoroughly illegal in most countries because it heavily increased the risk of technomania, but among villains and others that took the law as more a suggestion and not a rule, it was not entirely uncommon. Thank you. There was even a massive terroristic cult called the New Machines that believed in discarding the weakness of flesh and becoming full mechanoids. You'll find that within this line of work the word illegal holds precious little meaning, said Hirondelle. Still, I can respect heroes like yourselves that put your lives on the line against variants, though maybe it wouldn't be too far off to call you a variant yourself now.
Thank you.
I thought you were dead to the Geist attack, but look at you, standing here alive and well, slightly paler perhaps, but not much worse for wear, and far stronger too. Yeah, it's a perk of working for Mr. Vane, said Dynamite Girl, and, I didn't think you'd recognize me. I was just a random C-class after all. Of course I would, said Hirondelle. Her body of violet energy coursed like living fire while her eyes, twin bright dots of light purple, shone like bright embers. Thank you. I do not keep track of most heroes. I find the job thoroughly tacky and self-obsessed. But real heroes that put down their lives for others, now that I can truly respect. All those that died to the Geist attack that you fell to, I committed to my memory. Well, thanks, I guess, said Dynamite Girl, a little shy at the praise. At the same time, I do wonder how you can continue to work with that variant after it bested you, let alone even fathom how Mr. Thank you. Vane is capable of raising the dead and bending not only natural variants but also Geist variants to his will. Nobody, not even the brightest minds in the entire world, has managed to subdue a Geist. I don't know the details, and I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to share them yet, even if we're working together and all, said Dynamite Girl. But the Geist, I don't have many hard feelings for it. It was just an animal following its instincts. If it hadn't killed me, I would have killed it. Thank you. All there is to it, really. Just how nature is. Nature, is it? Said Hirondelle. Yeah. Nature's all fucked up now with variants, evolving, and whatever, but the basics of it all are still the same. Human or variant, we all got base instincts we cater to, and the most basic of that is the instinct to survive. Dynamite Girl shrugged. I grew up in deep variant countryside wastelands, technically though with a whole lot more green. Thank you. Living out there that close to raw, wild nature, you start to learn that at the end of the day, everything's just trying to survive. You win, you live another day, you lose. You die and let something else live. There's nothing personal about it, just the way it is. She then put her hand to her temple, her expression growing serious. Shit, something's come up. We gotta regroup now. What about the other target groups?
Thank you,
said Hirondelle, referencing the 3 groups meant to fight the Blackwater faculty after they were isolated. The first group was Flurgan and a menagerie of stronger variants to trap down Darius Fletcher in the sewers. The second was Hirondelle Dynamite Girl and Spybird's War Eagle against Clank here in this abandoned subway. The third was the Geist, Smoke, and Walters against Colette, Group 1, trapped Darius. We're good to go. Thank you. Group 3 failed and Colette's escaped, but they're all alive and relatively unharmed. They're regrouping now, said Dynamite Girl. Then might I ask what the emergency is? Said Hirondelle. Large-scale attack, said Dynamite Girl as she listened to Valera's mental communications. Just like Aldrich, Valera could also communicate to the undead, though that seemed limited only to Aldrich and his proper chosen undead. Variants enough to threaten overrunning the entire city. Thank you. Red circles already under attack in the Necropolis. As Aldrich felt his body grow heavier, he closed his eyes. He heard the last remnants of Seth's agonizing cries of pain as Adam and Elaine finished devouring him. Then those sounds faded away too. His entire body felt numb. Every physical sense he had started to flee him, and yet the feeling was not alarming. No, it was liberating. When Aldrich opened his eyes, he found himself standing over his physical body. Thank you. He hovered in the air as a ghostly green silhouette of himself, and when he looked at his body, he saw that it remained standing, but it stood frozen to still that it appeared almost like a mannequin. The green glow in his body's eyes was gone now, returned back to the natural black that he had almost forgotten he had. At his body's chest, the purple phylactery had turned completely dark, crackling as it seemed to yawn open, ready to receive an offering.
Thank you.
Objective: obtain the obelisk completed. Aldrich still saw status messages in his vision, and as soon as the message faded, a sphere of darkness roared in front of him, drawing him in. He reached out with his hand, and when he grasped it, he saw the darkness meld into him, sinking into his spiritual body, forming a webwork of black circuits that completely covered him from head to toe.
Thank you.
1x obelisk consumed. A chilling energy spread throughout Aldrich, infusing into his very fundamental essence, and it felt invigorating, like feeling a cool breeze in a hot summer day. "Congratulations, Deathwalker," came a familiar voice. The Death Lord materialized in front of Aldrich, and she too was in a spiritual form. She did not wear her armor, simply her royal robes with a crown of glowing green shards hovering above her head. "I've obtained your obelisk. Thank you. I've killed those I needed to kill. I've destroyed my attachments. Now I'm here for my ascension," said Aldrich before the Death Lord could respond. Aldrich confirmed to himself that his quest for vengeance had truly ended. "Thank you. Quest: Vengeance completed. Objective: Death of Evan Harker completed 50 XP, 50 coin. Objective: Death of Simon Wells completed 100 EXP, 100 coin. Objective: Death of Zayn Soldata completed plus 9,000 EXP, 5,000 coin. Objective: Death of Seth Solar completed plus 20,000 EXP, 15,000 coin. And negative energy bonuses plus 2,000 EXP. Aldrich saw all the experience cramming into his experience bar, but he did not level up. Reading Aldrich's concern, the Death Lord explained, "Thank you. All the experience, items, and summons that you gain here flows into you only upon completion of this attempt, if you so choose to make this your final attempt." She raised a brow as she put clawed finger to her chin, cocking her head at Aldrich curiously. "Though you will take this attempt as your final attempt, yes? That depends on whether you give me the power I was promised or not," said Aldrich, threat oozing in his voice.
Thank you.
The Death Lord smiled widely, showing several rows of sharp fangs, like the jaws of a shark, beneath her shapely, dark, red lips. "Now that's the spirit. I'm beginning to like you more and more every time we meet." She nodded to Aldrich as she swayed her green, scaled serpentine tail from side to side. "Unlike many of my kind, I am not a dragon that breaks promises. Thank you. It is simply a little policy of mine to personally visit all those that near the completion of the ritual of eternity, for to become a lich is a celebrated event, especially when that lich is one with true free will." "Interesting. I would have thought you would prefer shades," said Aldrich. "In Elden World lore, a lich that failed to pass the trial the Death Lord placed on them became mindless undead, called shades that basically were eternal slaves."
Thank you.
"Oh no, becoming a shade is simply proof of weakness, and weakness frankly is boring," said the Death Lord. "But you, my Deathwalker, are the exact opposite of boring. Good, then you'll have no issue giving me what I need," said Aldrich. "There, like that. Power that you need, not power that you want, a very key distinction between you and many liches," said the Death Lord.
Thank you.
"You believe you need this power for a higher cause, and that makes you fight, and that makes you succeed at any cost. It is an awfully admirable trait. But yes, I will give you what you need. Yet, are you certain you have completed all that you require for the ritual of eternity?" "What do you mean?" Aldrich pulled up his quest tab to check his Ritual of Eternity quest. "Thank you. Objectives for quest. Ritual of Eternity. Obtain the obelisk. Completed. Obtain a phylactery. Completed. Sever all mortal bonds. Incomplete." "What?" Aldrich narrowed his eyes. He had severed all strong mortal bonds, he was sure of it. He had the butcher, the one who had personally tortured his parents, trapped in his chrysalis. He had slaughtered those who had slaughtered him and his friends.
Thank you.
The Trident as an organization was something that Aldrich wanted to tear down, but he did not feel the same sense of burning, immediate vengeance against it as he did with the butcher. Whatever he had against the trident was less personal and more a goal, a stepping stone on his conquest for power to bring this world into order. The Death Lord moved close to Aldrich, and he immediately put up his guard, trying to manifest his weapons and magic. Thank you. However, when he tried to reach out for his power, he felt it gone, like trying to reach into an unending well for the faraway submerged coins one knew would be at the bottom. You are unused to manifesting power in astral form. That much is to be expected, but I'm not here to hurt you. The Death Lord put a pale, emerald-scaled hand on Aldrich's arm, holding it close to her the same way a lady would hold her arm around a gentleman in a dance as she led him down to the ground.
Thank you.
Her expression lost her usual smiling coyness, replaced now with a solemnity that made it obvious she, behind her facade of casualness, had eons of life and undeath behind it. Come, this is what you're missing. The Death Lord led Aldrich in front of Adam and Elaine. Their zombie forms were covered in blood and entrails, all that remained now of Seth's solar. They stared blankly and dumbly at Aldrich's physical body, waiting his command, unable to see Aldrich's soul. Thank you. Seth's solar's soul floated into Aldrich. There was not enough of Seth's solar left to raise, so his soul automatically funneled into Aldrich, unlike with Zayn, who Aldrich marked to raise. 1x soul of Seth's solar obtained. You have not let go of them, said the Death Lord. What do I mean? I know they're gone. They're just empty shells of rotting flesh. I only kept them around for a symbolic sense of justice, to let them be a part of this vengeance even if it didn't mean anything, said Aldrich. Thank you. Yes, that may be true, but deep down you still hold out hope that you can bring them back, do you not? There are spells, mighty, higher circle spells that can draw forth souls from the soul stream and bring them forth. You know of them, and you know that if you amass enough power, enough levels, you might be able to learn such spells, said the Death Lord. Aldrich did not consciously think this, but he could tell that the Death Lord was right. Thank you. Some subconscious part of him pursued immense power not only to fulfill his goals, but because there were high-level spells out there that could bring back the souls of even the long-deceased, and that meant bringing Adam and Elaine back to live the lives that had been torn so cruelly from them. It was not a goal he actively pursued because he knew it would tie him down to Adam and Elaine, but his bond with them was strong enough that it festered beneath his conscious thoughts anyway. Thank you. I'm here to tell you that it is impossible, said the Death Lord simply. I have mastery of even the 10th circle spell, Astral Singularity, that can rip forth the souls of those deceased for eons, but magic that attempts to tap into the soul stream does not function in this reality, for it is not the soul stream of our own reality. I see, said Aldrich, but there is one thing I can do for you. Thank you. Though we cannot call upon souls of this reality, we can still create spiritual bodies with our magic. That is how you may still cast magic that conjures up spirits that harm your foes. Yet in the end, these spirits we create are simply constructs destined to fade away, too unstable even to inhabit a flesh body. The Death Lord inspected Adam and Elaine. She nodded to herself. Thank you. With my experience, I can likely construct temporary copies of their souls, but again, they cannot inhabit a flesh body, nor will they even be the real thing. Their true souls are lost to the soul stream of this reality, and that is locked to even me, let alone you. The only reason you would accept this offer would be to converse with your departed friends one last time. Their souls will even act as if they had been within these bodies the whole time, experiencing all that you have done. Thank you. Yet it is merely that an act, an illusion. They may not be real, but, if you so desire, it may be of some level of closure for you. The Death Lord wrapped her arm around Aldrich's and squeezed it surprisingly comfortingly. Consider this a gift from me as one who knows what it is like to let go of true friendships. Friendships that bind deep to the heart where their loss scars the very soul itself, where their loss is a loss of a very part of yourself. Thank you. Aldrich looked at Adam and Elaine, at their glazed-over eyes, their rotted bodies, their blood-stained, horrible figures, and closed his eyes. Was this going to be his last memory of them? He felt light, ever so light. But when he imagined them in his mind, he felt just one last tug of weight. Do it. I'll talk to them again. The Death Lord nodded and detached from Aldrich. Her own body was astral too, a silhouette of green, but unlike Aldrich, she could still generate magic from it.
Thank you.
She stepped between Adam and Elaine and clasped her hands together. She closed her eyes. Her emerald green scales glowed, as did her draconic horns. A shimming white light formed between her palms, and it burst outwards, engulfing herself, Adam, and Elaine. From this burst of bright white light, bright warm light that seemed like the kind you would bathe in when the gates of heaven opened, two dark silhouettes, one of a man, one of a woman, stepped out.
Thank you.
Aldrich paused, his spiritual body watching unblinkingly at the bright white light. That light, though warm, though so very welcoming, felt odd to him. It felt strangely alien. The coldness of his own soul, of the deathly energies that he harnessed, felt much more at home with his heart than this, but the repulsed sensation within Aldrich quickly dimmed away as his spiritual eyes beheld the forms of his friends once again. They were whole, too. Thank you. No longer was their flesh rotted and bloodied, it was unwounded and whole and warm. Their eyes looked at Aldrich with focus, not with bleary dead blankness. They did not wear the tattered remnants of their Blackwater uniforms. Adam dressed simply in jeans and a plain white shirt, while Elaine had on a plaid skirt and jacket combo she was fond of. These were the types of outfits they wore in the rare occasions they had free time to go out to Haven. Thank you. Outfits they wore when they wanted to have fun instead of worrying about the countless problems life threw their way. This was what they would have looked like in an ideal world, when they could just live their lives the way they wanted to, and in the world that Aldrich envisioned, many like them, many like Aldrich himself, would get to live these lives out.
Thank you.
Adam and Elaine smiled at Aldrich, and when he saw those smiles, his visions of a future under his control, all those far-off plans fled him as he was sucked into the present, the here and now where he had just one final, more precious moment to spend with the only two people he had ever called friends. Man, did you get even edgier since school, said Adam. And not even heaven can make you look good, huh, said Aldrich. Heh, always got something to say back to me, huh? Thank you, come here. Adam opened his arms wide for a hug, patting Aldrich firmly on the back. Thanks for looking out for us. Even when we turned into zombies, it must have been a burden. Not at all. Aldrich pulled back from Adam and then hugged Elaine. Elaine smiled as she rested her chin on Adam's shoulder. Just make sure to take a break once in a while. No need. With undeath, my stamina is infinite, said Aldrich as he pulled back from Elaine. Yeah, we know that, said Adam.
Thank you. Don't take it so literally. What she means is that sometimes you just have to slow down, even when you don't think you need to. Helps with clearing the head. You ought to know a lot about that, huh? Said Aldrich. Adam smiled and sighed. Come on, cut a dead guy some slack. Yeah, I know. Aldrich paused for a bit, eyeing Adam and Elaine before speaking his mind.
Thank you.
You too about what I've done. All the people I've killed, the people I've made suffer. I just wanted you to know that it isn't because I've gone insane. This is how I just am. How I always was. I just never got to show it to you two fully. But everything I've done is for a reason. Don't worry about it, Aldi, said Adam as he shook his head. You don't have to explain anything to us. Thank you. This is your life, or rather unlife, I guess, that you get to live, and it isn't our right to force anything onto you or judge you for anything. Whether you kill or torture or whatever, that's all you, and it would be wrong for us to try and change how you are. Are you sure, Adam, didn't you want to be a hero? Said Aldrich. The whole capes and saving lives thing I thought might have clashed with this a little more.
Thank you. I wanted to be a hero to make money and be famous. Ha! Not because I had any strong ideals or anything.
Adam shrugged. I mean, I guess I would have liked to save people too. Yeah. And me personally, I could never imagine doing what you do. But as someone from the Wastelands, I also know what the harsh reality of this world is like. There are people like you, and people like me, and at the end of the day, we aren't any better than the other. Just different. And Aldrich, said Elaine. Thank you. I want you to know that we've always known who you are. We know what you're capable of. We know what you've been through and how much that's changed you. Plus, you never really kept it a secret. You always did tell us about how your biggest dream was to get out of Blackwater and hunt down the people responsible for killing your parents. We accepted you for who you were then, and that doesn't change now. Yeah, I know. Aldrich nodded.
Thank you. It's still good to hear it from you two one more time, though.
Just don't get too crazy, though, said Adam with a laugh. What was that quote again? Staring too long into the abyss is bad for your eyes. No, you doofus, sighed Elaine. Gaze too long into the abyss, and the abyss also gazes into you. That's what it is. Yeah, whatever. That quote, just make sure doing all this shit, you don't get messed up too bad, said Adam. A little late for that, said Aldrich. Thank you, I've always been like this, ever since my parents died. I know, said Adam. But there's a really big difference between how you are now with a focused goal and legitimately being messed up. Like birds spinning above the head, real batshit crazy kind of deal. You honestly think I would turn out like that? Like any of the raving lunatics in Ark Asylum? Said Aldrich. Of course not. I don't know a single guy out there with a stronger will than you. Thank you. I'm just saying because of that strong will, you tend to really focus on something, and you don't let it go. It could take up too much of you. Adam patted Aldrich's shoulder. What I'm saying is, when you're doing all this crazy stuff to try and change the world, make sure to take some time to breathe, to relax, you know. Relax? Questioned Aldrich. He shook his head. My days of relaxing are over. They ended when you two died. That's just not true, said Adam. Thank you. You have a whole lot more people to live for now. You've even got someone that loves you out there, and it's hard to love someone back if you've got so many other things in your mind. I guess if I try to boil down my rambling, it's this. If you start to look at the world too much as a problem to solve, I'm worried you'll start to only see what's wrong and not the good that's in it.
Thank you. And believe me, I'm speaking from experience here. Even though life can seem like a pile of steaming dog crap, you can always scoop out a nugget of good somehow. Did you seriously try to make a deep life quote using an analogy for picking apart dog poop?
You really are a poet, aren't you? Said Elaine. Hey, now you have to admit that it works, doesn't it? Said Adam. It does, said Aldrich. He looked at his friends and sighed. I just wish that maybe somehow I could bring you two back.
Thank you.
I have so much that I need to do, so much I want to change now that I have power. I took you two along as zombies because I wanted you two to see as much of what I did as possible to try and make you two a part of that change I wanted to see. It's okay, said Elaine. We had pretty awful deaths, but it doesn't change the fact that we're dead. Coming back, at least for me, isn't something that sounds too great. Plus, dying is, well, how to put it? Strangely peaceful. Thank you. It feels like a rest after a long day of work. If maybe you weren't doing so well, if you didn't have anyone beside you, I think we might have had a stronger urge to come back. But all I can say is that I'm happy, seeing how you are now. Yeah, have to agree with that, said Adam. I don't feel too much like coming back either, considering Mr. Edge over here has netted himself the hottest girl I've ever seen. Thank you. Sorry, Aldi, but it looks like we're gonna have to leave this whole changing the world thing to you. Lazy to the end, huh? Joked Aldrich. No, if there was ever anyone out there that I could trust to change this world, it would be you. All there is to it, said Adam. Adam and Elaine's forms started to flicker, turning misty. Looks like our time is up, said Adam. There's just one more thing for me, said Elaine. What is it? Said Aldrich. Thank you. My dad out in the wastelands. I want you to give him some closure. Elaine looked down ruefully. I was working on a project for him a while back. It isn't finished for obvious reasons, but it's something I wanted him to have before he passed away. If you log into my cloud, you'll find it pretty easily. I'll do my best to get it to him, said Aldrich.
Thank you.
He knew Elaine's login information because the two routinely had collaborated in designing weapons, upgrades, and programs for the frames back in Blackwater, though it was mostly Elaine doing the work and Aldrich providing user feedback. You better, said Adam. And you? You have any last requests, said Aldrich. Yeah, I do. A pretty damn important one, said Adam seriously. What is it? Said Aldrich. For you to be happy. That's what, said Adam with a smile. Me personally, nothing. Thank you. so quit wasting your time on dead spirits and get back out there." "What he said," said Elaine. "Thanks, you two," said Aldrich, "and get rid of those zombies of us already. I look bad enough as is. Doesn't help when I'm a rotting corpse," complained Adam. Yeah, I will," said Aldrich. "Don't worry about that. Now that I've talked to you two again, I feel a lot better letting you two go." "One last hug," said Elaine. "Of course. Bring it in, folks,"
Thank you,
said Adam, and the three of them hugged together for a long, lingering moment. Aldrich stayed in his friend's embrace until he felt their souls slowly fade away, their touch and warmth on his astral body growing colder and lighter until finally it was all gone. The bright white light from their manifestation had disappeared, fading away into the gloomy dark and gray of the Necropolis. "Thank you." Aldrich looked down at his open hand where a few faint sparkles of white light shimmered, though even those slowly flickered away. Objective: sever all mortal bonds. Complete. "So, did you find what you needed?" said the Death Lord. She breathed heavily, though she hid it quite well behind a straight posture and calm smile. It was obvious that channeling the soul construction had taken a massive toll on her. "Yeah?" "I got my closure," said Aldrich. He paused. "Thanks." "Thank you." It has been a very long time since anyone has thanked me for anything," said the Death Lord. Her smile then faded, her expression growing stern. "Now then, let us finalize the ritual of eternity." "About time," said Aldrich, Chapter 87, The Rise of a Lich. "You, Death Walker, will now ascend to a plane of existence beyond any mortal, beyond any mere undead," said the Death Lord, without wasting any more time, beginning the end of the ritual.
Thank you.
She clasped her hands together and held them out towards Aldrich. As she did so, large swaths of crackling green energy surrounded his astral body in a spherical matrix. The Death Lord's reptilian green eyes flashed brightly, and a cord of swirling green energy manifested between Aldrich's spiritual heart and the phylactery in his physical body. The phylactery's purple orb started to oscillate rapidly, bearing countless glowing blue lines of magical inscription weaved into its surface. "Thank you." One by one, these inscriptions faded away, breaking off into flecks of bright blue dots. As a mortal necromancer, you merely walked through the currents of death. You waded waist deep in the infinitely vast stream of living and dying, afraid of sinking your head under, for it was forbidden among mortals to do so, chanted the Death Lord. And as her words echoed through the Necropolis, more and more inscriptions faded from the phylactery. "Thank you." As the phylactery lost its inscriptions, it began to open up physically, bearing moving segmentations that clicked and clacked as they slowly slid open like pieces in a puzzle box. But now you will know what it means to truly be a part of this stream, to not be afraid of what lies below, but to embrace it, to swim within the raging rivers of death without drowning. No, to breathe it in, to let it become a part of you, to let it become your might. You will know power. Thank you, and you will know eternity. The tether tying Aldrich's spirit form to the phylactery intensified in its green glow, and that was when he felt himself slowly assimilating into the phylactery. His spirit body began to grow ever more transparent as his essence funneled into the orb. The Death Lord paused, waiting for Aldrich's spirit body to fade away entirely into the phylactery. "Thank you." When it did, Aldrich found himself inside his own body again, as his phylactery started to close up, returning into its spherical shape. The black circuit-shaped streaks all around his pale body were still present, but he did not feel any stronger, any better than before. "So what? That's it," said Aldrich. He held his hands near his face, seeing that his body was the same as was his level of magical energy. "No, not at all." The Death Lord smiled, baring her rows of threatening fangs. "Thank you." She put a hand on the hip of her silken green dress as she flitted out a forked tongue with strangely seductive air. "This is simply the process to tether your soul into your phylactery. It is once you leave the Necropolis and return to your realm that you will truly ascend, when all the power that you have amassed here descends upon you in one crashing tidal wave of strength. Thank you. Oh, how wonderful your strength will be, how terrible your aura will be, how much death you will spread. I truly, truly anticipate it with all my cold, undying heart." So that's it, you want me to kill for you? To spread death, said Aldrich. What, you think me some mere hungry spirit? Of course not, said the Death Lord. No, my dear, what I want from you is merely for you to actualize your potential. What do you mean by that, said Aldrich. Thank you. All will be made clear in time, said the Death Lord mysteriously. She laughed. I jest. It would be so easy to end this with a mysterious line like that, no? But in all honesty, I am simply bored. I am trapped here in my realm, severed in its own pocket of space-time, and I cannot interact with anyone or anything else other than you. You are my only, and thus greatest source of entertainment. So do your best not to die and end this show early. Thank you. The Death Lord made a cutting motion with her hand, and a portal opened up behind Aldrich, leading out into the real world. He floated towards it, and even if he tried to stay, he would not be able to resist the pull of the portal. Wait, this power I'm about to receive, I don't fully know all about it, began Aldrich. He knew what liches could do in the game, but he did not know entirely if the game mechanics translated perfectly to real life. You will find out, said the Death Lord. Thank you. I am not sending you away so soon, because I begrudge your company. Nay, as I have said before, I like it. But there are those that need me. Yes, this arena blocks your connection to undead under you from outside its walls. But let's see, you've received no less than 8 distress signals that these arena walls have intercepted. I assume you are direly needed, said the Death Lord. What? An attack? Thank you. Aldrich immediately perked up in battle readiness as his mind raced to think about how this had happened. He had planned very thoroughly with Casimir about how to take down every conceivable threat that would come the Red Circle's way. This involved creating unique teams to defeat Blackwater's combat instructors, the strongest threats on hand, and the Trident elite squadron stationed in Haven. Thank you. Other than them, there would be no significant threats until at least a day later when reinforcements came. Had reinforcements arrived early? How was everyone doing? Was Valera all right? Your most recent distress call was a mere minute ago. Those that rely upon you should still be intact. The Death Lord waved Aldrich away. Now go, receive your strength, test it upon those that dare to strike against you, and when the time is right, bear it down upon me. Thank you. She smiled eagerly at Aldrich in pure, battle-crazed desire. Her crown of glowing green shards flared. Take this heavy crown of death from me, make it yours. Aldrich blinked, processing what she said, but before he could respond, the portal sucked him in with one last violent draw, and he saw nothing but darkness. Then, as Aldrich perceived the real world, the beginnings of color and shape forming the walls of the Red Circle's dance floor, it hit him. The power.
Thank you.
It washed over him like a tidal wave, and at first he felt like he was going under, completely drowning, his consciousness and body buffeted and crashed every which way, and that by power, his vision turned a bright green, and he felt almost like his entire existence was being pulled apart at the seams. He felt as if at any given moment, if he lost control, if he let himself be pulled under this raging flood of strength, he might be scattered into atoms.
Thank you.
But almost as soon as the power hit him, so very violently, it stopped. The blinding bright green around him faded into pure darkness. He felt weightless in this darkness, without any physical form, just his basic consciousness. But here, he saw the very familiar sight of letters typing across a status screen. Thank you. But where before the letters were white and gold and styled as if they belonged to a fantasy game, the letters were now a bright, eerie green, the font shaped like thin, bare bones scratch marks. And there, he saw the rewards he had reaped pouring in, calculating EXP gain. EXP gains exceeding normal limit, level up. The level up messages continued on and on and on until finally, level up. Thank you. Level 14 greater than level 40. New EXP bar, 045,000 plus 130 stat points available to distribute. Race changed from undead risen to lich. Passive, inner circle of the lich obtained. Passive, outer circle of the lich obtained. Spell, death bolt obtained. Anti-life shell rank 2 changed to mist of undeath. Lich stat bonuses obtained, plus 20 strength, plus 20 agility, plus 40 vitality, plus 40 attunement, plus 20 perception, racial passive, undead body changed to racial passive, Lich aspect. 1x living armor Volantis automatically equipped. Thank you. Current armor set consumed. 50 plus miscellaneous items, weapons, armor, materials obtained. Exceeds personal inventory limit. Thank you. Surplus moved to available personal storage identified as the Chrysalis. Summons preserved in temporary storage 30x Death Knight, 1x Crimson Knight Captain, 20 Dex Skeleton Knight Archers, 1x Zombie Giant, 1x Great Bone Wheel, miscellaneous raised mortal undead. Aldrich saw all this power flowing into him through the void and did what he knew best. He built his character up. He distributed his stat points. Thank you. And as he did so, as he organized himself, he did not just upgrade his character. He built his very existence back up. His physical body, his old mortal shell, was gone now. In this darkness, as he put in points into magic, into attunement, into vitality, as he gained a greater and greater grasp of what he could do, he could see his new body starting to form again, manifesting around his bare, floating consciousness. Chapter 88. Return of the Lich 26 level ups. Thank you. 130 stat points to distribute. With the racial bonuses from becoming a Lich, Aldrich was satisfied with his physical stats for now. His strength was now at 40 and his agility at 35. That was more than enough to be thoroughly superhuman, and with Volantis' shattered bone necromancy aiding him, that would increase massively too when needed. Thus, Aldrich focused on putting his stats into vitality, magic, attunement, and perception. Thank you. Plus 25 vitality increased to plus 50 with affinity bonuses. Vitality, 60, greater than 110. Current HP 330. With that, the darkness around Aldrich faded away into bright, ghostly green as a tongue of green fire flickered and began to grow rapidly, raging into a pillar of waving green energy. The pillar then stabilized, condensing upon itself into a sphere-shaped aura of green energy that shimmered in hazy waves like thick mist or fog. Thank you. In the center of that aura of misty green energy, the phylactery manifested, though now its purple shade had turned completely emerald green like a beautiful, precious jewel, like the very same shade present in the Death Lord's draconic eyes. 55 attunement. Increased to plus 110 with affinity bonuses. Attunement 91 greater than 201. With this, the beginnings of Aldrich's physical body then started to develop. Thank you. A bare skeletal spine of steely dark gray shade, almost as if made of metal, emerged from the center of the green mist sphere, forming into the skeletal upper half of a human. An enormous human at that, standing nearly 7 feet 2.1 meters tall, the ribcage formed around the phylactery, the ribs curling around it in a defensive matrix. Thank you. Strands of energy shot forth from his ribs and tethered to the phylactery in a web of energy strands that kept it suspended in place and thoroughly protected. When these strands attached to the phylactery, Aldrich understood one thing. The phylactery had changed massively. By receiving Aldrich's soul and enormous quantities of energy, the chrysalis within had merged with both. What exactly this entailed, he did not know yet, but he was eager to find out.
Thank you.
The lower half of Aldrich's skeletal body was not visible, for it melded into his now permanent spherical aura of green energy, for liches were beings that were akin to elementals, spiritual entities with a physical anchor that represented a specific natural force. In the case of a lich, that element was the ever-present, ever-reaching flow of death itself. Thank you. Spikes jutted out of his metallic, dark gray bones, curving out from his shoulders, forearms, and in the form of horns around the crown of his skull. Thank you. Plus 26 magic, increased to plus 52 with stat affinity bonuses. Magic, 71 plus 52 equals 123, new current mana, 369, plus 24 perception. Perception, 50. With the final distribution of these stat points, Aldrich's empty eye sockets glowed with bright green points of light that flickered like twin spots of flame, and with that, he felt his consciousness fully anchor into his newly developed physical form, the darkness around him completely cast away as his new eyes saw the real world around him.
Thank you.
Aldrich found himself in the middle of the performance stage in the Red Circle's dance floor, exactly where he had previously been, before he had warped all the villains to the Red Circle. However, what he saw all around him was a scene of carnage. The dance floor was utterly thrashed. The ground was cratered with smoking explosions, fires, and cracks. Tables and booths were broken apart into splinters. Thank you. The performance stage was broken apart, wires in the machinery within it sputtering, crackling showers of sparks that furthered more fires. Thankfully, the Red Circle was largely fireproofed, preventing the flames from spreading. Dozens of corpses of Red Circle staff were scattered everywhere, and among them the culprits showed themselves, variants, aquatic-type variants, all of them.
Thank you.
Most of them were quadrupedal, though, being almost like hideous mutations of man and fish with hunched backs, legs, finned tails, gills that breathed, sucked in air through both land and sea, burly, clawed arms, and glowing yellow eyes. A dozen of these variants stood still, stopping themselves, feasting on human corpses as they paid attention to the performance stage, as if to lend their eyes and ears to a performance, that performance being their death. Thank you. Aldrich mentally gained an immediate understanding of where his summons were. They were not here in the Red Circle. It seemed that under Valera's command, they had rallied their forces and left when the Red Circle, its defenses already thoroughly damaged by villains, came under attack by variants. They had retreated to the abandoned mega-complex apartment that Aldrich initially stationed the Geist, Walters, and Smoke at to deal with the Blackwater instructor Colette.
Thank you.
They had fortified the complex as a sort of base, using its many floors as a natural tower full of choke points to defend against attacks. Overall, though, Aldrich had suffered no major losses to his forces. A few skeletons had fallen, but that was about it. That left Aldrich to clean up here and regroup with the others. As soon as the variants made eye contact with Aldrich's giant, glowing form of energy and bone, they froze, awed. "I hope you enjoyed your meals," said Aldrich. "Thank you." His voice rung out in echoing, thunderous peals that no longer sounded remotely human. It was deep, threatening, and chilling to the core to listen to that voice, a voice that promised nothing but impending death. "For they will be your last." Aldrich thrust out a skeletal hand and cast Death Bolt, a new cantrip spell he learned that all liches knew. It was a 5th circle spell that cost 10 mana, that specialized in heavy destructive power. For enemies weak enough, it was an instant death spell. Thank you. A helical strand of green flaming energy shot forth from Aldrich's hand, whistling with a ghostly wail as it smashed into a variant. The variant did not just die, it blew apart as if a bomb had been detonated inside of it, utterly drenching its brethren behind it in its scales, blood, and entrails. The variants shrieked in fear, but one of the variants, a larger, bulkier variant reminiscent of a swordfish, roared, forcing its brethren to stay and fight.
Thank you.
It was evident that this creature was in command here. It was far larger than the others, with a heavy build reminiscent of an armored car, easily 2 meters tall and powerfully built, ready to charge and skewer anything with its long, blade-like snout. The swordfish variant charged, using a power that boosted its movement speed with jet bursts of pressurized air in various holes in its flesh. The variant sped forwards as fast as a speeding car, smashing into Aldrich. Thank you. The variant's snout blade, metallic in its tensile durability, shattered when it hit Aldrich's ribcage. Aldrich not even budge a single inch back. The variant roared in pain as it stumbled backwards, utterly rebuffed. Aldrich grabbed the swordfish variant's throat with one hand and held its several 100-pound weight of muscle and scale up with utter ease. The variant flailed its finned arms and legs in a desperate struggle to survive. But there was no struggle here, only a massacre.
Thank you.
Aldrich used his other hand to grab a firm hold on the variant's head, his skeletal fingers piercing into the flesh and anchoring into the creature's skull. He then channeled another death bolt right into the creature's head, completely splattering it. Blood spouted out from the variant's headless body like a fountain, and seeing this, all the other variants shrieked and fled as fast as they could, weak, very weak. Thank you. And to think something like this might have even posed a challenge to me before, said Aldrich. The creature was level 15 maybe, in terms of raw stats, but Aldrich was far too strong now, especially in terms of durability. Even without any strength or speed augmentations, he was more than a match for it. And this was even without him willing Volantis to manifest. As a living armor, Volantis now bound to Aldrich's very soul, being present within him even if not physically present.
Thank you.
Aldrich could feel the living armor's presence lying dormant inside, the heart of a fierce, powerful warrior ready to awaken and serve at a moment's notice. But before Aldrich willed Volantis to awaken and manifest, he forged his Materius. Aldrich's current form of energy and bone was his aspect base, his fundamental appearance as the death elemental known as a lich. Thank you. On top of this, he could create what was known as a Materius, essentially a far more physical form that liches use to appear similarly to other mortals and to reduce any weaknesses they had to attacks that targeted spirits. The Materius also gave Aldrich much more maneuverability to move around in armor and wield weapons with a more familiar humanoid body. As a lich, he received negatives to equipping regular warrior-type armor, but with a Materius he could subvert that. Thank you. The process to create one was simple. It was simply a matter of enforcing his will, for it was an innate racial ability of his, as natural as knowing how to breathe or knowing where one's limbs were even in the dark. Strands of raw red flesh sprouted from Aldrich's dark bones organs, mostly decorative, serving no true functional purpose, grew within his skeletal frame. Over these, muscle fibers knitted around before growing deathly pale skin. Thank you. His energy aura faded away as it covered up under his costume of flesh and blood, and within seconds, he looked as he had in his human form, though with a few minor differences. Aldrich was now much, much taller, standing almost as tall as his lich aspect form. Now it was time to don his new set of armor. "Awaken, Volantis," said Aldrich as he looked down at his naked body, balling up his fists and breathing in, remembering how it felt to be in a body of flesh and blood.